कि बेसारन में जहां पर 1000 लोग जाते हैं, खुशियां मनाते हैं, कैसे 5 दहशतगर्द वहां पर जाकर 26 लोगों की गोलियों से छलनी करते हैं। ये सूचना रक्षा मंत्री ने नहीं दी। यही है सूचना का युद्ध कि इतनी जानकारी देते हैं कि कभी कभी सवाल पूछना भी भूल जाते हैं। और आज ये है हमारे विपक्ष का कर्तव्य कि हम सवाल पूछेंगे देश हित में, राष्ट्र हित में। आज देश ये जानना चाहता है कि वो 5 दहशतगर्द कैसे घुसे और उन दहशतगर्दों का भी मकसद था। पाकिस्तान से आए हुए वो दहशतगर्दों का क्या मकसद था? उनका मकसद था कि जम्मू कश्मीर की अर्थव्यवस्था को तनाव करना, विनाश करना। उनका मकसद था कि भारत देश में एक सांप्रदायिक वातावरण का जन्म देना। उनका मकसद यह था कि भारत और पाकिस्तान का एक हाइफिनेशन होना। यह था उनका मकसद। लेकिन सर, मुझे दुख है कि आज राजनाथ सिंह जी ने सैनिकों की बात तो की, लेकिन जो हमारे भारत की जो आवाम है, जो जनता है, जो उन्होंने पाकिस्तान के दहशतगर्दों का पूरी जो मंशा है उस पर उन्होंने पूरा नकारा और हम एकजुट रहे। हम मुझे भारतीय होने का गर्व है। हमने देखा बेसारन में कि किस प्रकार से जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों ने पूरे देश भर से आए हुए जितने भी पर्यटक थे उनकी मदद की। हमने ये देखा कि किस प्रकार से देश भर के जो पर्यटक जो जम्मू कश्मीर में थे उन्होंने अपने जम्मू कश्मीर के भाइयों को धन्यवाद दिया। हमने ये भी देखा कि कैसी एक विधवा हिमांशी नारवाल ने कहा कि मैं नहीं चाहती कि मेरे जो पति जिसको लेके आज राजनीति हो रही है उसके शव पर देश में हिंदू मुसलमान की राजनीति हो, मैं नहीं चाहती। यह है हमारी देश की संस्कृति और यह था मंशा पाकिस्तान का। और मैं ये भी गर्व महसूस करता हूं कि सारे विपक्षी राजनीति दल हम सब एकजुट होकर, राहुल गांधी जी ने एक साफ साफ कहा कि हम सरकार के साथ हैं और सरकार को पाकिस्तान को एक ठोस मजबूत कदम देना ही पड़ेगा। लेकिन देश ये भी जानना चाहता है, वे 26 लोग जो जिनके परिवारों में आज कोई गुजर गया, वे ये भी जानना चाहता है कि 100 दिन गुजर गए और वे 5 दहशतगर्दियों को यह सरकार पकड़ नहीं पाई। देश के वो लोग ये भी जानना चाहते हैं कि ये जो 5 दहशतगर्दे थे, दहशतगर्दी जो आए टेररिस्ट, निश्चय इनको किसी ने पनाह दी, निश्चय इनको किसी ने जानकारी दी, निश्चय ये पूरा जो 1 घंटा का जो उन्होंने गोला बारूदी की उसके बाद ये फरार हो गए। उनको फरार होने में भी किसी ने उनकी मदद की और आज भी ये 100 दिन हो गए और सरकार के पास कोई जवाब नहीं। आज आपके पास ड्रोन है, आपके पास पेगासस है, आपके पास सैटेलाइट है, वहां पे सीआरपीएफ है, वहां पे बीएसएफ है, वहां पे सीआईएसएफ है, वहां पे आदरणीय गृह मंत्री कुछ दिन पहले ही गए थे पूरा रिव्यू लेने के लिए और आप किसी को पकड़ नहीं पाए। ये कैसी है, ये कैसा बंदोबस्त? आपने कहा कि आर्टिकल 370 के चले जाने के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर सेफ है, जम्मू कश्मीर में आइए। लोग आए, लोगों ने अपने आप को सुरक्षित महसूस किया, लेकिन बेसारन में देखा कि कितने वो निहत्थे थे, कितने वो असहाय थे कि लगभग 1 घंटा लगा एक एम्बुलेंस उनके पास पहुंचने के लिए। पुलिस पर अगर आर्मी भी आई तो चल के आई। और सर, मैं वो नजारा भूल नहीं सकता, एक मां और एक बेटी चल के नीचे आ रही थी। एक भारत के सिपाही को देखा और सिपाही को देखकर वो रो पड़े, खुशी से नहीं, डर से, क्योंकि उनको लगा कि वे दहशतगर्द जिन्होंने सिपाहियों का यूनिफॉर्म पहनकर वहां पर लोगों को मारा, आज वही दहशतगर्द आज पहाड़ के नीचे उनका इंतजार कर। उस भारत के सिपाही को कहना पड़ा कि मैं भारतीय हूं, तुम डरो मत, मैं भारतीय हूं, तुम सेफ हो, सुरक्षित हो। ऐसा दहशत उन्होंने महसूस किया। इस दहशत के ऊपर, इस डर के ऊपर आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह एक शब्द तो कहते, आप एक शब्द तो कहते। ये आपकी भी जिम्मेवारी है राजनाथ जी, ये आपकी भी जिम्मेवारी है, रक्षा मंत्रालय का भी जिम्मेवारी है। बार बार हम ये देख रहे हैं सर कि आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जाते हैं, कहते हैं कि बहुत अच्छा बंदोबस्त हो गया है, टेररिज्म के हमने उनकी रीढ़ की हड्डी तोड़ दी। तब भी उरी होता है, तब भी बालाकोट, तब भी पुलवामा होता है, तब भी पहलगाम होता है। अंत में जाके जिम्मेवारी कौन लेता है? जम्मू कश्मीर के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर नहीं। अगर जिम्मेवारी किसको लेनी पड़ेगी तो आदरणीय गृह मंत्री आपको लेनी पड़ेगी, नैतिक जिम्मेवारी आपको लेनी पड़ेगी। आप लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के पीछे नहीं छुप सकते, आप लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के पीछे ये केंद्र सरकार नहीं छुप सकती, क्योंकि गृह मंत्री खुद वहां पे थे कुछ ही हफ्ते पहले, खुद उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी का रिव्यू लिया कि आपके पास जानकारी नहीं थी। और सर ये सरकार इतनी कमजोर, ये सरकार इतनी बुज़दिल कि आज उन्होंने इस सर में, क्योंकि उन्होंने अगर इसका किसी का दोष दिया तो टूर ऑपरेटर्स को दोष दिया कि टूर ऑपरेटर्स बिना अनुमति के द्वारा, बिना लाइसेंसेस के द्वारा लोगों को बेसहारा ले जा रहे, हमें तो पता ही नहीं था। ये है इनका कारण, ये बताना चाहते हैं। तो सर यही तो दुख की बात है कि कहीं ना कहीं एक सरकार में एक अहंकार आ चुका है। इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी जो फ्रेमवर्क है, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है, जो लोग हैं जो निर्णय लेते हैं इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी की, आज उनमें एक अहंकार आ गया है कि चाहे जितनी भी बड़ी गलती हो उन पर कोई सवाल नहीं उठा सकता। लेकिन आज हम सवाल उठा रहे हैं, आज हम सवाल उठा रहे हैं, आज हम सवाल उठाएंगे। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, आपको अब सऊदी अरब में थे, आप जब वापस आते आपका पहला नैतिक कर्तव्य होता कि पहलगाम आप जाते, लेकिन आप पहलगाम नहीं गए। एक सरकारी कार्यवाही के लिए आप बिहार गए और चुनावी भाषण दिया। देश के मुखिया सऊदी अरब में थे, पूरा कार्यक्रम उन्होंने संपूर्ण किया, वापस आए और वो पहलगाम भी नहीं जा पाए और बिहार में जाके चुनावी भाषण दे रहे हैं। अगर पहलगाम में कोई गया तो हमारा नेता राहुल गांधी गया। अगर पहलगाम में जो लोगों की मृत्यु हुई उनके लिए अगर शहादत की मांग कोई कर रहा है तो हमारा दल का नेता राहुल गांधी कर रहा है। राहुल गांधी जी बदामी के कंटोनमेंट में गए। सर मैं बोलूं? सर हाउस इन ऑर्डर, सर हाउस इन ऑर्डर में, सर हाउस इज नॉट इन
ऑर्डर में रहेगा
सर। टाइम
लेकिन आप तथ्यों पे बोले, गलत सूचनाएं नहीं दे सदन में, गलत सूचनाएं नहीं मत दे। हम बोले
इसके ऑर्डर में लाइए सर।
कोई सदन में गलत तथ्य नहीं रख सकते आप।
सर मैं बोलूं सर कैमरा आएगा मेरे पे। धन्यवाद आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, अब बात आती है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की। आज मैं राजनाथ सिंह जी का भाषण सुन रहा था, मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा था कि राजनाथ सिंह जी जो भाषण दे रहे थे वो किस समय का उजागर कर रहे थे, वो किस समय का उजागर कर रहे थे, वो किस समय का उजागर कर रहे थे। क्या वो 2016 के बाद क्या उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि हम घुस के मारेंगे और पाकिस्तान को आज वो उनका जो भी टेररिस्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसको खत्म कर देंगे। वही बातें तब की, वही बातें पुलवामा की बात की कि पुलवामा के बाद आज हमने हमारे लड़ाकू जहाज अब गए हैं, अब पाकिस्तान अब कभी भी भारत पर उंगली नहीं दिखा सकता। और उसके बाद आज दोबारा वही बातें कर रहे हैं, आज दोबारा वही बातें कर रहे हैं कि हम घुस के मारे, हमने ये किया, फलाना किया। और ये अब भी कह रहे हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ, अधूरा है, क्योंकि कल को जाके दोबारा पाकिस्तान कर सकता है। ये खुद कह रहे हैं, ये खुद कह रहे हैं, ये खुद कह रहे हैं कि इसके पश्चात भी पाकिस्तान कल को जाके कर सकता है। तो ये कैसा, ये जो सफल कैसे हुआ, फिर क्या सफल हुआ? आज ये खुद कह रहे हैं कि हमारा मकसद युद्ध का नहीं था। हम पूछना चाहते क्यों नहीं था, होना चाहिए था। आज उन्होंने खुद कहा कि हमारा मकसद जमीन लेने का नहीं था। क्यों नहीं था? पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर अगर आज नहीं लेंगे तो कब लेंगे? ये उन्होंने खुद कहा, इन्होंने खुद कहा कि हमारा मकसद था टेररिस्ट के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर आक्रमण करना। तो क्या हमने उरी के समय नहीं किया? क्या हमने पुलवामा के समय नहीं किया? लेकिन उसके पश्चात भी पाकिस्तान का इतना साहस कि आज उन्होंने पहलगाम में जो पिछले 20 वर्षों में हमारे भारतीय नागरिकों पर सबसे दर्दनाक अगर हमला हुआ है तो आपके समय पे हुआ है। आपके समय में उरी हुआ, आपके समय में पुलवामा हुआ और आपके समय में आज पहलगाम हो रहा है। कुछ बातों का उजागर किया, कुछ किताबों का भी उजागर किया। ये नई प्रक्रिया है सर, हर चर्चा में आदरणीय भाजपा के नेता एक किताब उठा लेते हैं, फिर कुछ पंक्तियां वहां से पढ़ते हैं। इतिहास, मैं इतिहास के पंक्तियों को नहीं पढ़ना चाहूंगा। आज हमारे भारतीय सेना के जो बड़े अफसर हैं, मैं उनकी बात में पढ़ना चाहूंगा। दुख की बात तो यह है सर कि ये वो बातें हैं जिन्हें हमें भारत के अंदर सुनना चाहिए था, लेकिन अगर पहली बार अगर हमने सीडीएस को सुना तो हमने सिंगापुर में सुना, श्रृंगला डायलॉग में। ब्लूमबर्ग को वो जानकारी दे रहे थे, हमें नहीं सर, ब्लूमबर्ग को। क्या जानकारी दिया? मैं पूरा पढ़ लेता हूं विदाउट एडिटिंग। व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, क्या जरूरी, हिंदी में अनुवाद करने की कोशिश भी करता हूं।
मत करो।
क्या ये जरूरी नहीं कि जेट गिरे, पर क्यों गिरे, क्या गलतियां हुई, वो महत्वपूर्ण है। संख्या महत्वपूर्ण नहीं सर। 35 ही राफेल है देश में, 35 ही राफेल है। अगर उनमें से कुछ गिरे भी तो देखिए सर, मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी क्षति हुई। 35 राफेल, अगर कुछ उनमें से भी अगर कुछ गिरे तो मुझे लगता है कि जरूरी है, क्योंकि आपको लगता है कि 35 राफेल काफी है, तो अगर कुछ गिरे तो वो भी जरूरी है। और उन्होंने उसके बाद ये कहा कि ये बात अच्छी है कि हमने अपनी गलतियां को समझा, उसको सुधरा, और 2 दिन बाद हमने अपने जेट को उड़ाए और दूर से हमने आक्रमण किया। सर, ये मैं थोड़ी जानकारी चाहूंगा। हमारे पास जो हमें ये संदेश मिलता है कि दुनिया के सबसे बढ़िया और बेहतरीन लड़ाकू जहाज हमारे पास है, सबसे बेहतरीन पायलट हमारे पास है, तो सीडीएस को ऐसा क्या कहना पड़ा, ऐसा क्या परिस्थितियां हैं कि हमारे पायलट, हमारे लड़ाकू जहाज क्लोज रेंज में नहीं जा सकते, उनको दूर से ही फायर करना पड़ता? ये क्या है? ये क्या पाबंदी है? ऐसी ये क्या पाबंदी है कि सीडीएस को ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे लड़ाकू जहाज ने पहले दिन गलतियां की, गलतियां हमने सुधारी और दूर से हमने आक्रमण किया। क्या हम पास से नहीं कर सकते? ये जानकारी हमें दे। हम ये जानना चाहते हैं कि कि लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल राहुल आर सिंह ने सदन के अंदर नहीं, सांसदों को नहीं, राजनीतिक दलों के फ्लोर लीडर्स को नहीं, फिक्की में जाके कहा, क्या कहा उसका भी मैं हिंदी में अनुवाद करता हूं कि पाकिस्तान तो सिर्फ फ्रंट पे था और पाकिस्तान के पीछे चाइना उनके पूरी तरीके से समर्थन कर रहा है। ऐसी कोई आश्चर्य की बात नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि पिछले 5 वर्षों में लगभग 80% मिलिट्री हार्डवेयर पाकिस्तान को सब पूरा चाइना से मिल रहा है। तो सर, मैं आज पूछना चाहूंगा आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी से, जो सरकार चीन को लाल आंख दिखाने की बात करती है, एक बार भी आपने चीन का उजागर अपने भाषण में क्यों नहीं किया? आर्मी कर रही है, आर्मी के कह रही है, आर्मी कहती है कि आज कि सिर्फ चीन और पाकिस्तान का ये 2 फ्रंट नहीं, अब 3 फ्रंट का भी हो सकता है, कन्वर्जेंस हो सकता है चीन, पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश को लेकर। लेकिन मैं सरकार को याद दिलाना चाहूंगा कि ये जो 2 फ्रंट की जो बात थी, इस बात की शुरुआत किसने की थी? इस बात की चेतावनी किसने दी थी? इस बात की चेतावनी इसी सदन में हमारे दल के नेता राहुल गांधी जी ने दी थी। और यही हम जानना चाहते हैं, यही हम जानना चाहते हैं कि आज जो युद्ध हुआ, इसमें पाकिस्तान को चीन से कितना समर्थन मिल रहा है। हम सेना से नहीं, आज हम आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी से और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से जानना चाहते हैं। और सर, इंडोनेशिया में जो डिफेंस अटैचे है, उसने तो ताज्जुब की बात कह दी। उसने क्या कहा सर? इंडिया डिफेंस अटैचे ग्रुप कैप्टन शिव कुमार ने, हिंदी में दोबारा अनुवाद करता हूं, कि भारत ने लड़ाकू जहाज खोए तो खोए इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ मिलिट्री टारगेट्स पर आक्रमण करने पर पाबंदी थी। क्यों? क्या पाबंदी थी? ऐसे क्या ये राजनीतिक कंस्ट्रेंट्स थे? आपने कहा कि 9 टारगेट पे हमने आक्रमण किया, लेकिन हमें यह भी सूत्रों से जानकारी और मीडिया में आया है, और लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल राहुल सिंह ने खुद कहा कि पहले 21 टारगेट्स चुने गए थे और 21 से फिर 9 हुए। क्यों हुए? क्यों हुए? आज मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि पिछले 20 वर्ष में सबसे घातक आक्रमण हमारे महिलाओं पर हुआ, हमारे बच्चों पर हुआ, भारत के आत्मा पर हुई। हमने सब ने वो दहशत को अनुभव किया, हम सब एकजुट हुए, हमने पूरी तरीके से समर्थन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को दी कि अब जाइए। और ऐसा एक माहौल बन चुका था कि देश किसी भी कीमत चुकाने के लिए तैयार था। पूरा देश प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ था, विपक्ष प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ था। और अचानक 10 मई के दिन पे हमारे राष्ट्रदूत कहते हैं कि हम पाकिस्तान पर हमला करेंगे, और शाम के 10 मई को सूचना आती है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ अब युद्ध पर हम परिणाम दे रहे हैं, सीज फायर हो गया। क्यों हुआ? हम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से जानना चाहते थे, अगर पाकिस्तान वाकई में अपने घुटने टिकने के लिए तैयार था तो आपने क्यों रुका? आप क्यों रुके? और किसके सामने आप झुके? किसके सामने आपने सरेंडर किया? किसके सामने आपने सरेंडर किया? वो अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति जो 26 बार आज कह चुके हैं कि व्यापार को लेकर उन्होंने भारत और पाकिस्तान को सतर्क किया और दोनों को मजबूर किया कि वो इस जंग को छोड़े। 26 बार। आज राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप खुद कहते हैं कि 5-6 जेट गिरे हैं। एक जेट करोड़ अरब रुपयों का है, मिलियंस एंड मिलियंस का है। इसलिए हम जानना चाहते हैं, आज हमें स्पष्ट रूप से आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी बताएं, देश पर विश्वास करें, देश में वो साहस है सच्चाई सुनने की। आज आप बताएं कितने लड़ाकू जहाज गिरे? हमारे में वो साहस है, क्योंकि ये सूचना, ये सच्चाई सिर्फ देश के नागरिकों के लिए नहीं, ये सूचना, ये सच्चाई हमें देश के जवानों को भी देना है। आज उनसे भी झूठ कहा जा रहा है, उनके बीच में भी भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है। हम उनकी जो सच्चाई है आज हम सदन के अंदर लाना चाहते हैं। और सर, बात में आती है विदेश नीति की। किस मुंह से हम कहें कि विदेश नीति आज सफल हुआ है? किस मुंह से कहें? ये आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, शंगीला में जो डायलॉग हुआ, उस डायलॉग में जो ड्राफ्ट जो आया, जिसको भारत सरकार ने नकारा, वो ड्राफ्ट बनाने में हमारे ही कुछ सहयोगी देश थे, जिनका नाम मैं नहीं लेना चाहूंगा। लेकिन ऐसे देश जिसको हम परंपरागत दोस्त हम मानते हैं, ट्रेडिशनल एलाइज मानते हैं, आज उन्होंने भी इंडिया और पाकिस्तान को हाइफिनेट कर दिया। और आप ये शब्दों के खेल से आप खुश हो कि ब्राजील के डॉक्यूमेंट में पाकिस्तान, ये जम्मू कश्मीर का पाकिस्तान का भी नहीं, ब्राजील के डॉक्यूमेंट में सिर्फ जम्मू कश्मीर में जो दहशतगर्दी हुई उसी की निंदा हुई, पाकिस्तान की निंदा नहीं हुई। पर आप उससे खुश हो? अगर आप उससे खुश हो तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा, जो $1 बिलियन का आर्थिक सहायता IMF ने दिया पाकिस्तान को, उस पर आपको क्या कहना है? हम जानना चाहेंगे, जो ADB एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक से 800 मिलियन का आर्थिक सहायता जो मिलेगा पाकिस्तान को, आज भारत उस पर क्या रवैया? वर्ल्ड बैंक का जो $40 मिलियन आ रहा है, और ये पैसा किसको जाएगा सर? पाकिस्तान की नेतृत्व उनकी जनता या उनकी चुनी हुई सरकार नहीं, पाकिस्तान की सरकार का जो रिमोट कंट्रोल है वो पाकिस्तान की सेना के पास है। तो ये सारा पैसा वहीं जाएगा जहां पर हमने मिसाइल गिराई। तो क्या इतना भी हम नहीं कर पाए? क्या इतना भी ताकत नहीं? क्या इतना भी विश्व गुरु में लोगों का विश्वास नहीं, देश अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नेताओं का विश्वास नहीं कि IMF का एड ना जाए पाकिस्तान के पास, वर्ल्ड बैंक का एड ना जाए पाकिस्तान के पास, ADB का एड ना जाए पाकिस्तान के पास? आप में इतना भी ताकत नहीं कि एक देश ने पाकिस्तान को टेरर स्टेट का दर्जा नहीं दिया। एक देश ने आज FATF फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स में, जिससे बहुत नियंत्रण पाकिस्तान पे पड़ती थी, आज उससे वो 2022 में निकल आई ग्रे लिस्ट। क्या वो डालेंगे? तो इसीलिए आज हम ये मांग करते हैं कि सरकार अब डरिए मत, सच्चाई से डरिए मत। उस दिन भी देश सरकार के साथ दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ खड़ा था, विपक्षी दल सरकार के साथ खड़े हैं, और आज भी दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ सच्चाई के पक्ष में देश और विपक्ष आज सरकार के साथ। आप हमें अपना दुश्मन ना समझे, हम सरकार के दुश्मन नहीं हैं, हम अपने देश के पक्ष में बोल रहे हैं, जवानों के पक्ष में बोल रहे हैं। पर आप हमें कृपया सच्चाई देने का हमें वो सम्मान दीजिए। सच्चाई सुनने का अधिकार हमारा है, और जितने बार आप झूठ और भ्रम फैलाएंगे, हम उतनी बार आपको पूछते जाएंगे कि आपने क्या किया। और इसीलिए आज मैं खड़ा हूं। अपेक्षा बहुत की थी कि पहलगाम का उजागर होगा, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री नैतिक जिम्मेवारी लेंगे, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार नैतिक जिम्मेवारी लेंगे, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी कहेंगे क्यों उन्होंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जो अंतिम अंजाम था, हमें तो मीडिया में सुनते हुए ऐसा लगा कि हम कराची में उठेंगे। मीडिया में हमारे भारत की मीडिया जो जिनको सूचना आपसे ही मिलती है, उनका सुनने में लगा कि आज तो हम फतह करके ही रहेंगे, लेकिन पता चला कि नहीं, कहीं ना कहीं हमारे पैर डगमगा गए, और जो अंतिम परिणाम था उससे पीछे हम हट गए। हमें पीछे नहीं हटना, हमें आगे बढ़ना है, सच्चाई के साथ, लोकतंत्र के पक्ष में। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं अपना पक्ष समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
श्री रमाशंकर रात भर
रुकिए आ जाएगा चलिए बोलिए।
आभारी हूँ अध्यक्ष जी। और देश और उत्तर प्रदेश में पीड़ितों की आवाज और पीडीए के नेता हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी और हमारे सलेमपुर लोकसभा की जनता की बदौलत यहाँ जो इतने महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने का अवसर मिला है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं उन बहनों से माफी मांगता हूं जिन बहनों के सुहाग उजड़े और पहलगाम में।
All right, so the debate on Operation Sindoor is underway at the moment in the Parliament. Well, Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi also has put forth this point, and he's questioned the ceasefire with Pakistan, also said that the government needs to tell how many jets were lost from the Indian side. However, we do understand the debate will continue for a longer period today, and we will get you more on that. Meanwhile, a big encounter is underway at the moment in Jammu Kashmir. That is what we are learning, and 3 terrorists have been neutralized. What the army has confirmed that the Pahalgam, one of the masterminds of the Pahalgam terror attack, has also been killed in this encounter that's still underway, and 2 more terrorists have been neutralized in the encounter. My colleague Nazir will also be joining us on the broadcast in just a bit. He is getting us more details on that. Mastermind Suleman has been eliminated. That's his photograph on your TV screens there. This is the big update that's coming in at the moment. Even as a debate on Operation Sindoor is still underway in the Parliament, we understand that this big exchange of fire, the encounter that's taking place in Jammu Kashmir's Lidwa, is still underway, and this has been termed as Operation Mahadev by the Indian Army, and the Army has now confirmed that 3 terrorists have been killed in this encounter. Other than the 2 terrorists, we understand this terrorist, Suleman is the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 innocent lives were lost 3 months back. After which we understand now, the army, the Indian forces seem to have taken the revenge of the Pahalgam attack, and this man who was responsible for carrying out the Pahalgam atrocity has now been neutralized by the Indian Army. It's a joint operation that's being carried out with the Army, CRPF and Jammu Kashmir Police, we are given to understand. And could there be more terrorists hiding in that area? We do not know yet, but the Army has confirmed this, that the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack, Suleman has been eliminated, and along with him, 2 more terrorists have been neutralized. The operation is still underway. My colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Nazir, that's a big win for the security forces, as the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack, Suleman is learned to have been eliminated and has been confirmed now by the Indian Army.
Well, 2 of the main terrorists involved in Pahalgam attack have been killed in this encounter, in which 3 Pakistani terrorists, according to security forces, have been killed. It is right behind me in these mountains, right up to these Dara mountains heights in the jungles, which has a thick vegetation, and it's a huge mountain pass which just connects on this. The right side is the Dachigam Park, and there's a huge right up to the South Kashmir from Srinagar, these mountains, high reach of Srinagar. So Suleman and Yasir, their kites have already been released after the Pahalgam terror attack, so they have been killed there. Another is Abu Hamza. His name did not come up in Pahalgam attack. So all the 3, according to sources, have been identified. Suleman, Yasir and Hamza, all 3 Pakistani terrorists who have been killed here in this encounter today. Arms and ammunition have been recovered. By this evening, Army's top commander is holding press conference in Srinagar to give more details. But this appears to be a major victory for the army and the security forces here, where these operations have been going on for rather weeks together, and they achieved this major victory here in these Dara forests of Srinagar heights. So that is something. Bodies have been recovered, as I said. They have been identified, and I could see the those pictures of the bodies and the sketches which were released after the attack, and clearly they match. So the two terrorists, Yasir and Suleman, they have been killed in this encounter. Another is Abu Hamza, he too is a Pakistani terrorist, according to security forces, has also been killed. But two of these names had cropped up. They had come up as the main accused in Pahalgam terror attack. They have been killed in this encounter. So today morning, when our Parliament is going to debate this Operation Sindoor, and we saw here Army and the security force, they were engaged in this major operation here based on appears to be a very specific information, because these terrorists who have been pushed from Pakistan by Pakistan since last 4-5 years, they appear to be well trained in jungle warfare. In most of the times they have managed to escape after carrying out the attack, but this time the security forces had carried out this operation with military precision and eliminated all the three highly trained terrorists without suffering any casualty or the collateral damage in this operation. So big victory for the security forces, as they say. Security forces sources say 2 of the 3 terrorists today killed were behind Pahalgam massacre.
Absolutely. This is a big victory for the security forces here in Jammu Kashmir. 3 terrorists have been gunned down in this encounter that had started early in the morning today. And it's still underway, Nazir. We are given to understand that the encounter is still on. Is there a possibility of more terrorists hiding there, or what more details do we have?
Well, it appears that the operation is over. As I said, Army is addressing press conference this evening. But the operation is over, the encounter is over, and bodies have been recovered, and it is a major success for the army, and they have achieved that, killing these 3 Pakistani terrorists. 2 of them are said to be those who were involved in Pahalgam terror attack.
How this operation was carried out? Was there prior information that was received by the security forces? There is information that through sources coming in that there could have been some intel input that the army had, and they had it since a few days after which this operation was carried out today.
Well, there was clearly there was information. What security force always based on whether it is the technical intelligence or it is the human intelligence, clearly based on intelligence, operations are being carried out. It's not just they go just inside the forest, sit there, and something comes in their way. That's not the way it happens. It always needs lot of groundwork to eliminate those who are highly trained in jungle warfare. So they launched this operation. According to a senior police officer, the operation was going on for last a week or so. As I said, Army and the security force will be addressing a press conference this evening to give more details, perhaps more specific details, whatever they want to put out. But for now, what security force sources are telling us, 2 of the 3 terrorists killed in this encounter are involved in Pahalgam massacre. So it is after 3 months long wait, and the operations, the accused, the killers of Pahalgam have been killed, at least 2 of them.
Specific information about the movement of the terrorists in that area, the army would be able to better give an answer on that. And the press conference is underway, as my colleague Nazir has been informing us. We'll go back to him in just a bit and try and get more details about that in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defence, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, that's Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
You know, thinking about something like this, like a Supercross, why did you think that I should invest here? Because we know that you love for sports. But
No,
why
I just think you should put, what is that? Your money where your mouth is? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's, I mean, they call it a niche sport and stuff like that. I just don't think that's what it is, because they're considering the population of our country and the amount of bikes are sold, and it is the largest selling country for bikes and scooters and stuff like that. So I just thought that instead of people racing on the roads, they should have tracks to race on. And I don't think this is a niche sport. I just think that there's no infrastructure, there's no league. So now we have a league and now we have the infrastructure. So all the guys riding on the streets, racing on the streets, have a chance to come and race in these leagues.
Okay, my last question. Your film Battle of Elkan is coming, and we have seen how you have trained for it. It looks amazing, and you look fantastic in it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And tell me a little more about it. When it's releasing? We are really excited about it.
Time. We start shooting now, in another 10 days, and then it'll release. This will be a quick release.
I hope it's
it's an intense one. It's
looks intense.
It's a difficult one, as humanly it's difficult to do a film like that, because high altitudes, hand-to-hand action, raw, brutal action in the Thanda Pani of Leh Ladakh.
You are used to Thanda Pani.
Huh? Yeah, but not so Thanda. Thanda Pani, peene ke liye. Yeah, here you'll be in the water for about 8 days. Yeah, in that ekdam taza snow melting pani that's coming in the river, and action in that.
So that was challenging.
No, that will be challenging. Yeah. I'm dreading it, but I will do it.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Welcome.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Start.
Hello?
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Welcome back after the break. It's a big win for security forces in Jammu Kashmir. 3 terrorists have been gunned down in this encounter in Srinagar's Lidwa. That is what we are learning. And 2 of the terrorists in this encounter who've been gunned down are the Pahalgam attackers. One of them, Suleman Shah, was the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 innocent lives were killed. Well, we have my colleague Nazir also joining us on the broadcast here. He is tracking all the latest, getting us more about this encounter that has taken place from Dachigam in Srinagar, and my colleague Vasudha Venugopal also now joining us live on the broadcast. We understand a big debate on Operation Sindoor is underway in the Lok Sabha at the moment, and we will talk about that as well in just a bit. Let me first go across to my colleague Nazir here. Nazir, you are in Dachigam in Srinagar, where we understand the encounter has taken place. The encounter is over now. That is what you're informing us. Help us also understand this terrain. This is a mountain area. It would have been difficult for the forces to carry out this operation. But help us understand this terrain, and what more do we know so far about the encounter?
Well, it appears to have been a calibrated operation with preparations, and it has actually been the hard work of 3 months by the security agencies. And this morning, contact was established in these mountains. Let me show you. Exactly in these mountains, where security force pinned down the 3 terrorists. Now, their bodies have been recovered. They have been identified according to security forces sources. One is Suleman Shah, second is Yasir, third is Abu Hamza. Suleman and Yasir, their sketches were already released after Pahalgam attack. So, the 2 of Pahalgam attackers have been killed in this encounter. And it is something the people of Kashmir were waiting for. Remember, when Pahalgam terror attack took place, entire Kashmir came out, showed their anger, came out on roads, and said no to terror and not in our name. So that is what, and they, in fact, I saw that in Pahalgam, those poniwalas telling security forces, take us along wherever you want to take us, and we'll help you to track down the attackers. And today, security forces also said that the 2 of that Pahalgam attackers have been killed in these mountains. And let me explain this mountain ridge. This is Dachigam area, and then you have the whole ridge. And when you move towards the right side, here on the right side is Dachigam National Park. This mountain ridge goes up to Tral, then dozens of kilometers away in Pahalgam as well. So which means after carrying out the attack, they have come all the way through these mountains to this side, and where they have been finally tracked down by the security forces. Remember, for last 3 months, it was not just one major operation, but all those security forces had actually deployed special commando teams inside the forest, because most of the attacks which were carried out since 2021 by the Pakistani terrorists were in the jungle areas, and those who were carrying out the attacks were trained in jungle warfare. So, but when the security force deployed their teams inside jungles, one of the team, clearly it would be based on hard intelligence, both technical and the human intelligence, because no operation happens without that. So they finally tracked down all the 3. 2 of them were involved in Pahalgam attack, Suleman and Yasir, and remember, their sketches were released soon after that attack. So it is a major success for the security forces, more so on the day when Parliament was debating Operation Sindoor, and opposition was always saying, where are the Pahalgam attacks? Where have they disappeared in the thin air? Why security forces have not been able to track them down? But today, security forces have been able to track them down, kill 3, recover weapons, arms and ammunition and grenades, and almost, in a sense, partial closure of that incident. First, it was Operation Sindoor, targeting Pakistani terror base inside Pakistan, and now the question was those who are behind Pahalgam attack, why security force was not able to track them down. Right. Remember, it's not easy Those, number one, who have been pushed inside Kashmir by Pakistan are well trained in jungle warfare, who knows how to survive and carry out attacks. They have carried out dozens of attacks since October 2021. In most of the attacks, rather in almost all attacks, they have managed to escape without suffering any casualty on their own. But in this operation, security forces were clearly determined that they will track them down, and finally, two of them have been tracked down according to security force sources. What our sources tell us, that army will be addressing a press conference this evening at 15 Corps headquarters in Srinagar, where there would be more details how this operation was carried out, how long it took to security forces to actually pin them down, get the pinpoint specific actionable intelligence to track these attackers and the killers down here in these mountains.
Okay, also the operation of course was led by a joint team of the army and Jammu Kashmir police, and well, the army in that press conference would be giving more information in some time from now, but we understand, as you've been mentioning, there are AK-47 rifles, one M4 carbine, and also more than 10 grenades that have been recovered from these terrorists. Did they come with full planning here, Nazir, or could they have been hiding here in these jungles, in this mountainous area for long?
Well, I mean, my own assessment and the information here as a local is that this area, particularly is Dara, Dachigam, and this has always been infested by the Pakistani militants. They had made hideouts here, they have been operating here since long, then they shifting their bases to different areas using mountain paths where they appear to be well versed with, and again it appears that after carrying out the attack, they came here to these mountains and managed to hide here for so long. They may have been shifting their bases, and sources tell us there's another terrorist who was behind it. He may have shifted to some other areas, but clearly when security forces have managed to track down these 2 or 3, they will be able to track them down as well. It is just a matter of time.
Absolutely. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha also. Vasudha, this is a big development now coming in, and it comes at a time when the Lok Sabha, when the Parliament is discussing Operation Sindoor. Well, there have been adjournments in the start, but yes, well, the debate is underway at the moment. Opposition has been repeatedly cornering the government, asking questions on alleged intel failure, and also how many jets were shot down by Pakistan. But we understand the government is all prepared to give an answer to the opposition.
Right. Right, absolutely, Kitty. The killings of at least 2 perpetrators of Pahalgam attacks, Pahalgam killings, came at a very critical time for the government, because Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, initiated the debate on Operation Sindoor today. In fact, it's going to be 8 hours today and 8 hours tomorrow. And like you rightly pointed out, it came after a lot of adjournments, because the opposition wanted to make it clear that it wants a discussion, a line of commitment from the government, that there will also be a discussion on the special intensive revision of electoral polls in Bihar. But of course, Operation Sindoor discussion has begun, and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh made several important points. He said that there is a method to madness in Pakistan's terrorism. It's a state policy, and that it is just not madness, it is part of the state strategy, and that India started with peace talks. India started with a Lahore bus travel with Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Prime Minister, started, but then Pakistan does not understand the language of peace, which is why India had to do what it had to do. He also talked about how it was Pakistan that pleaded with its DGMO, saying that hostilities have to end. In that way, he did talk about how the opposition has been asking all the wrong questions, saying that it is important to ask what was the outcome, and that the outcome in every exam is important, and you cannot blame a kid who broke the nib of a pencil after he scores full marks in an exam. Gaurav Gogoi, the deputy leader of opposition and also Congress MP, responded to all of this, and he said it is the duty of the opposition to ask questions. It's the time to ask why the jets fell and how the jets fell, and not really how many jets fell. He also talked about Balakot to Uri, and said that a lot of terror attacks are happening under the Modi government, which it needs to answer. And he also questioned the intelligence failure in Pahalgam, which needs to be talked about.
Absolutely. Questions raised by the opposition, and the government, of course, is well prepared to answer all of them. Will the government be able to silence its critics and the opposition leaders who are well, questioning the government on these number of aspects relating to Operation Sindoor. That, of course, remains to be seen. Vasudha will come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, it's time for a quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear: walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defence, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform.
The Avengers Pahalgam attack, 3 terrorists killed. Pahalgam Mastermind has been tracked and gunned down. Operation Sindoor debate underway in Lok Sabha. Rajnath Singh says forces achieved target, 100 terrorists were killed. Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi asks, why did we agree to a ceasefire with Pakistan? Country needs to know the truth about the jets. 6 dead in mass shooting at a market in Bangkok. Suspects reportedly shot self.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Big breaking news now coming in. We are learning that Operation Mahadev briefing by the army will take place at 5 p.m. and more details about the operation will be given by the army and Jammu Kashmir police. Then it was a joint operation that was carried out by the Jammu Kashmir police and the security forces in Srinagar's Lidwa area. Well, we understand the operation is over now and the briefing will be done at 5 p.m. Well, Suleman Shah, one of the masterminds of Pahalgam terror attack, has also been gunned down in this encounter that took place between the security forces and the terrorists in Srinagar's Lidwa area a while back. The operation went on for at least about 4 to 5 hours, in which we understand 3 terrorists were gunned down, and among those 2 terrorists belong to
News coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colours.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
You know, thinking about something like this, like a supercross, why did you think that I should invest here? Because we know that you love for sports. But why bikes?
I just think you should put, what is that? Your money where your mouth is? Huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's, I mean, they call it a niche sport and stuff like that. I just don't think that's what it is, because they're considering the population of our country and the amount of bikes are sold, and it is the largest selling country for bikes and scooters and stuff like that. So I just thought that instead of people racing on the roads, they should have tracks to race on. And I don't think this is a niche sport. I just think that there's no infrastructure, there's no league. So now we have a league and now we have the infrastructure. So all the guys riding on the streets, racing on the streets, have a chance to come and race in these leagues.
Okay, my last question. Your film Battle of Elkan is coming, and we have seen how you have trained for it. It looks amazing and you look fantastic in it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And tell me a little more about it. When it's releasing?
Viewers, a very good evening. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Let's get you the top stories that we're tracking this hour. First up, India avenges Pahalgam terror attack. 3 terrorists have been killed. Pahalgam mastermind has been tracked, cornered and gunned down. The army briefing for this is set to be at 5 p.m. on Operation Mahadev. Operation Sindoor debate in Lok Sabha. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says that forces achieved the target and 100 terrorists were killed. He also said the Operation Sindoor is paused, not over. Gaurav Gogoi says that why did we agree to a ceasefire? Congress's Gaurav Gogoi hits back and asks in the Operation Sindoor debate in Lok Sabha that country needs to know the truth about the jets. Divya Deshmukh wins the World Cup chess title. She becomes the 88th Grandmaster. She beats Zampi in the second rapid chess game. viewers, breaking news coming in on the broadcast, which is that there will be a briefing that will take place regarding Operation Mahadev at 5 p.m. So in about an hour from now is when the briefing will take place regarding Operation Mahadev, where the government, in fact, where the armed forces will share details with regards to this key operation where the Pahalgam terror attack has been avenged by our armed forces. The Pahalgam mastermind has also been killed, and big victory for forces in Jammu Kashmir. The revenge for Pahalgam terror attack that took place in April has been completed by our armed forces, and the briefing for that will take place in an hour from now. So that's the big breaking news that we are getting for you viewers, that the media briefing where the full and the entire Operation Mahadev account will be given by our forces for India to know how is it that our armed forces tracked and cornered and gunned down the three perpetrators, the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack. How did the entire operation come about, the details regarding Operation Mahadev, all of which will be told by our armed forces at 5 p.m. Let's get in Shiv Arun, my colleague who has all the details on this story and has been tracking every aspect of this. Shiv, now we wait for those details to come about. You've been working the phones. What are your sources telling you here on this big story that we are tracking?
Well, this is a huge day for the security forces. 97 days after the Pahalgam terror attack, and I was there just a day later, covering what became a 97-day terror hunt. It continued even after I left Kashmir, and what we're reporting today is that the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack has been eliminated. It's pretty scary if you look at the pictures, because this terror encounter took place, a stone's throw from Srinagar city in the Dachigam hills between Srinagar and Pahalgam. This is a mountainous area. If you look at the pictures where the encounter took place, it looks like this was a night operation. I can confirm here on NDTV that the para special forces were very much involved, and it's very likely that it was a group of commandos that finally executed the kill. It doesn't look like there was a firefight of any kind. This was a clean operation where these terrorists and their hideout was discovered thanks to an intelligence alert, and then our commandos were able to sneak up and eliminate them very quickly once the identities had been confirmed. What this basically means, Gauri, is that the three terrorists, one of them we can confirm is the Pahalgam mastermind. The two others whose names we have, but the linkages are yet to be ascertained, will hopefully come out when the 15 Corps, which is the Srinagar Corps of the Army, holds a briefing that's expected at 5 o'clock. We've just received a message from the Army saying this is a briefing that will be held in Srinagar by senior commanders. Hopefully the intrigue and the suspense over the complexity and the results of this incredible encounter will come out during this operation. But as NDTV had reported first earlier today, this has a direct link to Pahalgam. The terrorists involved, at least one of them is someone who was actually there during the Pahalgam terror attack, and therefore everything that flows from it is going to be secondary. The fact is the different security agencies, whether it is the Rashtriya Rifles, the Indian Army, the Para Special Forces, the CRPF, the Special Operations Group of the J&K Police, all of them have come together in an incredible, calibrated, multi-layered anti-terror sort of operation and combing operation in different parts of Kashmir. But the fact that it has taken 97 days to achieve what they have done today just tells you how difficult this operation has actually been.
And that includes every aspect of it, whether it's the terrain aspect of it or several others that complicated the entire operation and took 97 days. But one cannot miss the fact that it comes on a day when you have those questions that are being put forth by the opposition as well in terms of Pahalgam. But the fact is, Operation Mahadev, as Shiv was pointing out, the mastermind has been killed. Two others, those details and those linkages are still being established. But I think, Shiv, the detailed account and what exactly the operation was all about, which the Indian Army will share in greater detail, is going to be extremely significant.
It is, and I'll give you my personal view as a reporter, Gauri. Since I spent the better part of a month in Kashmir reporting on not just the terror operations, anti-terror operations, but also India's response to Pahalgam and then Operation Sindoor. I can tell you that today's activities in Parliament, in my view, actually are a bit embarrassing. From a reporter's perspective, I found the opposition's questions, the issues that they raised, completely missed the mark compared to the questions that genuinely needed to be asked. As a reporter who saw how things actually played out on the ground, I can tell you there are very, very substantive issues that the government could have been pinned down on. There were genuine operational issues and other issues that could have been, that the government should have been grilled on. But it looks like the opposition was happy to sort of play to the gallery with puerile questions like kitne jet gire, and quoting the CDS and quoting another officer of the Indonesian embassy, and going into the whole aspect of Trump and the ceasefire, who mediated the ceasefire. This is puerile politics. One would have expected the opposition to show a greater deal of awareness and research about what should have really been asked of the government. Because let me be very clear, I'm not even defending the government here. As a reporter from the ground, I can tell you there are at least 15, 16 uncomfortable issues on which the government could have been grilled and pinned down, and it would have made the government genuinely tremble. It could have really, really used this opportunity to make a point as far as national security is concerned. But then you saw the speech playing to the gallery, whether it is chest thumping on one side to puerile, imaginationless, soulless, silly political questions like talking about jets or talking about Trump or talking about why you're not talking about China, etc. This just shows the complete death of imagination in our political landscape today. And as a student of warfare, as someone who covered Pahalgam, who covered Operation Sindoor, I think the politicians have completely disappointed us today.
Indeed. And Shiv, as someone who tracked that entire operation since the terror attack took place, you were there a day after. I'm going to ask you about some of the other aspects as well in terms of what you expect in terms of details of Operation Mahadev. But there's an important update that's coming in, the media briefing that we were talking about. There's an update that's come in that due to some developments in the said operation, the media briefing has been postponed. This is the latest update that's come in from PRO Defence. Let's quickly, in fact, listen into a soundbite as well that's coming in. Then we go back to Shiv.
Mr. Birti, they said two of them were involved in Pahalgam terror attack, Yasir and Suleman.
As I said, it will take us some time for identification and all that. Still parties are inside and all that. It is, I would like to say...
A bit of background, not the information. How long you were actually preparing for this, chasing them?
I'll let you know we will let you know at the opportune time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That is the update coming in terms of some information is still yet to be ascertained. Now, Shiv, this is an important aspect, the details that we are putting out, which is that the media briefing, which was to take place at 5 p.m., about 45 minutes from now, has actually been pushed ahead, postponed to another date and time. So, which means it's not going to take place today. What do you think could be the reason? Because it seems that more details are still emerging and that needs to be established.
Two possible reasons, Gauri. You're absolutely right, because this is an evolving situation. The encounter is still very much on from an operational perspective. There may be combing operations on. There may be some refining of certain aspects of the information that is supposed to be shared at this briefing, as a result of which the army might be playing safe by seeking a small postponement before they hold that briefing. Because remember, this is very important. All eyes are going to be on this briefing. Obviously, the entire media is on it. NDTV broke the initial details that came out. Some of those details appear to be changing, and therefore the army needs to be certain. The second more important aspect, which we have to remember, is the big elephant in the room, Gauri, which is Parliament is on. When Parliament is on, protocols as far as briefings, sharing of information, etc., are guided by an entirely different set of dynamics and protocols. Remember, when Parliament is in session, it has the prerogative to receive receive details of any kind first. It has to be informed first about anything that's actually happening, especially if it is to do with national security, and double especially if it is to do with something that is literally being debated at that time in Parliament. You had Gaurav Gogoi talk about where are the Pahalgam terrorists. I'm guessing nobody informed him that those terrorists or terrorists were actually being had actually been gunned down by the security forces a little earlier. So that was an important update that perhaps his team had not shared with him. But leaving that aside, the fact that Parliament is on right now may also be dictating some timing protocols, because the army is bound by the propriety of Parliament. The majesty of Parliament means information being shared by any organ of the government must first flow to Parliament, and then it can be put out in public. That may be one of the stumbling blocks right now, which is why maybe the army is trying to just tick all the boxes before actually holding this briefing.
Indeed, when Parliament is in session, information needs to be first shared on the floor of the House. The reason why that briefing may have been pushed ahead. Shiv, stay with us. I want to quickly now get in Nazir as well and his updates as well. The fact that what's really happening on ground. And Shiv, I come back to you with more perspective on that. But Nazir, let me come to you. The fact that the briefing has been pushed ahead to a later date indicates that A, the operation is still currently underway, and several sensitive aspects of that operation are still something that the army needs to first close in before sharing more details.
Well, just a while back, I spoke to Mr. V.K. Burdi, IGP Kashmir, and he confirmed that 3 have been killed and identity is being ascertained. He said they will share more information, as she was mentioning. Since the Parliament is in session, government is accountable to the Parliament. So clearly, perhaps the first information that needs to be shared is with the Parliament, not outside the Parliament. That's why IGP Kashmir, when I asked him questions, he was a bit, cautious, not to give many details. He said they will share details at an appropriate time, and he said even operation is still underway. But this is a major success. What security sources are telling us so far, 3 terrorists, 3 all Pakistanis, they have been killed this morning in these forests, in Dara forest, in the Zabarban mountains, in the Srinagar heights, which clearly link Srinagar, these mountains, right up to Tral, and then further to the Pahalgam. And it is clear now that the 2 of the 3, Yasir and the Suleman, they have managed to come here, and finally, after weeks of operation, gathering intelligence, actionable intelligence, all the 3 terrorists have been killed in this operation. Army was supposed, they had said, by 5 this evening they will hold a press conference. That has been put off indefinitely. We don't know whether that would happen today or that would happen day after or when or before the information may first come from the Parliament, from Defence Minister. But the fact it is a huge success for the security forces. For last 3 months, everybody was asking, how come these terrorists have disappeared in the forest, despite the fact a massive counter-terrorist operation was launched in Pahalgam. It was not just the security forces, the rest of the country, but also people of Kashmir were asking that these people should be tracked down, and people were reiterating their commitment. They are on the side of the security forces when it comes to tracking down the killers of Pahalgam. So that time we are seeing thousands of people coming out, condemning this terrorist attack and telling security forces, we're on you, we're behind you, we're firmly with you. Go and those who know the mountains, forests, so they will help you. In fact, it is not just possible. They will go inside and they will get them. There must have been taken lot of technical intelligence, human intelligence, lot of persuasion, get their hideout and bust it and pin them down. That exactly happened this morning, and 3 terrorists, 2 of them, those who are behind Pahalgam massacre, have been killed by the army and security force today. A huge victory.
Absolutely,
after
a huge win.
Operation.
And Nazir, I'm going to come back and talk more on that. But there's an update as far as the briefing for Operation Mahadev is concerned. And the latest update that we have is that briefing will now take place tomorrow. So let's go back to Shiv for more on this. Shiv, we were talking about the propriety of Parliament, the fact that information needs to be first shared on the floor of the House, but also is coinciding with Operation Sindoor being discussed on the floor of the House as we speak.
That is correct. Gauri, I think there are some issues as far as information flow is concerned. There are all these protocols with Parliament as well, and we have an official confirmation now that the Operation Mahadev briefing by the army and perhaps some other agencies as well will take place only tomorrow. The follow-up operations in Dachigam, where Nazir is reporting from, are continuing as we speak. It's still a sensitive time. It is an evolving situation. Just to be categorically clear, the principal facts of the story as we are reporting it are not changing at all. All of that is absolutely confirmed. The faces we have on air, the names we have on air, the fact that the principal terrorist in Pahalgam has been eliminated, all of that is beyond question. That's confirmed. We have it from the security forces. The reason why the briefing itself was first postponed by an hour and then to possibly tomorrow is more logistical in nature. It's probably because there are more officers, who are not in Srinagar at present, who need to be there for the briefing. That's possible. There is a possibility that this operation carry on overnight, as a result of which the Corps, wants the commanders involved to also be part of that particular. Like you rightly said, the fact that Parliament is in session, tomorrow is the second day, the Prime Minister is likely to intervene, Leader of the Opposition Rahul Gandhi will also be speaking. All of these factors have a bearing on the fact that the postponement has happened, but I wouldn't read too much into it from any other angle. It's nothing to be alarmed about. These are things that routinely happen, especially when an operation of this criticality is taking place on the day when Parliament is literally debating the same thing. So we'll have to wait and watch what the armed forces actually say. Important to note, however, that so far, apart from just two tweets, Gauri, that the 15 Corps has put out on social media, nothing else has come out officially from the government.
And I think those stunning details is what we are all waiting for. But Shiv, finally, let me ask you this, that as things stand right now, while the operation is still underway, walk us through what could be the next steps. A lot of our viewers who are tuning in right now, they understand the sensitivities involved, but walk them through what lies ahead, because this is still an ongoing operation. Still, as you mentioned, some of the identities and linkages are still being established. What happened next? How long is that likely to take?
Very good question, Gauri. And the reason why NDTV is always deliberate when it releases or reports any information is because it looks like we're the only network that actually cares about the safety and operational safety of our security forces on the ground, and therefore our priority is not going to be to release information as soon as we get it, but to tick all the boxes as far as operational security and safety is concerned before we actually do that. And that's one of the reasons why we can now confirm the Pahalgam link to what happened. But other than that, operations of this kind can go on for a while. Remember, these are not isolated counter-terror operations. The fact that these terrorists were hiding successfully for 97 days in Dachigam, not far from Srinagar itself, is a different story altogether. How were they able to operate so close to the UT capital for 97 days is a question that will obviously come up. But right now, there are physical operations taking place on the ground. Immediately after an encounter, there will be cordon and search operations to find out, what logistical help these guys were getting. These three terrorists obviously had some kind of help from the nearest village or town. Was it someone in Srinagar? Intercepts of their communications will also have to be studied. What exactly was the source of intelligence? Will there be any follow-up on that? There were 3 Pakistani terrorists or foreign terrorists, as the army has put out. Could there be more help that they're actually getting? What were they planning to do? Could they have been targeting the Amarnath Yatra? All of these are questions which mean that, the army's job is definitely not done. These things continue. The briefing might happen, but the job of the soldiers, commandos, paramilitary forces, personnel on the ground, it simply does not end. And that's the reason why we need to be so careful reporting every aspect of this.
Absolutely. Shiv Arora, my colleague, decoding that for us. in all details, telling us about Operation Mahadev. While the briefing may have been postponed till tomorrow, the operation continues, and those finer sensitive aspects is what is currently playing out, all of which NDTV has been very responsibly not putting out any aspect. In fact, viewers, let's quickly now play out a clipping and a snippet of what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said when he opened the debate on Operation Sindoor in Lok Sabha. Listen in.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर क्यों शुरू किया गया, इसकी जानकारी पहले भी दी गई है और आज भी मैंने सदन को दी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए। यदि उन्हें प्रश्न पूछना ही है अध्यक्ष महोदय, तो उनका प्रश्न यह होना चाहिए, क्या भारत ने आतंकवादी ठिकानों को तबाह किया? तो उसका उत्तर है हाँ। मैं विपक्ष के सम्मानित साथियों से कहना चाहता हूं कि आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह प्रश्न पूछिए, क्या ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल रहा? तो उसका उत्तर है हाँ। आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह प्रश्न पूछिए कि जिन आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों, हमारी बेटियों का सिंदूर मिटाया, क्या हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में उन आतंकियों के आकाओं को मिटाया? तो इसका उत्तर है हाँ। और आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह पूछिए कि इस ऑपरेशन में क्या हमारे जाबाज सैनिकों को कोई क्षति हुई है? तो उसका उत्तर है नहीं।
All right, let's get in my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who joins us live from outside Parliament as the debate continues, the discussion on Operation Sindoor continues. Vasudha, what's the latest that you can help us with? The opposition's charge has been very clear. They come down to the same thing about kitne jets gire, something that Rajnath Singh made it very clear that you should be focusing on some of the other aspects of Operation Sindoor. Walk us through what lies ahead.
That's right, Gauri, and I'm glad you asked the right question here, and the question on how many gets fell down, and that's exactly what Rajnath Singh also talked about. Rajnath Singh, in fact, said that the opposition is asking all the wrong questions. He started out with a little bit of history. He said, from 1971, from every time there's been a war, BJP, or for that matter Jan Sangh, has always looked at it as a national issue, and there was never a minute in the history of the country where the BJP has questioned why the government did a certain thing with respect to Pakistan. He also said that there's a certain madness to what Pakistan does. It is not entirely madness, there's method to it, and that it is part of state policy. He also said that, he in fact took the analogy of Bhagavad Gita, and he said that Bhagavad Gita teaches us courage and patience, and India has finally taken the Sudarshan Chakra in its hands, and it has put in place a new normal, which will be something that the world remembers, which will be something that Pakistan remembers. He said that the aim was to dismantle terror, the aim was never to start a war, which is exactly what India managed to do. Now, Gaurav Gogoi, the deputy leader of opposition, also stood up and he asked a lot of questions. In fact, responding to Rajnath Singh, he said that it's become a pattern for BJP leaders to quote from books, and he said that the Home Minister should be in fact taking responsibility for the intelligence failure that happened in Pahalgam. He asked two important questions. One is that it's not important to understand how many jets fell, but why they fell is important. The second question he asked is, of course, what happens, why did India not stop the IMF aid that was given to Pakistan? These are the two important questions that he asked, and largely he said that there are terror attacks that are happening in India under the Modi regime. He alleged that this is much more than what happened during UPA, and he quoted Balakot, Uri, and of course across Pahalgam, and he said that there needs to be accountability and tour operators cannot be alone responsible for this, and that the Home Minister needs to take responsibility for this. After that, of course, TDP MP Lau Krishna Devarailu spoke. Kalyan Banerjee, in fact, made this bizarre suggestion that Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, should be posting on X, denying the comments made by Donald Trump, the President of US, who has in fact 26 times, according to Gaurav Gogoi, said that he played a role in the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Kalyan Banerjee said that Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, should be publicly denying those comments. I don't think that really works in diplomacy. And of course, now Lallan Singh, the Panchayati Raj Minister of JDU, is speaking, and Jaishankar, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is all likely to speak around 8 to 9 o'clock, and that is when we will get to know the whole global diplomacy picture, while Rajnath Singh has already outlined the military doctrine.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, decoding that big story that we are tracking. And Vasudha, we're going to keep coming back to you with all the latest updates and developments. Shifting focus, viewers, to more breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. Let's address that. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti does it again. She, in fact, wants to have talks with Pakistan. And Mehbooba Mufti's Pakistan love is out again. In fact, she has asked and sought for talks to take place with Pakistan, and said stop ranting about war and instead focus on talks. Now, interestingly, this comes on a day when India is hunting down those Pakistani terrorists who've perpetrated that heinous Pahalgam terror attack. It comes on a day when Operation Sindoor is being deliberated and discussed in Parliament, and you have PDP chief once again saying that let's start discussing and having discussion and dialogue with Pakistan. Let's play out that soundbite of the PDP chief.
पूरी दुनिया में अपना डंका बजाना चाहते हो, चीन से आगे जाना चाहते हो, तो ये जंग करना बंद कर दो, बातचीत करो, reconciliation करो.
All right, viewers, a quick break. We return with more stories on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Three terrorists have been killed. Pahalgam mastermind tracked, cornered and gunned down. Operation Sindoor debate in Lok Sabha. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says forces achieved their target. 100 terrorists have been killed. Rajnath Singh says Operation Sindoor paused, not over. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi hits back at the government, says why did India agree to a ceasefire? Gaurav Gogoi asks that country needs to know the truth about jets. And Divya Deshmukh wins World Cup title in chess. She becomes the 88th Grandmaster, beats Humpy in the second rapid chess game.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर? मेरी आप तो एक गायकवाड is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact?
Viewers, our top story that we are focusing on, the high-octane showdown that's unfolded in Parliament today as the government and opposition locked horns over Operation Sindoor and the recent Pahalgam terror attack. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh opened the debate from the government side and he led the government's charge, dismissing opposition concerns and asserting that the operation was only paused, not over. Congress's MP and Deputy Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, demanded answers. He was the first to open up on the opposition side, the first speaker who said that the government needs to provide answers on how heavily armed terrorists entered a high security zone. Even as Parliament debated the Kashmir, the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, security forces on the ground gunned down the 3 Pakistani terrorists, including the alleged mastermind. With national security taking centre stage this session, the fiery exchange today set the tone for an intense political season ahead. Let's quickly now play out some of those important reactions and sound bites that we've been getting for you on the big story.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर क्यों शुरू किया गया, इसकी जानकारी पहले भी दी गई है और आज भी मैंने सदन को दी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए। यदि उन्हें प्रश्न पूछना ही है अध्यक्ष महोदय, तो उनका प्रश्न यह होना चाहिए, क्या भारत ने आतंकवादी ठिकानों को तबाह किया? तो उसका उत्तर है हाँ। मैं विपक्ष के सम्मानित साथियों से कहना चाहता हूं कि आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह प्रश्न पूछिए, क्या ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल रहा? तो उसका उत्तर है हाँ। आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह प्रश्न पूछिए कि जिन आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों, हमारी बेटियों का सिंदूर मिटाया, क्या हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में उन आतंकियों के आकाओं को मिटाया? तो इसका उत्तर है हाँ। और आपको प्रश्न पूछना है तो यह पूछिए कि इस ऑपरेशन में क्या हमारे जाबाज सैनिकों को कोई क्षति हुई है? तो उसका उत्तर है नहीं।
ये जरूरी नहीं कि जेट गिरे, पर क्यों गिरे, क्या गलतियां हुई, वो महत्वपूर्ण है। संख्या महत्वपूर्ण नहीं सर। 35 ही राफेल है देश में, 35 ही राफेल है। अगर उनमें से कुछ गिरे भी तो देखिए सर, मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी क्षति हुई।
हमने दुनिया को बताया कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सरहद के इस पार भी मारेंगे और जरूरत पड़ी तो आतंकियों के घर में घुसकर भी मारेंगे। यह बदलाव प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आया।
Turning attention now to the other aspect of this big political story, which is the BJP versus former Home Minister P. Chidambaram that's now playing out. BJP has hit back at the former Home Minister's charge about giving a clean chit to Pakistan. That's the big allegation that the BJP has made, saying that the former Home Minister has actually ruled out the Pakistan angle. There's been a big, in fact, back and forth on this with P. Chidambaram hitting out at BJP, saying that only 2 sentences have been taken out of context and the trolls are misleading the entire issue. Now, at the heart of it is the big allegation where P. Chidambaram seems to have said that, and in fact hinted, that's the allegation from the BJP side, that the Pakistani terrorists have been given a clean chit in the Pahalgam terror attack by the former Home Minister. That's the big charge. Let's quickly now play out some important reactions that have been coming in on this story, including Aishwarya, my colleague, who's spoken to some important political voices.
So when the Parliament is taking up the discussion on Operation Sindoor, My request to the opposition members, especially the Congress party. So, number one, the Congress party and opposition leaders should not speak anything to harm national interests. Secondly, they should not speak Pakistan's language. Whatever they speak against India's interests, it is used by the Pakistanis, India's enemies outside, those who lost their lives. Their family members must not be undermined, and also the enemies of the country should not take advantage of the foul languages used by the opposition leaders.
कांग्रेस एमपी सुखदेव भगत हमारे साथ हैं। सर, आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर लोकसभा के अंदर एक बड़ी बहस होने वाली है। आपको लगता है सरकार उन तमाम सवालों के लिए तैयार है, क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि हर सवाल का जवाब मिलेगा?
मैं समझता हूँ सरकार तो अपनी जिम्मेवारी से भागती है। जब राहुल गांधी जी कश्मीर गए, विक्टिम से के परिवारों से मिले, हम लोगों ने विशेष सत्र की मांग की, कोई विशेष घटना हुई, सरकार ने 90 दिन लिया। इस 90 दिन में हम ये अपेक्षा करते हैं कि पहले राहुल गांधी जी का माइक तो बंद ना हो, उन्हें बोलने का अवसर दिए और सरकार पूर्वाग्रह ना पाले, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही संवेदनशील और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मसला है। हर बातों के, चाहे आज सुरक्षा मानकों के बारे में जहां बातें आनी चाहिए, साथ ही साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पे हमारी स्थिति क्या है, क्योंकि आपके साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में एक भी राष्ट्र खड़ा नहीं हुआ। ट्रंप के जिस पर लगातार हस्तक्षेप की बातें आई है, 25 बार उन्होंने कहा, सरकार मौन है। ऐसे बहुत सारे मसले हैं जिनके बारे में चर्चाएं होनी चाहिए और हम सरकार से ये अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं वो पूर्वाग्रह ना पाले और सारी बातें यहाँ पर क्लियर होनी चाहिए।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है कि पी चिदम्बरम पाकिस्तान की लाइन ले रहे हैं। पी चिदम्बरम अभी तक स्वीकार नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि आखिर वो आतंकवादी पाकिस्तान के थे या फिर हमारे देश। देखिए, मैं समझता हूँ कि भावार्थ समझना चाहिए। जो 3 स्तरीय जो सुरक्षा के जो मानक थे या सुरक्षा के जो उपाय थे, वो किनके जिम्मेवारी थी? ये यहाँ की सरकार की जिम्मेवारी थी, उन्होंने अपने दायित्वों का निर्वहन नहीं किया। और जो भी मानसिक रूप से नैतिक रूप से समर्थन देते हैं, इसके कारण इस प्रकार की अगर घटना घटी तो चिदम्बरम ने उन बातों का भी ध्यान आकृष्ट करा है। तो मैं समझता हूँ ये तो शुरू से पलायनवादी रहे हैं, भगोड़े रहे हैं, अपने दायित्वों से भाग रहे हैं। सेशन का सत्र उन्होंने स्पेशल सत्र नहीं बुलाया, तो और सर्वदलीय बैठक में मोदी जी गायब हो जाते हैं। तो ये मैं इसलिए कहता हूं कि सरकार को संवेदनशीलता के साथ ये बातें आनी चाहिए, स्वीकार करना चाहिए और जो गलतियां हैं वो स्वीकार करके उसकी पुनरावृत्ति ना हो, ये सरकार को सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज कांग्रेस एमपी सुखदेव भगत स्पीकिंग टू NDTV।
All right, viewers, turning attention to now more breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. This is regarding the cash for query scam against Mahua Mitra, and the CBI has submitted its report on this scam to the Lokpal. Now, this is with regard to the alleged cash for query scam case involving Lok Sabha MP Mahua Mitra and businessman Darshan Hiranandani. And let's get in an update in terms of what exactly does the CBI report says from my colleague Anushka, who's joining us live on the broadcast. She's joining us on the phone line. Anushka, walk us through what is the latest as far as this case is concerned and the report that's been filed by the CBI.
That's right, Gauri. The CBI has submitted its report to the Lokpal in connection with the alleged cash for query scam case involving Lok Sabha MP Mahua Mitra and businessman Darshan Hiranandani. On Monday, the agency had registered an FIR, on March 21 last year against Mahua Mitra and Hiranandani and the provisions of, Prevention of Corruption Act on a reference from the Lokpal. It was alleged that Mahua Mitra indulged in corrupt practices, including but not limited to taking bribes and other undue advantages from Hiranandani for compromising her parliamentary privileges and causing national security threats by sharing her Lok Sabha login credentials. Now, the agency has submitted its findings in the case to the Lokpal, which will decide further course of action in this case. That is what the officials are saying. Now, Moitra, who represented Srinagar seat in the last, Lok Sabha, was expelled from House in December 2023 for unethical conduct, which she has challenged in the Supreme Court. Now, she has convincingly defeated her rival BJP's Amrita Roy in 2024 general elections, retaining her seat in 18th Lok Sabha. The Lokpal, the anti-corruption, ombudsman, issued directions to the CBI after receiving the findings of its preliminary inquiry into allegations made against Moitra by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. Dubey had alleged that Mahua Moitra had asked questions in the House in exchange for cash and gifts from Dubai-based businessman, Darshan Hiranandani to mount an attack on industrialist and Prime Minister, industrialist and, also on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, among others. Over to you.
All right, Anushka, I'll leave it there. My colleague Anushka Garg bringing us up to speed with the CBI report that's been submitted against Mahua Moitra of the TMC. All right, viewers, on that note, a quick break. We return with more stories on the other side. Stay with NDTV for that.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
India avenges Pahalgam terror attack. 3 terrorists have been killed. Pahalgam mastermind has been tracked, cornered and gunned down by Indian Armed Forces. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh opens the debate in Lok Sabha, the Operation Sindoor debate that's currently underway, where Defence Minister said that forces achieved their target. 100 terrorists have been killed. He also said that Operation Sindoor has paused. It's not over. Deputy Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, asks the government, why did India agree to a ceasefire? He says the country needs to know the truth about the jets. And Divya Deshmukh wins the World Cup title in chess, becomes the 88th Grandmaster, beats Humpy in the second rapid chess game.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, viewers, the big story that we are focusing on, justice for Pahalgam terror victims. Pakistani terrorists have been gunned down by Indian Armed Forces. They've been tracked, cornered and gunned down. 3 terrorists have been gunned down in an encounter with security forces at Lidwas near Jammu Kashmir's Srinagar area. That's the update that's given by the Army. On the official handle of the Indian Army's Chinar Corps earlier posted that the security forces have launched Operation Mahadev. 3 terrorists have been neutralised in an intense firefight and the operation continues. That's the update that came in from the Army, adding that the operation is still underway. The opposition has repeatedly cornered the government over the inability to nab the terrorists behind the Pahalgam terror attack. The development comes on a day when Parliament is discussing Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor as we speak. 16 hours have been allocated for this entire discussion, which is currently underway in Lok Sabha. And Operation Sindoor, which was India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack. And let's quickly now play out important reactions. But before that, let's get in my colleague Nazir, who joins us to give us an update on what really is the situation right now on ground and tell us more as far as Operation Mahadev is concerned.
It appears to have been a well-calibrated operation with preparations, and it has actually been the hard work of last 3 months by the security agencies. And this morning, contact was established in these mountains. Let me show you. Exactly in these mountains, where security force pinned down the 3 terrorists. Now, their bodies have been recovered. They have been identified according to security forces sources. One is Suleman Shah, second is Yasir, third is Abu Hamza. Suleman and Yasir, their sketches were already released after Pahalgam attack. So, the 2 of Pahalgam attackers have been killed in this encounter. And it is something not just the security forces.
क्योंकि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे डिस्कशन तो ठीक है, उससे पहले पहलगाम पे तो डिस्कशन करना जरूरी है. और पहलगाम के डिस्कशन में जो हाल ही में एलजी साहब ने ये कहा कि जरूर इसमें लापरवाही हुई है, इसमें इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी की फेलियर का जो है हाथ रहा है, तो उस बात पे भी पार्लियामेंट में बात होनी चाहिए कि आखिरकार अगर इंटेलिजेंस का फेलियर रहा, अगर सिक्योरिटी का फेलियर रहा, तो उसके लिए किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे उसके बाद बात होगी.
चिदम्बरम साहब ने भी यही कहा. उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए साहब, ये जो एनआईए कर रही है उसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ पहुंची, कौन इन्वॉल्व है और क्या पाकिस्तान.
अब पार्लियामेंट के अंदर क्या बात हो रही है उसमें मैं यहाँ खड़े होकर तो टिप्पणी करूंगा नहीं. उनको अपनी बात करने दीजिए, उसके बाद हुकूमत की तरफ से जवाब आएगा, फिर हम देख सकते हैं.
3 आतंकी मारे गए अभी, उसमें एक रिपोर्टेड है कि पहलगाम में भी इन्वॉल्व.
अभी तक तो पूरी तरह से वो कंफर्म हुआ नहीं है. कंफर्म हो जाए तो अच्छी बात है. जिस दिन से पहलगाम का हमला हुआ 22 अप्रैल से, उस दिन से आज तक हमारे फोर्सेस जो हैं, चाहे पुलिस हो, चाहे पैरामिलिट्री हो, चाहे आर्मी हो, इनके पीछे हम लगे रहें. अगर आज इनमें से एक भी जो है एनकाउंटर में मारा गया तो अच्छी बात है.
सर, अभी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही है कि स्पेशल सेशन होगा स्टेट हुड को लेके.
किसने कहा ना?
सर, कांग्रेस ने ये कहा है कि कांग्रेस ने कहा है कि हम भूख हड़ताल 9 तारीख से शुरू करने वाले हैं स्टेट हुड के लिए. पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में भूख हड़ताल शुरू होगा. आप उनका समर्थन करें?
ये पार्लियामेंट का सेशन निकल जाने दीजिए. हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि इस पार्लियामेंट सेशन में हमें कुछ मिलेगा. नहीं मिलेगा तो उसके बाद हम बात करेंगे. पार्लियामेंट सेशन के चलते चलते तो मैं कम से कम अभी फिलहाल हड़ताल नहीं करूंगा. पार्लियामेंट सेशन हमारा, अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है, तो 21 तक है या 22 तक. 21-22 तक अगर हमें स्टेटहुड का कोई भी मतलब पार्लियामेंट के अंदर या पार्लियामेंट के बाहर किसी तरह का मतलब हम प्रोग्रेस नहीं देखते, फिर हम इस पे बात करेंगे. लेकिन अभी मैं 9 तारीख की तो बात नहीं करूंगा.
आपने कहा है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ बातचीत शुरू करनी चाहिए, क्या आप उससे सोचिएगा? क्योंकि आपके इसमें पोल मैनिफेस्टो में भी है.
हम तो हम हमेशा बातचीत के हक में रहे हैं, लेकिन मैंने हमेशा ये भी कहा है कि बातचीत के लिए माहौल तैयार करना वो सिर्फ अकेले हिंदुस्तान की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान को भी अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझनी होगी और माहौल एक तैयार करना होगा बातचीत के लिए. पहलगाम जैसे हमले लगातार जारी रहें, उससे हम जैसे लोग जो बातचीत के हक में होते हैं, हम कमजोर पड़ जाते हैं. तो हम तो चाहेंगे कि पाकिस्तान इसमें जो है अपना रोल अदा करे, एक माहौल, अच्छा माहौल तैयार करें जिसमें कि बातचीत न सिर्फ शुरू हो जाए बल्कि बातचीत को फिर अपने मंजिल तक हम पहुंचा पाए.
All right, that was the Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah talking about after Operation Mahadev has gunned down 3 terrorists, including alleged mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack. Let's get in General Rameshwar Yadav, who joins me on the broadcast. He's a defence analyst, former Director General Infantry. Sir, your first thoughts on Operation Mahadev. Finally, it took us 97 days, but simply because of the many factors involved, finally India has been able to hunt down and kill the perpetrators of Pahalgam terror attack.
I think it's a very good operation.
And finally, Army, that is especially 24 RR, 4 Para, CRPF, and JNK Police, they have produced good result. That is number one. And I would like to congratulate them on this success operation. Second thing, this has been an operation which is going to become a case study wherein the good intelligence and small team work is something that needs to be done in such difficult areas. And why these people could not be caught is primarily the terrain is very rough. It is very difficult to find. It is like finding a needle in a haystack. And secondly, they do have some local support, and they do provide, and because in order to sustain themselves for such a long period, they need logistics, and this logistics come from the villages. And moreover, what media has been telling, and I have now, it's my experience also, signal intelligence is a very important input. Moment you open up a radio set or talk on some kind of a communication, that can be picked up. And in this case also, this what has happened. What I believe, they had a Chinese sets which were there in Pahalgam time, based on which they were communicating to their handlers. And the similar kind of a communication took place recently. And that is something that signal intelligence gave some kind of a clue. And thereafter, this operation has been launched. It was a precise operation done with absolutely accurate and very good tactics by a small team.
All right. Okay, which brings me to then to ask you the fact that it's still underway, that operation hasn't ended, it's still underway, isn't it?
Yes, yes. You see what militants do, they do not stay en masse. If there is a very big group, they will stay in small pockets, and they will spread out in a manner so that they act as an eyes and ears also for other groups also. So there could be some other militants also in this area. So therefore, means this operation has to carry on, and it has to come to a logical conclusion after some time. It will take some time to clean up and sanitize that entire area. It is not only that, in case we are able to catch somebody who's alive, he would be able to give more intelligence, and based on which further operations can be launched. So it is a very dynamic process. It is not cut and dry kind of a thing. It is very difficult operation. Terrain is very difficult, and intelligence inputs in these areas are very, very negligible. So therefore, it is a tough operation. And what Army has done, I think they need to be given a big shabash.
Finally, then, let me ask you this in terms of the fact that the briefing of Operation Mahadev has now been pushed till tomorrow indicates that several aspects of the operation is still underway, whether it's the combing aspect or whatever other sensitive aspects of those operations is still underway. Your thoughts and your perspective on that?
It's difficult to predict. Maybe they have got more inputs in that area. Maybe they would like to give a briefing when they have got all facts and figures. All these terrorists who have been killed, they have been identified and verified through various sources. So they would like to give a very definite kind of an answer to the nation. So that's why probably they have postponed it, and it is the end thing. Is nothing that moment an operation is conducted in far reaches and straightway there should be a conference and the public should be made aware about it. What is required, need to know basis, that has already been given. We have killed 3 terrorists, and out of which 2 of them, they have been, the 2 of them were probably part of that operation, the Suleman and Yasir. So it is a very good operation, very good, and it is a very timely action. So there is a debate on Operation Sindoor in Parliament as of now, and this has been one of the points of view of the political parties.
Why is on a day when Operation Sindoor is being discussed in Parliament, and the opposition has asked questions related to why it took the government 97 days to hunt down some of these perpetrators. That's the question that the opposition has asked. The fact that it's been difficult terrain, the fact that this has been a relentless operation, any details and insights that you can share with our viewers for them to better understand the significance of Operation Mahadev, and also why it was such a tough operation in the first place?
You see, operating in such a remote area is very, very difficult. You see, there are no communication, there are no roads. You have to walk up. And all the terrorists, when they hide, they have their lookout people. They are sitting on top of hill features from where they can see the surrounding areas in case the forces move in. So they get advance warning and they shift their bases. So it is very, very difficult. That is number one point. Second thing, they do have sympathizers who try and provide them logistic support and provide them shelter and other facilities. So it is very difficult, and that is the reason so much of time has taken place. But the fact remains, it is a matter of perseverance of the forces, security forces, that they have been at it for more than 3 months as of now. But it's good that finally they have achieved their aim objective. What all our people in India, they have been looking forward to.
All right.
It's a very big success, I would say.
We leave it there. Generally, Yadav, thanks much for speaking to us. And in fact, let's play out a soundbite of VK Bidvi to talk about the status as things stand right now of the operation, which is still underway. Listen into that soundbite.
अभी ऑपरेशन इज स्टिल कंटिन्यू, ठीक है ना. इट वाज एन ऑपरेशन विच इज क्वाइट प्रोलॉन्ग्ड फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, ठीक है ना. दैट इज स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग, बट इन विच जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, पैरामिलिट्री एंड आर्मी, they have an exchange of fire in the higher reaches. So as per the interior reports, 3 bodies are being observed and seems to be neutralized. So this is all, but still it is operation, so I would not like to divulge much at this moment. We will share details with you at an opportune time, because it takes some time to get more.
All right, viewers, with that is a wrap. Thanks so much for watching. On the other side is their special show that's flashing on your screens right now. Stunning details of Operation Mahadev coming up right after this break. Stay with us. Operation Sindoor debated in Parliament even as India avenges Pahalgam terror attack. 3 terrorists have been killed. Pahalgam terror mastermind tracked, cornered and gunned down. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says on the floor of the House that forces have achieved their target. 100 terrorists have been killed. Operation Sindoor has paused, not over as yet. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi hits back in Lok Sabha, says why did India agree to a ceasefire, and asks the question that country needs to know the truth about the jets. Divya Deshmukh becomes 88th Grand Master, beats Humpy in the second rapid chess game.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So do you think, in a way, Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword. Right. Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but
India avenges the Pahalgam attack. 3 terrorists have been killed. The Pahalgam mastermind tracked, cornered and gunned down. Operation Sindoor, the debate begins in the Lok Sabha. The Defence Minister says that our forces achieved their target. 100 terrorists were killed. He says Op Sindoor has been paused. It's not over at the moment. Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi says, why did we agree to a ceasefire at all? He says that the country must know the truth about allegations of jets having been downed. Divya Deshmukh wins the FIDE World Cup title. Divya becomes the 88th Grandmaster and beats Humpy in the second rapid chess game. Well, stunning details of the biggest story of the day. I would suggest that this is the biggest story since Operation Sindoor came to a pause when Pakistan came to the ceasefire table after India retaliated. Well, after 3 months and 6 days, security forces have hunted down and eliminated the mastermind of the terrorist attack in which 26 terrorists, civilians, were killed by terrorists in the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. Security forces avenged the attack by killing Hashim Moosa, he's also known as Suleman Shah, in an encounter along with 2 terrorists. Suleman Shah is a Lashkar terrorist, or was. He's a former commando, it was believed, of the Pakistan Army's elite unit, the Special Services Group. He later joined the UN-designated terrorist Hafiz Saeed's Lashkar-e-Taiba to carry out terror activities. In a joint operation of the Army, the Central Reserve Police Force and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Operation Mahadev was launched. It's next to a peak called the Mahadev Peak, which is why it was called Op Mahadev. It was launched earlier this morning to track, corner and hunt down the terrorists. The killing of Suleman in the operation is being viewed as a major success for the forces. After the Pahalgam attack, the Jammu and Kashmir Police had announced a 20 lakh reward for anyone providing information about Suleman. Suleman infiltrated India in September 2023 and started terror operations in South Kashmir. I'm joined now by my colleague Nazir Masoodi for more on this. Nazir, we expected more details on the exact details of the encounter, but that's been postponed now till tomorrow. Any idea why?
Well, perhaps Parliament is in session, so government is accountable to the Parliament. Perhaps first information may be shared through the Parliament. But here on the ground, I spoke to IGP Kashmir, Mr. V.K. Birdi. A while back, he returned from this operation site. He said operation is on. While the encounter is over, 3 terrorists have been killed. All the 3 Pakistanis, 2 of them have been identified as Suleman Shah and also Yasir. Their sketches were released days after the Pahalgam terror attack, and they are the ones who had killed innocent people, and they had blood of innocent people on their hands. And this operation Army has called it Operation Mahadev. And let me tell you why it has been called Mahadev. This peak, these mountains, this is called Mahadev Peak. And that's why this operation is called Mahadev. So this is Mahadev Peak. And in the lap of this Mahadev, in the deep inside the forest there, in the lap of it, was the hideout of these terrorists. That was finally with the intelligence. It could be technical intelligence, it could be human intelligence, and also for last 3 months of hard work of the army and the security forces, they deployed. There was not that comfort zone for the army. They deployed their men in the higher reach for last 3 months. So a senior officer was saying, the killings of these innocent people is not allowing me to sleep, so I'll not allow the killers to sleep. So they didn't allow them till the time they tracked them down in these mountains this morning. So the 3 terrorists were killed this morning here in these mountains, which are upper reach of the Dachigam mountains, which is called Mahadev Peak. That's why Army has called this operation as Mahadev Peak. This is an operation everybody was waiting for last 3 months, because innocent people, they were killed because of their name, who they are. They were identified as Hindus first, then they were killed. That has shocked everybody beyond words. And thousands of people in Kashmir came out on the roads demanding justice and demanding punishment for the killers. And finally, Army today, with a military precision, carried out this operation and killed 3. One is, as I said, Abu Hamza. His name had not come up as seen as involved in Pahalgam terror attack. And then these 2, Suleman Shah and Yasir, their sketches were released. One American carbine M4 rifle have been recovered, one AK-47 rifle, lots of grenades have been recovered. Apparently an old, hideout there. If you see the grenades, many of them are rusted, appears. It is an old hideout. And remember, this is an area which has been infested by Pakistani terrorists, and it's not far away from Srinagar city. It is closer to city.
There's some breaking news coming in.
And security
tomorrow
forces
at
have been
5
trying to
p.m.
dominate
and about this time tomorrow, the Prime Minister will speak in Parliament. He is going to be speaking on this. The Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, spoke about Operation Sindoor earlier on today, and all of this on a day in which there's been this incredible breakthrough in this fight against terrorists. Nazir, go ahead.
Well, so finally they tracked them down in these mountains, and it's not easy. Remember, before Pahalgam terror attack, security forces were deployed in their bases, wherever they have established bases, and then they would go for the patrol based on the intelligence network, and on an average, 100 operations are being carried out by security force every day in Kashmir on an average. But after Pahalgam terror attack, deployments were made in the higher reaches, like as I said, in these are the commando groups of the army, CRPF and police. Their detachment are being deployed for weeks together. One group operates so that those Pakistani terrorists who are well trained in the jungle warfare, they are tracked down. Remember, Vishnu, all these attacks started in October 2021. Since then, in almost all the attacks, terrorists managed to escape without suffering any casualties. Same happened in Pahalgam attack. They managed to, escape. And this is right from Dachigam up to Tral, and then Pahalgam, almost 100 kilometers. This track, this through mountains. Imagine they have managed to come back after carrying out the attack. But finally, army today tracked them down and killed these attackers who everybody was waiting for, because they had not only killed innocent people, they have also killed the livelihood of thousands of people. It has hit Kashmir, it has hit Kashmir's image, it had hit livelihood of thousands of people, and the goodwill it has generated. And since then, Kashmir has been struggling how to bring back the tourism, normal life. But this is the first such operation I have seen after Pahalgam attack, and first time we have seen terrorists involved any major attack have been tracked down. Remember, there have been several attacks. For example, 1st January 2023, Hindus were killed. In Rajouri, in Dangri village, still those terrorists are at large. But in this attack, because of the relentless operations by the security forces for last 3 months, finally in these forests, they have in the lap of this Mahadev peak.
All right, Nazir, we'll keep coming back to you. I need to quickly move on now to some other news, and what we are now hearing, a few more details. The first exchange of fire, as I understand it, possibly took place at about 9 a.m. this morning. There was an operation which was launched, and a great deal of technical operations were actually involved in narrowing down to the base which these terrorists had made near that Mahadev peak. Mahadev peak, it's a feature on a ridgeline. It's called Mahadev, and it's at Mahadev. It's at an altitude of about 13,000 feet. You can see that ridgeline over there. And there were a lot of technical operations which were also carried out in order to home in on where these targets were. Then it was a special forces operation, but there were combined forces using special forces, Rashtriya Rifles, and the Jammu and Kashmir police as well, which were launched. And then they got into, or very close to, presumably, that terrorist hub that you see on your screens. Anybody who could survive in those altitudes, was trained in jungle craft, a very high level of training, and they've been eliminated now. There was a press conference which was expected tomorrow, but that's been postponed. The area is incredibly rugged and forested. It's linked along the ridge, right? It's linked along the ridge towards Pahalgam itself. Remember, it was in Pahalgam that this terrorist attack took place. Now, the police have been speaking as well about this incident. Let's listen in.
अभी ऑपरेशन is still continue, ठीक है ना. It was an operation which is quite prolonged for a long time, ठीक है ना. That is still continuing, but in which Jammu Kashmir Police, Paramilitary and Army, they have an exchange of fire, in the higher reaches. So as per the interior reports, 3 bodies are being observed and seems to be neutralized. So this is all, but still it is operation. So I would not like to divulge much at this moment. We will share details with you at an opportune time, because it takes some time to get more.
Well, all of this happened on a day in which the much-awaited Parliament session on Op Sindoor took place. A high-octane showdown unfolded in Parliament as the government and the opposition locked horns over Operation Sindoor and the recent Pahalgam terror attack. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh led the government's charge, dismissing opposition concerns and asserting that the operation was only paused, not over. The Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi demanded answers on how heavily armed terrorists entered a high-security zone. Even as Parliament debated the Kashmir attack, security forces, as we've been mentioning, on the ground in Kashmir near that Mahadev peak, gunned down 3 Pakistani terrorists, including the alleged mastermind. With national security taking centre stage this session, the fiery exchange today has set the tone for an intense political season ahead.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, कभी-कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है, मुझे लगता है। उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए।
क्या ये जरूरी नहीं कि जेट गिरे, पर क्यों गिरे, क्या गलतियां हुई, वो महत्वपूर्ण है। संख्या महत्वपूर्ण नहीं। सर 35 ही राफेल है देश में, 35 ही राफेल है। अगर उनमें से कुछ गिरे भी तो देखिए सर, मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी क्षति हुई।
अच्छा है कि पार्लियामेंट में आज इस चीज पे डिस्कशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे डिस्कशन तो ठीक है, उससे पहले पहलगाम पे तो डिस्कशन करना जरूरी है। और पहलगाम के डिस्कशन में जो हाल ही में एलजी साहब ने ये कहा कि जरूर इसमें लापरवाही हुई है, इसमें इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी की फेलियर का जो है हाथ रहा है, तो उस बात पे भी पार्लियामेंट में बात होनी चाहिए कि आखिरकार अगर इंटेलिजेंस का फेलियर रहा, अगर सिक्योरिटी का फेलियर रहा, तो उसके लिए किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे उसके बाद बात होगी।
Well, my colleague Manokia has been tracking all the developments in Parliament and joins us now. Manokia, there were 3 central points which the opposition focused on today. One was what happened to the terrorists? Why were they allowed to get in the first place? Then on the apparent loss or the reported loss of Indian military assets, and then foreign policy. One out of those 3 questions coincidentally has been answered. On the day in which it came up in Parliament itself, these terrorists have been killed. That changes the complexion, would you agree, of the debate in Parliament tomorrow?
Well, absolutely, Vishnu. And as we come to the end of the day, we had a firework. The entire Parliament was full of fireworks today. On one hand, the Defence Minister speaking and very categorically mentioning that this is not the government or this is not a country that will deal with dossiers but will have decisive decisions. And that was enough a message to convey to the Parliament as well as the country and the opposition, which has been raising multiple questions ranging from the number and the quantum of loss of the forces or of the aircrafts that we've lost, to which the Defence Minister categorically stated that there has been none.
And as far as once again, Jay Panda speaking, let's listen in.
Taking ceremony. He even walked into Lahore unannounced, unarmed, filled only with courage and with good intention. But that was repaid with more terror attacks on Indian soil, more Indian lives taken, with the sponsorship and the training of Pakistan. सर, भारत ने हर बार शांति का हाथ बढ़ाया, पाकिस्तान ने हर बार आतंक का रास्ता अपनाया. This is the reality of our experience with cross-border terrorism. We have responded, sir, and it is important to point out the new normal that is now in place. We responded first with the surgical strikes. They did not relent. The Pakistanis still kept sponsoring, training, financing, sending terrorists across. We responded with the Balakot airstrikes, and the airstrikes are a message. which have continued till today. No one who kills Indians will sleep peacefully, not across the border, not even in the safety of their homes. They will be tracked down and they will be killed inside their own homes. But this time in Pahalgam, this new law which was achieved required Operation Sindoor. So they attacked tourists and we attacked terrorists. We did not target Pakistan civilians. Our response, Operation Sindoor, was precise, it was measured, and it targeted terrorist sites. And only when Pakistan escalated did we then hit back at many more sites. Sir, this is not a reaction. This is a doctrine. This is the Modi doctrine. This is the new normal which Pakistan has now understood. Let me say this clearly, sir, that the India of today is not the India of 2008. This is very important because this turnaround, this new normal, is because of our changed policies. Sir, we must give full credit to our armed forces. The Honorable Defence Minister has pointed out their bravery, their sacrifices for the nation, and during this conflict also, what is important is, one question was asked, what about China? I have several things to say about China, but let me point out, when the Honorable Defence Minister said that the Indian Air Force bypassed and jammed air defence systems of Pakistan in 22 minutes, those were Chinese-supplied air defence systems that were neutralised in just 22 minutes. Sir, what is not often talked about, one thing we must, of course, acknowledge is that the entire country stood united on Operation Sindoor. I'm glad that even some friends across the aisle, across the other benches today, reiterated that. But sometimes, some honourable members have not been beneath taking this issue into domestic politics. I will come into that. One of the aspects that did not get talked about is that in this operation, where 11 air bases of a nuclear-armed country was hit. This is perhaps a first. This is perhaps a first that the armed bases of a nuclear-armed country was hit by India, 11 of them, and it destroyed 20% of Pakistan's Air Force assets. This is something that is worth remembering. The 9 bases of terrorists, their camps, which were neutralized, involved those of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, those of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, those of the Hizbul Mujahideen, all proscribed terror organizations who have long targeted India with the support of Pakistan. They are Pakistani based, they are Pakistani. Sir, we have talked about more than 100 terrorists being eliminated in Operation Sindoor's hit on Pakistan. It is also important to point out that at least 5 of them were very infamous names known around the world. Names like Mudassar Khadian Khas, senior operator of LET. This is the person who was given a guard of honor by the Pakistani military. Khalid alias Abu Akasha, another Lashkar-e-Taiba commander. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, wanted in the IC-814 hijack terror attack. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, and Muhammad Hassan Khan, Jaish-e-Mohammed commander. These are very significant names. These are very significant achievements in eliminating these terrorists. On the other hand, Pakistan's attempt to retaliate failed. And it pains me that friends in the opposition who have questioned India, who have questioned the successes achieved by the Indian armed forces, haven't pointed out these failures of Pakistan, nor have they asked these questions of Pakistan. Sir, Pakistan attacked Jammu University. It attacked the UN field station in Kashmir. These were neutralized, as the Honorable Defence Minister pointed out, by the UAS unmanned aerial system grid. India's actions were purely to counter terrorism and hit terrorists, decoupling the issue from any other disputes. Sir, if we look at the new normal that I have been talking about, it is important to understand what the past was. In the past, on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis, Pakistani sponsored terrorists were attacking India and killing Indians. Sir, if I give you a short list of the previous terror attacks and our responses, you will understand, sir, and I hope all our friends will understand that the new normal indeed is very dramatically different. So 2005, Delhi serial blasts. A dossier was sent to Pakistan. So 2006, Varanasi bombings. India raised the issue in Indo-Pak talks. Mumbai attacks, sir, 2008, when so many people were killed and the then government decided not to retaliate. What is most shameful is that retaliation was considered. Retaliation was planned by our armed forces, but the then government did not permit retaliation. It is on record that the then senior-most officials of the government, whether it was the Foreign Secretary, whether it was the then NSA, took a decision not to hit back at Pakistan. This is what is really shocking, sir. 2006, Mumbai terror bombings. It is also important to point out that after the Mumbai attacks, 7 months after that, the then Prime Minister met the Pakistani president on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Russia and decided that India and Pakistan would continue dialogue. So we kept appeasing them. Our governments of the day over decades kept appeasing them, putting no pressure on them to stop their terror funding, terror organizing. Sir, in 2006, 2 months after the Mumbai train bombings, the then Prime Minister met Pakistani President Musharraf on the sidelines of the NAM summit in Havana and again agreed to maintain the peace process. So that so-called peace process was no peace process at all. It was only peaceful for Pakistan. Indians in large numbers were sacrificed. India was attacked repeatedly and large numbers of Indians were harmed and killed. Sir, worst of all, in 2009, within 8 months of the Mumbai terror attack, the then Prime Minister met his Pakistani counterpart at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt and agreed to again continue the cooperation with Pakistan. This for a country that for 78 years has been attacking India ceaselessly. Our approach in the past was only to cooperate, only to talk, not to retaliate, not to teach them a lesson. Sir, the worst part of this at Sharm el-Sheikh was a reference to Balochistan, which can be interpreted as if India and Pakistan are equated, as if India does similar things to Pakistan, whereas the issues are entirely different. There are no terror camps in India training terrorists and sending them to Balochistan. There is no equation at all. There is no comparison at all. And yet, our government of the day had no compunction in granting such a hyphenation with Pakistan. Sir, this can go on and on. There are many, many different such examples, and I will come to some of them. Sir, one question has been raised as to whether there was pressure on India to conclude the hostilities. There was absolutely no pressure on India. This has been pointed out again and again. Sir, any country can call and make suggestions. Anybody can do that. We as members of parliament can call up our counterparts when they are in the midst of hostilities and we can give them suggestions. That is not how the hostilities ended. Sir, India has pointed out very, very clearly that this is a bilateral issue and we have no intention of escalating. We would stop hostilities if Pakistan requested. And until and unless Pakistan directly requested India, we did not stop the hostilities. It had no relation, no connection to any requests by anybody else until Pakistan directly requested India. And sir, I ask my friends in the opposition, this has not been contradicted by anyone. Has anyone contradicted India's assertion that we insisted that it had to be a Pakistani request that we will respond to? And Pakistan finally came to its knees and requested, and that is what we responded to. Now it is shameful that many in our country keep questioning the Indian armed forces, keep questioning the Indian government, and don't question what Pakistan stands for, what Pakistan says. Sir, I want to point out what Pakistan has said. They made absurd claims. Pakistan has made a claim to an international TV channel on 7th May. Pakistan's IB Minister Ataullah Tarar said, there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. Have any of our friends in the opposition questioned that? Many of them have been quoted repeatedly in international media. Have any of them questioned that? Pakistan, where the most infamous terrorist in memory, the Al-Qaeda chief, was sheltered next to an army base, claiming that it doesn't have terror camps. When terror camps have been pointed out in satellite imagery, not only terror camps have been pointed out, because of the efforts of our government, many terrorist organizations and many individual terrorists have been proscribed by a variety of multilateral organizations, including the United Nations itself. Sir, I would like to point out that when the Honorable Congress member from Assam talked about certain things, I think it does deserve a response. I compliment him and others who said that they stand with the government of India. But the questions and the accusations against the government cannot go unanswered. Sir, it was amusing when he asked when POK would be got back. Sir, it was amusing when he referred to the number of Rafales and the China question. Sir, I would like to point out, and he used the point and he used the word that India bowed down. And his leader, whom he cited today in relation to the China question, has often used the word surrender. I think it is important for this House to point out how many times over the decades Congress has surrendered India's interest. Please have the patience to listen to this. 1948, Pakistan illegally occupied 78,000 square kilometers, the same POK that my friend was referring to. When our armed forces wanted just a little bit more time to conclude the armed operations and take it back, the then Prime Minister took the matter to the UN. Surrender. Number one, it started from day one. 1949, Congress ignored the Kabah Valley, which was leased to Burma by UK. Manipur had received rent until 1949. Congress did nothing about it. Surrendered that. Surrender number two. Sir, in 1954, our then Prime Minister conceded India's rights in Tibet, accepting China's annexation without gain, withdrawing our military escorts and services. A very major surrender. Number three. Sir, in 1958, under the Noon-Nehru Pact, Berubari was transferred to East Pakistan, despite severe opposition. Another surrender. So I lose count of the number of surrenders, but there are quite a lot. Please allow me to point out a few more. If I list all the surrenders that Congress did of India's national interest, then the 16 hours that the Honorable Speaker has granted us will not be enough. But I will point out a few more. Sir, in the 1950s, our then Prime Minister rejected the proposal for a UN permanent seat for India in the Security Council surrendered to China. Surrender. 1960, India conceded the Sarja Majra, Rakh Hardit Singh, Pathan Ke, Suleman Ke and Chak Lereke in Punjab to Pakistan. Another surrender. Sir, our then Prime Minister played down the value of Aksai Chin in 1959, calling it barren and uninhabited, when in fact it is full of mineral resources, dismissing conflict with China. Another surrender. Sir, I can just go on and on and on. In 1963, Pakistan conceded more than 5,000 square kilometers in POK to China. India stayed silent. Surrender. So I can just keep going on. In 1965, India returned the Haji Pir Pass to Pakistan under the Tashkent Agreement. Surrender. Sir, under the 1971 Shimla Agreement, India returned 5,000 square miles to Pakistan, while Pakistan retained.
All right, so that heated debate in Parliament does continue, but this comes on a day in which India has eliminated 3 terrorists, including the mastermind of the Pahalgam attack itself. That man, Suleman Shah, otherwise known as Moosa, was thought to be the mastermind of this entire operation. The other terrorists killed include Abu Hamza over there on your screen and one other. So it is a major victory for India, not just the army, and the security forces, the police, the Rashtriya Rifles, the CRPF, but it is a huge operation in the fight against terror. But at the end of the day, we should never forget about what happened in Pahalgam on that day. We've got a very special guest with us. Aishanya Dwivedi is the wife of late Shubham Dwivedi, and she was there and she witnessed the horror firsthand. Aishanya, thank you for having the courage to come out and speak to us. There has been justice which has been delivered today. It's taken time, but it's come. 3 terrorists, including the mastermind, have been eliminated. What are your thoughts on this big development that's taken place?
I would say this is just starting of the end of the terrorism, because at the end of the day, these is not just 1 or 2 in numbers. These are cancers who are spread over the world, who are spread over the country. They need to be finished. I'm really happy with how we are starting it. I'm really kind of in a relief that it is a good start. And at the end of the day, the pain will not go, the closure will not happen, but at least some peace will come to us and some peace will go to the people who actually were shot there, who actually are the martyr.
So that's important. You do feel, or you will feel, some peace, some sense of closure, you and your loved ones, your family members, after this news. That's what you're telling us?
Yeah, this is it's not closure. I will not use the word closure because the closure will never come to us. Yeah. It's never going to happen. Yeah. This is a relief. This is a peace. Somewhere we will now sleep well, knowingly that those people who actually killed our husband are dead. And the people who are behind this, people who are actually sitting somewhere and doing these operations, commanding these terrorists, they will also be dead soon. And I know this because I have faith in our Indian army.
Aishanya, I hate to bring this back, but for the benefit of people around the world who are seeing this, you'd gone on a holiday over there to Pahalgam. And what exactly happened? Were these terrorists in one group? Were they running around? I know that people were separated. It's important, and I know it's difficult, but I think people need to know what happened. Could you tell us?
They were not doing it in groups. They came through different sides. They came from different area. They did not came from one side. Because Shubham was the one who shot first. So the person who shot the first gunshot, he came from near the entry gate. Yeah, I really remember that very well. He came from the entry gate. And also, I do not know how these people have got those weapons up there, because it's a trail and you cannot carry those big weapons But it happened.
Yeah.
It did happen. And we are the victims. We are going through this. I cannot sleep even a day without thinking about it.
Aishanya, after the horrific attack took place, India launched Operation Sindoor. We took out terrorist camps in Pakistan, several of them. In fact, here on NDTV, we broadcast the pictures of the strikes. And at one level, those were, the controllers of terrorists, like, the terrorists involved in Pahalgam. So, and now, finally, this operation has happened.
Yes.
So do you believe that, this all shows India's resolve? You can't win this battle overnight, but it shows our resolve in striking at the heart of terror, or do you believe much more needs to be done?
Much more needs to be done. This is just the starting of it. And I am saying this from day one. Let's talk about the bigger picture. The terrorism should end. The terrorism should stop. It's not just India who are the victim, who are people who are being attacked by terrorists. There are a lot of other countries who have been attacked by these terrorists. Everyone should come together and stand tall against the terrorism. Terrorism now should be ended for good.
Aishanya, one final question to you. We've seen these wonderful pictures of your marriage over there in the center of the screen, and could you tell us a little bit about Shubham? What was he like? Did he have a sense of humor? Was he very stern? What kind of human being was he like? Tell us about someone, not just the name we know, but what kind of human being was he like?
He was a beautiful soul, happy soul. I know that I've been with him 6 months, 22 days, and there were not a single day when I wasn't happy with him. I was happy every second. He made sure of it. He loved me so much that he could actually bring the world to me. It was like that.
Yeah.
He was the heart of the family.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. Aishanya, thank you so much. And it's a big step towards justice. And thank you for keeping the faith. And thank you for your courage and speaking to us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're going to have the Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, his reactions in just a few moments from now. But, that interview with Aishanya Dwivedi, captures the horror of what she saw, married for just, 6 odd months, witnessed her husband being executed by those terrorists. Well, those terrorists, at least including the mastermind, has been killed, eliminated today in that major encounter. Let's just listen in to what the Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has said.
सच है कि 3 पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी अभी नसी गांव के पास एलिमिनेट किए गए हैं। विवरण मुझे लगता है कि मैं बताऊं ये उचित नहीं, पुलिस प्रशासन उसका पूरा विवरण देगा। कई ऑपरेशन ऐसे होते हैं जिनकी जानकारी हमें नहीं मिलती है। इस प्रकार के अनेक काइनेटिक ऑपरेशन पिछले कई महीनों से जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, सेना और CRPF चला रही है, जिसमें आतंकवादी एलिमिनेट होते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि उसको तो ज़्यादा मीडिया हाईलाइट करती है, लेकिन ऐसे अनेक ऑपरेशन जिससे लोगों की ज़िंदगी बचती है वो हमारे ध्यान में नहीं आता। मैं सेना को, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को और इस ऑपरेशन में लगे सभी साथियों को हृदय से बधाई देता हूँ।
तीनों आतंकवादी पहलगाम आतंकी हमले में शामिल थे।
ये मैं समझता हूँ कि पुलिस इसको डिटेल में बताएगी।
All right, we'll take a short break, come back to this big story. The mastermind and 2 other terrorists involved in that horrific attack on Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent civilians were killed. They've been eliminated. A massive victory for security forces. It's taken 97 days, but we got them.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to invest in
CDSL
that?
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gains started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations.
All right, well, the Home Minister Amit Shah will be speaking at 12 p.m. tomorrow. The debate in Parliament continues on Operation Sindoor. We saw the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speak today. We do expect the Prime Minister possibly at some stage to speak as well, but we don't know when. Earlier reports that it might be at 5 p.m. tomorrow, now somewhat less confirmed, but we are told that it's the Home Minister who will be speaking at 12 noon tomorrow. Maria Shakil joins us for more on this. So, Maria, the debate tomorrow continues in the Lok Sabha. Does it move to the Rajya Sabha, or will there be, debates in both houses?
It's likely to overlap tomorrow because tomorrow will be day 2 of this 16-hour discussion in the Lok Sabha, and it's likely to begin in the Rajya Sabha sometime tomorrow. Perhaps it could start a day after as well. But the sense certainly is that the Treasury benches is all prepared. If you look at the speech of the opening speaker, that was Rajnath Singh, he did have all the response that the opposition has had on its mind and the questions that the opposition has raised ever since Operation Sindoor happened. I think the biggest success of the government certainly was when it managed to send a multi-party delegation across the globe. 7 multi-party delegations which were led, some of them in fact being led by those MPs who were seen as opposition MPs, one including Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who traveled to Brazil and United States of America. So I think with Rajnath Singh being the opening speaker, the stage is set. Tomorrow sometime around 12 noon is what we are being told. Home Minister Amit Shah will speak sometime later in the evening, perhaps around 8 p.m. today, is when Dr. S. Jaishankar is likely to intervene. It's a long list of speakers of the Treasury benches, and so is the list also of the opposition. You had heard from Gaurav Gogoi raising some valid questions again, but it will be interesting to see what time will the Prime Minister speak. At the moment, there is no confirmation whether the Prime Minister will be speaking tomorrow and what time will he be speaking, but we can certainly confirm to our viewers that H.M. Shah is likely to intervene tomorrow.
The Prime Minister will speak, it's just a question of when, right, Maria?
We'll have to wait on that as well, because the government is watching, the floor managers are watching of how this entire discussion is playing out in Parliament. It was supposed to begin at 12 noon. Of course, it began around 2 p.m. So because of constant, intervention, or should I say disruptions which played out in the Lok Sabha. So there was this skepticism whether the discussion will happen at all in the Lok Sabha today, because the opposition certainly was insisting that they should be allowed to speak on the ongoing SIR, which is the Special Intensive Revision Exercise, which is going on in Bihar. So now that the Operation Sindoor discussion is happening, there is a possibility that the Lok Sabha could sit till late in the night to ensure that all those speakers who are listed for today will be able to make that intervention in the Lok Sabha.
Maria, the entire complexion of this debate has changed from, why have the terrorists not been caught, to 3 terrorists having been eliminated, including the mastermind. Surely that would be reflected in a major way tomorrow.
Yes, it's likely. Because, Vishnu, you cover the Defence Ministry and you would understand that Army has been so far tight-lipped. They would be coming out with a press release or a press conference which was earlier scheduled around 5 p.m. which has now been postponed because it's an ongoing operation, it's a developing situation. So when the details emerges perhaps from the Army, that's when it will be reflected by the Defence Minister.
Just half a second, Maria, we're going to need to go across to Dipinder Huda speaking on this. Let's listen in.
घटना है कि आपको याद, अगर उन दिनों में उनकी व्यवस्था थी तो दिन बदले जा सकते थे, और अगर दिन में व्यवस्था थी तो रात के 12 बजे भी अगर आप सर्वदलीय बैठक रहते तो हमारे नेता, देश के विपक्ष के नेता सब आने के लिए तैयार थे। दुनिया में एक शक्ति प्रदर्शित होती भारत के लोकतंत्र की कि सब एक हैं, लेकिन आपने वो मौका चूक गया। उसके बाद बहरहाल ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारी फौज ने अपना पराक्रम दिखाया, अपना लोहा मनवाया, और एक ऐसा समय आया 9 तारीख के बाद जब दुनिया ये मानने लगी कि हिंदुस्तान की फौज का अपर हैंड है, हम एडवांटेजियस पोजीशन में हैं, हम दुश्मन के गले के नजदीक हैं, लेकिन फिर 10 तारीख को यकायक सीज फायर। देश की भावना थी कि पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाए, निर्णायक जवाब दिया जाए, जैसा 1971 में पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े करके दिखाया था हमारी देश की फौज ने। तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री जी इंदिरा जी के समय पाकिस्तान को ऐसा जवाब दिया जाए। आप बार बार बोलते थे, पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर की बात बोलते थे, अब आगे किस मुंह से आप पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर की बात रखेंगे देश के सामने? आपके सभी वक्तव्यों में कहा गया है कि पाकिस्तान घुटनों पे था। आप ही कह रहे हैं अगर पाकिस्तान घुटनों पे था तो सीज फायर जिसको आपने स्वीकृति दी और आप कह रहे हैं कि हमने सीज फायर को माना, अगर पाकिस्तान घुटनों में था तो सीज फायर की क्या जस्टिफिकेशन है? मगर दुख तो तब हुआ, देश के दिल में दुख हुआ कि देश की जो भावनाएं थी उन भावनाओं पे विराम, युद्ध विराम, पाकिस्तान की ईंट से ईंट बजाने की भावनाओं पे विराम अमेरिका की एक ट्वीट ने आपके युद्ध विराम की घोषणा से पहले की। उसके बारे में मैं आऊंगा, लेकिन ये सीज फायर की क्या शर्तें थी देश के सामने आपको रखना चाहिए। मगर इन शर्तों के साथ साथ युद्ध विराम से पहले भी एक रणनीतिक चूक हुई। आज राजनाथ सिंह जी कह रहे थे कि कांग्रेस के समय यह रणनीतिक चूक हुई पाकिस्तान को लेकर। सबसे बड़ी रणनीतिक भूल उस समय हुई, आदरणीय विदेश मंत्री जी बैठे जब इन्होंने टेलीफोन करके कहा कि हम केवल आतंकी ठिकानों को निशाने पे ले रहे हैं, मगर हम किसी मिलिट्री या सिविलियन ठिकानों को निशाने पे नहीं ले रहे। जब ये कहा, आपने स्वीकार किया एक तरीके से क्लीन चिट दी पाकिस्तान की आर्मी और सरकार को, और अलग अलग दृष्टि से आपने देखा पाकिस्तान, जबकि आपके सारे ही स्पीकर्स कह रहे हैं, मान रहे हैं, और देश मानता है, दुनिया को पता है कि पाकिस्तान की सरकार, पाकिस्तान की आर्मी और इन आतंकियों में कोई भेद नहीं किया जा सकता। ये एक हैं। मगर आपने स्वयं टेलीफोन करके अलग अलग दृष्टि से देखने का काम किया कि केवल हम आतंकी ठिकानों को, ये जो रणनीतिक भूल हुई है इतिहास में, हमेशा ये बात पाकिस्तान को एक आपने मौका दिया ये कहने के लिए। विदेश मंत्रालय की क्या भूमिका रहती है देश में? विदेश मंत्री का काम कोई स्कूल, कॉलेज या सड़क बनाना नहीं होता। विदेश मंत्रालय का काम होता है दुनिया में अपने दोस्त मुल्कों की संख्या को बढ़ाना। विदेश मंत्रालय की और विदेश नीति की आपकी सच्चाई 11 साल की तब सामने आई जब ये टकराव की स्थिति पैदा हुई। कितने देश आपके साथ आके खड़े हुए और कितने देशों ने खुल के पाकिस्तान का साथ दिया।
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
3 terrorists believed to be the masterminds of the Pahalgam terror attack have been gunned down in an encounter with security forces at Lidwas near Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. The army has said. The official X account of the Indian Army's Chinar Corps earlier posted that the security forces have launched Operation Mahadev in Lidwas. 3 terrorists have been neutralised in an intense gunfight. The operation continues, is what they've said.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defence, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Very good evening and welcome to Nationwide at 6 on NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. The top focus today remains on the two big stories that we are tracking here on NDTV. The first one, of course,
The one that we broke here first on NDTV, Operation Mahadev, one of the butchers of the Pahalgam attack, more than 97 days later has been neutralized by the security forces. Pahalgam has finally been avenged. We'll get you all the details, the inside dope of what happened, how this operation was in fact put together. And we'll then, of course, talk about the fireworks that are taking place in the Parliament. Operation Sindoor, fierce face-off, which is taking place in the Parliament. The debate is expected to run today till midnight. We'll get you the details from there as well. Let's start with the headlines at this hour. India avenges Pahalgam attack. 3 terrorists neutralized by the security forces. Pahalgam mastermind tracked, cornered, gunned down. Operation Sindoor debate in Lok Sabha. Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, opens the debate, says forces achieved target, 100 terrorists have been killed. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi hits out at the government, says why did we agree to ceasefire? Country needs to know the truth about the jets as well. Divya Deshmukh wins a 5 World Cup title. Divya becomes the 88th Grandmaster, beats India's Conori Humphrey in the second round rapid chess game. All right, let's take you now straight to the Parliament, the Lok Sabha, where Dipender Hooda, Congress MP from Rohtak, is speaking at this moment. Listening.
ना हो, या तो आंख दिखाओ या हाथ मिलाओ, या तो बातचीत करके अमेरिका से संबंध सुधारो और डोनाल्ड को चुप कराओ, डोनाल्ड का मुंह बंद कराओ, नहीं तो हिंदुस्तान में मैकडोनाल्ड को बंद कराओ। अमेरिका को अधिकार नहीं है, दोनों घोड़ों पे सवार होकर चलने का अधिकार नहीं है। आपकी एक और आपकी विदेश नीति की तीसरी बड़ी असफलता चीन को लेकर है। मैं याद दिला दूं, जब आसिफ मुनीर अमेरिका के अंदर लंच कर रहे थे, उनको भोजन दिया जा रहा था और वो कह रहे थे कि डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नोबेल पीस प्राइज दिया जाए। जब वो ये कह रहे थे, उसी दिन इत्तेफाक से उसी दिन चीन के अंदर ट्राइलैटरल बातचीत चल रही थी, चीन, पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश की। ये उस दिन ट्राइलैटरल बातचीत चल रही थी। चीन को लेकर बार बार आपको आगाह किया हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी ने, इसी सदन में किया है, लेकिन उनकी बात को आपने हल्के में लिया। और आज आपको आगाह कर रहे, हमारी फौज आगाह कर रही है चीन को लेकर। जो हमारे फौज के डिप्टी चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ है राहुल सिंह, उनका बयान आया कि चीन ये जो युद्ध था, इसमें पूरी तरीके से पाकिस्तान को सर्वेलेंस में, सैटेलाइट में, इक्विपमेंट में, प्लेटफॉर्म में, नेटवर्क में पूरी तरीके से पाकिस्तान का साथ चीन दे रहा था। और पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ की बात आई कि जब लड़ाई चल रही थी तो एमओ रूम के अंदर चीन के एम्बेसडर, पाकिस्तान में जो चीन के एम्बेसडर हैं, वो एमओ रूम पाकिस्तान के आर्मी के हेडक्वार्टर में बैठे थे। ये पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने कहा। लेकिन आपका क्या रिस्पॉन्स रहा? आपने चीन के एम्बेसडर को अभी तक दिल्ली में तलब करने का भी की कार्रवाई नहीं करी, चीन को कार्रवाई नहीं करी। जब टर्की ने पाकिस्तान के साथ देने के लिए अपना बेड़ा बजाया, तो आपने टर्की के दुश्मन मुल्क साइप्रस में प्रधानमंत्री जी गए, अच्छा संदेश गया। मगर जो असली दुश्मन था चीन, आपको अगर संदेश देना था तो ताइवान में प्रधानमंत्री जी जाते, चीन को संदेश देते। चीन को भूल गए। और 6 जुलाई को जब जनरल राहुल सिंह ने कहा कि चीन इसके पीछे है, आपका क्या जवाब रहा? विदेश मंत्री जी आप 10 जुलाई को बेजिंग चले गए, ताइवान नहीं बेजिंग चले गए, और आपका ट्वीट आया, आपका वक्तव्य आया कि चीन की जो एससीओ की अध्यक्षता है उसका भारत समर्थन करता है और हमारे संबंधों में सुधार हो रहा है। किस बात का दबाव? चीन से। भारत एक स्वतंत्र, एक ऐसा देश है जिसको आज हल्के में नहीं लेना जाना चाहिए। आपकी एक और रक्षा मंत्री बोल रहे थे, मैं एक और डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस को लेकर भी इस बीच में कहना चाहूंगा। हमने देखा आर्मी वालों ने क्या कहा, एयरफोर्स वालों ने क्या कहा। मैं दो ही पढ़ना चाहता हूं, आर्मी और एयरफोर्स। आपको सुनना पड़ेगा वो क्या कह रहे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री जी, आपकी भी 11 साल की रक्षा नीति 11 साल की, उसका रिपोर्ट कार्ड जो हम कहें उससे मत मानना। मगर जो डिप्टी चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल राहुल सिंह ने कहा, क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा राहुल सिंह जी की जो स्टेटमेंट आई चीन को लेकर, उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा द इक्विपमेंट दैट वाज सपोज्ड टू बी रिसीव्ड इन जनवरी हैज नॉट बीन डिलीवर्ड येट. We still depend on a lot of things from outside, and if all that equipment was made available, the story may have been little different. ये उन्होंने कहा. और हमारे एयर मार्शल अमरप्रीत सिंह, जिन पे हमें गर्व है, उन्होंने क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा, एयर मार्शल ने, हमने नहीं, उन्होंने कहा, not a single project that I can think of has been completed on time. Why should we promise something which cannot be achieved?
हुड्डा जी,
एयर फोर्स कह रही है, आर्मी कह रही है, और स्टैंडिंग कमेटी.
एक सेकेंड. हुड्डा जी, आपके पार्टी से आज की लिस्ट में बहुत सारे नाम आए हैं, इसलिए आप अपना भाषण जल्दी से खत्म कीजिए. और एक सेकेंड, एक ही सेकेंड, 1 सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड. हुड्डा जी, एक सेकेंड. हुड्डा जी, एक सेकेंड. नहीं, एक सेकेंड. नहीं, एक सेकेंड. आपको एक सेकेंड. हुड्डा जी, एक सेकेंड रुकिए. यदि सभा की सहमति हो तो सभा की कार्यवाही आज रात 12 बजे तक बढ़ा जाएगा. थैंक यू, धन्यवाद. आप कंक्लूड कीजिए.
केवल उन्होंने नहीं कहा, आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, केवल उन्होंने नहीं कहा, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी, क्योंकि संसदीय स्टैंडिंग कमेटीज की रिपोर्ट पर आपकी सरकार ध्यान नहीं देती. 2018 की रिपोर्ट, 2023 की रिपोर्ट क्या कह रही थी आपको? आप लगातार रक्षा बजट को घटा रहे हैं, जो सही नहीं है. रक्षा बजट को बढ़ाइए. इन 11 वर्षों में रक्षा बजट एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी और एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ हमारा जो बजट एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी, इन 11 वर्षों में रक्षा बजट 2.5% से घटकर 1.9% पे आप लेके आए. और ये जो रक्षा बजट एज अ जीडीपी के प्रतिशत में, ये रक्षा बजट 1962 के युद्ध के बाद सबसे नीचे स्तर पर आप लेके आए. और स्टैंडिंग कमेटीज आपको कह रही थी कि ये सही नहीं है. रक्षा बजट आपने कम किया. अग्निवीर जैसी योजनाएं आपने लेके आए, जिसने फौज, देश की फौज पे जिसमें हमें गर्व था, उसका हमारा मानना है कि वो फौज के लिए सही नहीं थी. लेकिन उससे भी एक और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात यह है कि रक्षा बजट में एयरफोर्स मॉडर्नाइजेशन के बार जिस बात को लेकर आपको
We'll keep going back, in fact, to Dipender Hooda and other parliamentarians, those who are speaking in a very important debate on Operation Sindoor. 16 hours has been allotted for this debate. It's because the time today was between 12 to 6. So now it has been extended, as you heard the sitting chair in the Lok Sabha, in fact, asking the parliamentarians, the members in the House, that should this be extended till 12 o'clock. So today till midnight. This debate is going to continue, and we'll keep going back when, in fact, important points and important speakers are speaking in the parliament. It's an important debate which is taking place. But just shifting focus slightly to the other big story of the day, justice for Pahalgam victims. The 26, those who were gunned down in cold blood by the butchers, those who came from Pakistan. Pakistani terrorists have been tracked, cornered and gunned down by the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir. 3 terrorists have been gunned down in an encounter with the security forces in Ledwas near Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. The army has said, in fact, the army official X account of the Indian Army's Chinar Corps has posted that the security forces have launched Operation Mahadev. 3 terrorists have been neutralized after an intense firefight. The operation continues. The opposition, remember, has been repeatedly cornering the government over their inability to nab the terrorists behind the attack. At least one of the 3 is confirmed as the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, it's been more than 3 months, 97 days. It was legitimate question. How did these people come into India? How were they able to go back? Where have they been hiding? At least one of the perpetrators, the terrorists who actually held the gun and carried out this massacre in Pahalgam, has now been neutralized. That is confirmed by the security forces. The operation is still ongoing. The security forces believe there could be other terrorists in this vicinity, and that's what they are doing at this moment. They are combing the entire vicinity under Operation Mahadev. The development, remember, comes on the day when the Parliament is discussing Operation Sindoor. India's response to this massacre. Remember, India punished punitive strikes took place in Pakistan, where the terror infrastructure, the head of the terror snake in Pakistan, was dealt a severe blow by the Indian armed forces during Operation Sindoor. Now, the operation is still ongoing, says the Indian Army. Let's listen in to some reactions.
अभी ऑपरेशन इज स्टिल कंटिन्यू, ठीक है ना. इट वाज एन ऑपरेशन व्हिच इज क्वाइट प्रोलॉन्ग्ड फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, ठीक है ना. दैट इज स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग, बट इन व्हिच जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, पैरामिलिट्री एंड आर्मी, they have an exchange of fire in the higher reaches. So as per the interior reports, 3 bodies are being observed and seems to be neutralized. So this is all, but still it is operation, so I would not like to divulge much at this moment. We will share details with you at an opportune time, ठीक है ना, because it takes some time to get more.
Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who has been in fact getting us all the latest developments from the ground. Nazir broke this story first here on NDTV earlier this day. Quite an important and significant day to achieve this success, Nazir. What do we know at this moment of what's happening on the ground? Because the army says the operation is ongoing.
Yeah, well, it has been more than 9 hours. This encounter has ended and 3 terrorists from Pakistan have been killed. But there's certain confusion or uncertainty who they are. Well, the names are circulating, but security force sources tell us that it's Abu Hamza, it is Suleman, and it is this Yasir. 2 names, Yasir and Suleman, they had cropped up, they were seen behind Pahalgam terror attack. But the question is, are they the same Yasir and Suleman? Because terrorists operate in different names. These are not the real names. They operate under different names. And since morning, well, the sources, security force have been unofficially saying it, but official, they were waiting for an official word. As we heard IGP Kashmir a while back, he's talking about, ascertaining identity, and it's going to take time. Army was supposed to address a press conference this evening. That has been postponed, and it may happen tomorrow. So, officially, we'll have to wait. Are they the same terrorists who are behind killing of 26 innocent people in Pahalgam, or this is some other group? Because names are always misleading. When it comes to the terrorists from Pakistan, they don't operate under their real names and their real address. They always operate under fake names, whatever name a may be. And one name is being shared by many terrorists. So the point is this the same group? That is still, it may be the same, but the fact is we have to wait for the official confirmation that may come tomorrow. But unofficially, they have been saying at least 2 are the same people who have been, who were involved in Pahalgam attack.
Right.
Let me show you where this operation happened. This is the Mahadev Peak, and this operation was named after Mahadev Peak. And the operation happened in the lap of Mahadev Peak. These 3 terrorists were hiding somewhere here. Operation was actually going on for last almost 1 month or the 6 weeks, because since 18th June, this Dachigam Park was closed for the public since there was an operation, and army had intelligence some terror movement, militant movement is going on in this area. So this morning there was a contact and 3 terrorists were killed.
Okay.
1 AK rifle, 1 M4 carbine, American carbine was recovered, besides, other arms and ammunition. But the big question is, while it's all reports since morning, security force sources talking about that they may have avenged the killing of innocent killings of Pahalgam, because since last 3 months, security force have been launching relentless operation. But we'll have to wait for some more time before we get the official confirmation. That is the press conference by the army and police, where they are going to confirm whether they are indeed the same Suleman and the Yasir.
Right, and we are expecting that important press conference or the briefing from the media by the army tomorrow. Now, Nazir, thank you for getting us all those details and a sight at least of the place where this operation has been conducted. We are getting some very important and big breaking news here on Nationwide at 6 at this moment. Viewers, in fact, let me very quickly go across to Vishnu Shom, because at this moment Vishnu Shom has been able to get some very important key details of how these terrorists were hunted down. We are getting some important information about Vishnu, some inside details of this operation, of how security forces operated in tough terrain to corner and neutralize these terrorists?
Yeah, so I'm just going to go through some exclusive details which we can break on NDTV at this stage. The operation itself involved a great deal of technical intelligence. They won't obviously tell us the nature of that technical intelligence, but I would assume it would include the potential of intercepts of communications. I would assume that it would involve the use of drones with night vision devices, possibly soldiers on the ground monitoring a particular area. There have been soldiers who deployed in the higher reaches of the Dachigam forest now for a while, and it's these forces, these soldiers deployed in these areas that progressively homed in on these terrorists who were hiding in this camp of theirs. The exchange of fire took place at 9 a.m. this morning approximately. The area extremely rugged and forested, as you can see from the images so far. Now the encounter site itself is linked to a ridge, and that ridge leads on to Pahalgam. Remember, it was in Pahalgam where those 26 innocent civilians were killed. There have been large-scale operations along this ridge for the last several months, as a result of which the terrorists were never in a position to actually settle in one area. However, the fact that they were moving in that terrain over a period of time indicates quite clearly that they were very well experienced in forest craft, which involves potentially training done by special forces. The encounter continues in that they're looking to see if there are any more terrorists in that area. They are also, they've got photographs now of the terrorists who've been eliminated. That's being shared with the National Investigating Agency. And on the basis of what the NIA says, we'll have further confirmation. But at this juncture, security forces strongly believe that at least one of the terrorists, Suleman, thought to be the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attacks, has been eliminated.
Vishnu Shom, thank you so much for joining us with these very important details of how this Operation Mahadev was conducted. Remember, this has been a big question, and in fact, questions were being raised on the entire security apparatus, the grid security, a spectrum which is in fact in place in Jammu and Kashmir, of how these terrorists were able to infiltrate and where did they vanish from the face of the earth for the last 97 days. At least at this moment, sources telling us one of the butchers, the mastermind, has been eliminated, neutralized in this operation by the security forces. Major General SVP Singh is joining us at this moment. We are also, in fact, on the show, we have Captain DK Sharma. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking to us at this moment, sir. Major General Singh, let me begin by asking you, Vishnu was giving out some very important details about how this operation was conducted. It's taken 97 days. And it also tells you how difficult this entire terrain in which the forces have been operating is, that it took them this much amount of time to try and corner and then, of course, neutralize one of the butchers of Pahalgam, sir.
Thank you, Ankit. It's a very pertinent point. Vishnu briefed us very well. But I want to say that this Dachigam forest area covers about 141 square kilometers. And, this is hedged between the Zabran and the Mahadev ridges. And that's why it's been named also appropriately Operation Mahadev. Now, what I would say is our security forces, post-Pahalgam, 22nd April, they had been shadowing. I would like to say they were shadowing. It was not that nothing was being done. There has been a lot of issue raised in the public. But, these operations in such thick forests, very difficult terrain, they're covering altitude between 1,600 meters to 4,250 meters. That means apart from jungle, it is a high altitude heights on which our people have operated. Now, having said that, they were shadowing, and basically when you are shadowing, the most important thing is picking up the communication of these terrorists. That is the first indication you get. And that is where I think this modus operandi adopted by our security forces, patience has paid off. Signal communication has been there. I'm told there were Chinese radio sets on which we've been able to pick up the signal. That is one. Right. Secondly is also the OGWs. You see, How are they operating and surviving in these areas is because they get support from the sleeper cells, from the OGWs.
Yes.
Now, that is a matter of great concern. But this operation, Ankit, has been done on good intelligence, good operational work, good cooperation between the army and the JK police. In this case, 24 Rashtra Rifles and 4 Paras.
Yes.
They have done a tremendous job, an excellent operation to have nabbed the 3 terrorists.
All right,
You also
Captain,
covered.
I'll just come to you, sir. Captain Sharma, let me bring you in as well on this. Like we are speaking, and we have seen these visuals of the hideout. It is a high altitude area. It seems that the terrorists had enough ammunition, food and other supplies to dig in their heels for a long time. They could have, in fact, conducted another terror strike if not neutralized by the security forces.
Well, Ankit, first of all, huge congratulations to the army that they have brought some kind of closure to this huge effort which you are and Vishnu brought out 97 days. Let me tell you, as Sir is also, explaining it, the terrain is so tough, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And you saw the heights and the valley and the, forestation over there. It would have been a very, very massive, coordinated, kind of an operation where you had drones, you had manpower, foot on ground, and patience, which he's talking. A huge amount of responsibility was on the army, not to lose anyone, but to check each and every spot over there. And somehow today morning, when the gunshots declared their position, that means they had army somewhere near, or maybe the drones had detected some movement. And this is how, and when you're saying that they would have been, they would have parked themselves for how many days, we don't know. What was the route from where they came? Was the area around them mined? There are many, many factors. That is why I'm saying that without losing a single man from our side, if we have neutralized these 3, rest of them, whosoever is there, now they are cornered, and it is only a matter of time that the army will take very, very gradual and, calculated moves will be done.
Right.
And now probably more with the drones and technology rather than putting the man in front, so that there is no collateral, damage to us.
There was, like you used the words closure, there was the entire country, in fact, was united when Pakistan was being punished. The terror infrastructure Pakistan was being targeted after Pahalgam, but there was still that, pinching pain about the terrorists, those who were in fact involved in this operation, those who conducted this operation, in fact terror strike. And today there is some closure as far as the families and the entire country is concerned. We can heal from here.
But Ankit, I want to just add one thing.
Yes,
you
sir.
see, this operation started on April 20th, and you see the amount of tasking for the intelligence agencies.
Yes,
there was something which the Lieutenant Governor also said. But now joining the dots and moving gradually and now reaching to this stage, you can well imagine the amount of patience which the JK police,
I completely agree,
the army and other agencies which have shown. And, huge coincidence that today, when the debate is on, we have got some proof that here they are.
Absolutely.
Now the final
Sir, I'm
press
sorry,
conference
there is a breaking news that I have to shift my focus onto, but the important thing is, yes, you're right, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir had said that there has been intelligence failure. For that, of course, accountability needs to be fixed so that it doesn't happen again, but the forces coming out on the top, in fact, and successfully executing this massive operation. Congratulations to the Indian Army for this fantastic job well done of hunting down these terrorists. Gentlemen, thank you so much for speaking to us at this moment. Breaking news coming in from Bengaluru on the broadcast right now. Bengaluru stampede case. Top sources have told NDTV that the suspension of the 4 officers has been revoked. 4 of the 5 suspended top police officers have been reinstated. Remember, there was a lot of hue and cry about the government trying to shift the blame of the stampede, when people were celebrating the victory of the RCB franchise in Bengaluru, which resulted in the death of people in the state. It's seen that the government was making the police as the scapegoat, the officers, those who were suspended. After that, IPS organization and others were also up in arms. At this moment, 4 of the 5 government officers, those who were suspended by the government, have been reinstated. Those who have been brought back to duty include Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayanand, Central DCP Shekhar, ACP Balakrishna and Inspector Girish. Remember, the Bengaluru Police Commissioner's suspension drew lots of criticism as far as the Siddaramaiah government is concerned. Let me go across at this moment to my colleague Deepak Bopana, who is joining me with more details. Deepak, just for our viewers, just unravel this entire move, because at the time when the suspensions took place and it also went to the court also made comments about how the police in fact has only been made a scapegoat in this entire matter. Now the government silently trying to bring the officers back.
Well, it's a very interesting maneuver here by the Karnataka government, revoking the suspension of 4 of them. In fact, they're reinstating them. They're also here saying that there's going to be a departmental inquiry, because the Judicial Commission, has also submitted its report. The cabinet approved of it last week and then said that they will go ahead and, do a departmental inquiry. Now they've decided that 4 officers, the Commissioner of Bengaluru, the Deputy Commissioner, the ACP and the Inspector of Kabanpark Police Station, all of them will be reinstated, but there'll be a departmental inquiry that will be conducted against them while they are reinstated immediately. But the interesting part here is that one of the IPS officers, the Additional Commissioner, Mr. Vikash, had moved the tribunal, and we saw some very stinging observation that was made by the tribunal pertaining to his suspension. Now the matter has been challenged in the High Court. His, suspension hasn't been revoked, or he has not been reinstated. So the trouble continues for him, but for the other officers, at least temporary relief. What will happen after the departmental inquiry, that is another matter altogether.
Very quickly, in the end, at this moment, the commission gives a clean sheet to the government. The government has reinstated these officers as well. At this moment, there is nobody who has been held responsible for the stampede in Bengaluru.
Interesting aspect here is that probably the government here realizes that the suspension of these officers was a little premature in terms of a decision that was made, because the arguments even in court are that there was no departmental inquiry, there was no judicial report or magistral report, nothing available for the government to actually go ahead and suspend these officers. So on what basis were they suspended was the question that was being asked. So probably now the reinstation is once again for the government to come clean.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for joining us with all those details at this moment from Bengaluru. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. On the other side, there will be more news and updates from the fireworks in the Parliament on Operation Sindoor. We are coming back. Stay tuned. India avenges Pahalgam attack. 3 terrorists killed. Pahalgam Mastermind track cornered, neutralised. Operation Sindoor debate starts in the Lok Sabha. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh bats for the government, says forces achieved a target, 100 terrorists killed. Gaurav Gogoi hits out at the government on Operation Sindoor inside the Parliament, says, why did we agree to a ceasefire? Country needs to know the truth. Divya Deshmukh wins 5 World Cup title. Divya becomes 88th Grandmaster, beats Humphrey Kundru in the 2nd rapid chess game.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Par ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defence, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर डिबेट को
आज सदन पूरी तरह से तैयार है।
किसके सामने आपने सरेंडर किया?
क्या ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल रहा तो उसका उत्तर है
serious consequences. As a result, the first step which was taken was that a meeting of the Cabinet Committee took place on the 23rd of April, and that meeting decided that one, the Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 will be in abeyance with immediate effect until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably its support for cross-border terrorism. Two, the integrated checkpost Atari would be closed with immediate effect. Pakistani nationals traveling under SARC visa exemption scheme will no longer be allowed to do that. Four, the defense, naval and air advisors of the Pakistani High Commission would be declared persona non grata. And five, the overall strength of the High Commission would be brought down to 30 from the number of 55. It was very clear, Honorable Speaker, sir, that after this first set of steps approved by the Cabinet Committee on Security, that India's response to the Pahalgam attack will not stop there. Our task, from a diplomatic perspective, from a foreign policy approach, was to shape the global understanding of the Pahalgam attack. What we tried to do was to bring out to the international community Pakistan's long-standing use of cross-border terrorism. We highlighted the history of terrorism in Pakistan and how this particular attack was meant to target the economy of Jammu and Kashmir and to sow communal discord among the people of India. Our messages were two. One, zero tolerance of terrorism, and two, the right to defend our people against terrorism. So all the interactions we did, the diplomatic briefings, we called all the embassies for briefings. We interacted with the media. All of this was aimed at these two objectives: zero tolerance of terrorism and the right to defend ourselves, right to defend the people of India against cross-border terrorism. Now, the focus for our diplomacy was understandably the UN Security Council. And Honorable Speaker, sir, the challenge for us was that at this particular point, Pakistan is a member of the Security Council. We are not. So we had to achieve our objectives in a Security Council where Pakistan is a member. Now, our goals in the Security Council were two. One, to get an endorsement from the Security Council of the need for accountability, and two, to bring to justice those who perpetrated this attack. And I am glad to say, Speaker Sir, and I hope that this is appreciated and recognized by the House. If you look at the Security Council statement of 25 April, the members of the Security Council condemned in the strongest terms the terrorist attack. They affirmed terrorism in all its forms and manifestations constitute one of the most serious threats to international peace and security. And most important, the Council underlined the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice. I highlight this, Speaker Sir, because this statement of the UN Security Council resonated throughout the international community. So when many honorable members asked today, where was the world on Pahalgam? I think the answer is there. The answer is there in a Security Council statement which says hold them accountable, bring them to justice, and that is exactly what we did through Operation Sindoor. Now, I also want, Honorable Speaker Sir, through you, to bring to the attention of the House a very interesting development pertaining to the TRF, the Resistance Front. When the Security Council was debating this on the 25th of April, and TRF had twice claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan defended the TRF. Pakistan tried to get any mention of TRF excluded, and in fact the Pakistani Foreign Minister told his parliament that this is a great diplomatic achievement. Now, I mention it because today, again, thanks to our diplomacy, the TRF has been designated as a global terrorist organization by the US government, and the same Pakistani Foreign Minister who took so much pride saying, I defended the TRF, says, well, now if the US has done this, we accept it. So that is where the Security Council issue stood. If I could then, sir, move on to the diplomacy from 25th of April till the commencement of Operation Sindoor. During this period, there were obviously a number of phone calls, a number of conversations. At my level, there were 27 calls. At Prime Minister, I think almost 20 calls. About 35, 40 letters of support came in. And what we tried to do was to create a narrative, prepare the diplomacy for the launch of Operation Sindoor. And the result of that diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, sir, there are 193 nations of the members of the United Nations. 193. Only 3, apart from Pakistan, opposed Operation Sindoor. Only 3. If you look through this period, and I would be very happy to share with the House the exact positions of various governments, overwhelmingly, there was recognition that terrorism is unacceptable, that a country which has been attacked has a right to defend itself, and that India was doing exactly that. Now, when Operation Sindoor was launched, we spelled out our objectives. There was a statement, Honorable Raksha Mantri ji referred to it in his statement, where we put out for the benefit of our own people, for the international community, that Operation Sindoor was hitting the infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks had been planned and launched. We highlighted that 9 sites had been targeted, and we said that our actions are focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. And we were living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held. This was the commitment which was endorsed by the UN Security Council diplomacy. It was a commitment made by the Prime Minister to the people of India that we would hit those symbols, those sites, those planning places. So today, when I hear many questions from across the aisle, I want to say, which one of you imagined that Bhavalpur and Muridke would be brought down the way it was? Which one of you thought? When did you even think of it during your tenure? Did it even cross your mind? In fact, on the contrary, you ruled it out after 26/11. So I think our objectives are very clear. We wanted to send a message to the terrorists. We wanted to send a message to Pakistan that do not continue this support for terrorism. And I think on the morning of 7th of May, that message went home loud and clear. Now, sir, during this period, there was, when the operations were on, when the conflict, when the activities were on, operation is still continuing. A number of countries, number of their leaders, ministers, others called up. And they called up because people wanted to know what is happening. People wanted to know what is the thinking of India. People wanted to understand what we are doing. And I would like to share with the House, sir, through you, to everybody, we gave a common message. The common message was India is exercising its right to defend itself against terrorism. Number two, the targets which were hit on the 7th of May are known terrorist headquarters and infrastructure. Number three, there will be no mediation. Anything between us and Pakistan is bilateral. Number four, we will never bow down to nuclear blackmail. Number five, we are responding to Pakistani military attacks because after Operation Sindoor was launched, they had started targeting our military facilities. And we will continue to hit the Pakistani military. If the fighting is to stop, Pakistan must request it. And that request must come through the designated channel of DGMOs. This was a common message that we had given to many people who had called us during that period. Our position was very, very clear in how we were approaching the progress of Operation Sindoor. Now, sir, many members asked, some out of genuine curiosity, some perhaps less, what was the international support? How much international understanding was there of India's position? I would like to share with you a sample. So let me start with countries who are known to be partners of India. Quad. Quad gave a statement which says, the Quad unequivocally condemns all acts of terrorism and violent extremism in all its forms and manifestations, including cross-border terrorism. We condemn in strongest terms the terrorist attacks in Pahalgam on 22 April and call for perpetrators, organizers and financiers of this reprehensible act to be brought to justice without any delay. Now, sir, this is the Quad. Now, let us look at a different grouping, BRICS. Now, BRICS has China as a member, Russia as a member, it has Iran as a member, Brazil, South Africa, Egypt. BRICS also condemned the April 22 attack. It reaffirmed its commitment to combating terrorism, again including cross-border terrorism. Now, I would like members of this House to understand, if India is attacked, if there is a terrorist attack on India and a country says we condemn cross-border terrorism, I think it is obvious to everybody what that cross-border terrorism is. So, I then move on, sir, to the Central Asia. The Central Asian countries opposed providing safe haven using terrorist proxies for cross-border terrorism, for terror financing. Now, I can cite statements from the Indian Ocean Rim Association, from individual countries, range of them. President Putin, for example, has said, he wrote to our president and said this brutal crime has no justification whatsoever and its perpetrators will face a deserved punishment. The President of Paraguay has said that he expresses solidarity and recognized India's legitimate right to self-defense. So the main point, the common thread, sir, which I would like to bring out is that number one, cross-border terrorism across the board has been recognized, all forms and manifestations, opposition to condemnation of Pahalgam terrorist attack, and the right of India to bring people to justice. Now, sir, in addition to that, I would particularly like to mention 2 or 3 other developments. One, the American designation of TRF. On the 17th of July, the Department of State designated TRF as a foreign terrorist organization and a specially designated global terrorist. Now, this comes in the wake of the extradition of Tahawur Rana, who was involved in the 26/11 attack. And when people ask today, how successful is your foreign policy? Where is your diplomacy? I want to say that Tahawur Rana, which many of you tried for so long to get, is finally here because of us. I want to say TRF was designated not because somebody out there made a remark. TRF was designated as a global terrorist organization because our diplomacy persuaded another country to do that. Now, our strong stance has resonated across the world. I was some time ago in Germany, and standing next to me, the German foreign minister said, India has every right to defend itself against terrorism, and Germany will support this fight against terrorism. Similar position has been taken by France. Similar position has been taken by the European Union. So, what I would like to highlight, sir, is that today, where Operation Sindoor is concerned, there has been, the world sees what it is about. The world realizes this is a fight against terrorism. It is felt that India has acted responsibly but firmly. Now, I would like, sir, to address one particular aspect because some members have brought it up. And this is regarding the US activity during this period. Sir, I'd like to inform the House that on the 9th of May, Vice President J.D. Vance called the Prime Minister, warning of a massive Pakistani attack in the next few hours. Prime Minister, in his response, made it very clear that if such an attack happens, it would meet with an appropriate response from our side. Now, sir, that attack took place and was foiled by our armed forces, and I think the House should collectively appreciate the performance of the armed forces in foiling what was a massive attack on the 9th and 10th of May. Now, our response, which the Prime Minister promised, was delivered, and it was delivered with devastating effect. I don't have to say anything. Every member has seen satellite pictures of Pakistani airfields. You can see from the state of those airfields, which shown by the pictures, what was our answer. Now, on the 10th of May, we received phone calls sharing the impression of other countries that Pakistan was ready to cease the fighting. Our position was, if Pakistan was ready, we needed to get this as a request from the Pakistani side through the DGMO channel. That is exactly how that request came. Now, I want to make 2 things very clear, sir. One, at no stage in any conversation with the United States was there any linkage with trade and what was going on. Secondly, there was, please listen. Secondly, there was no call between the Prime Minister and President Trump from the 22nd of April, when President Trump called up to convey his sympathy, and the 17th of June, when he called up Prime Minister in Canada to explain why he could not meet. So I would again, मैं इसको दोहराता हूँ, 22 अप्रैल से 17 जून तक।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मेरी एक बात की आपत्ति है, भारत देश का शपथ लिया हुआ विदेश मंत्री यहाँ स्टेटमेंट कर रहा है, उस पर भरोसा नहीं है, उनको किसी और देश पर भरोसा है। मैं समझ सकता हूं उनकी पार्टी में विदेश का महत्व क्या है, मगर इसका मतलब ये तो नहीं है पार्टी की सारी चीजें यहाँ सदन में आकर थोपे। भारत के विदेश मंत्री पर भरोसा नहीं करोगे? ओथ लिया हुआ व्यक्ति यहाँ पर बोल रहा है, ही इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इसीलिए ये वहां बैठे हैं और 20 साल तक वहीं बैठने वाले हैं।
Honorable Speaker, sir, in the course of the debate today, some points were made by members of the opposition. I would like to respond to some of them. We were asked, why did you stop at this time? Why did you not go further? Please see who's asking this question. This question is being asked by people who, after 26/11, felt that the best action was inaction. Now, I would like, sir, to read out, because one member said, nowadays BJP members like reading from books. You get the truth in books. Sometimes you don't like what we read in books. So let me read out, sir, 2 excerpts from a book by the National Security Advisor of the UPA government. After 26/11, a chapter, this is a book called Choices. He says, on sober reflection and in hindsight, I now believe the decision not to retaliate militarily, but to concentrate on diplomatic, covert and other means was the right one for that time and place. This is what he says. But did he even do that? Because 26/11 happened in November of 2008. What was the reaction? The reaction of Sharm el-Sheikh. Was that diplomatic? Was it covert? Was it military? Now, what did Sharm el-Sheikh do? In Sharm el-Sheikh, the then government and the Pakistani Prime Minister agreed terrorism is a main threat to both countries. Now, today, sir, people are saying, America is hyphenating you, Russia is hyphenating you. That is what I heard Deepinder Huda ji say. Hello, you are hyphenating yourself. I mean, you did not need a foreign country to say, please link India to Pakistan. Your own government was saying, India and terrorism is a main threat to both countries. And then they said, terrorism should not be linked to the composite dialogue. And worst of all, they accepted a reference to Baluchistan in that. Now, here is a country reeling after 26/11. And you are equating Baluchistan and 26/11, what happened in Mumbai, and you are saying that the perpetrator and the victim have both got a problem. And then now you are asking me, why didn't you go further? People who did nothing are asking a government which did so much, saying, why didn't you do more? Now, you might think, sir, that this is a one-off, but this is a habit, because this is the thinking in that part of the house. Some years ago, there was, if you remember, sir, the Mumbai train bombing. The Mumbai train bombing happened in July of 2006. In September of 2006, 3 months after the Mumbai train bombing, at Havana, the UPA government, with its Pakistani counterpart, condemns all acts of terrorism as though we are both again equal, and agrees that it's a scourge that we need to effectively deal with together. And then they directed again resumption of dialogue. So what I want to highlight is for people who did nothing to have the temerity, the gumption today to ask a government which did so much, which brought down Bhavalpur and Muridke, to say, why didn't you do more? I think it's extraordinary. Now, sir, we also heard from one of the early speakers saying we are now facing a two-front, and that the leader of opposition has been warning us about two-front. Now, all I can say, sir, is the person who said it, and maybe the leader of opposition, must have missed their history lessons in school. I'll tell you why. Because I would like to walk you through the history of this two-front. The two-front started because of something called POK. POK was created in 1948-49 by the government of this country by not completing the job of what was to be done. Now, sir, the House should note these dates. The two fronts started 1963 when the Shaksgam Valley was ceded by Pakistan to China as a result of an agreement. Then in 1966, the Karakoram Highway was agreed upon, which took 20 years, was completed in 1986. Now, references were made to China-Pakistan military collaboration. So when did this collaboration start? I'll give you the year, 1966. In 1966, the first Chinese military supplies went to Pakistan. When did nuclear collaboration start? 1976. 1976, when Bhutto arranged for China-Pakistan to get together on this. And in 1980s, when Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was visiting China and Pakistan, that was when the nuclear collaboration was at its height. Now, let me go further. You will say, why are you talking history? So let me bring this further up. 2005, Pakistan-China Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. 2006, Pakistan-China Free Trade Agreement. 2013, handing over of Gwadar to China, Gwadar port to China. May 2013, announcement of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So, sir, we are getting warnings about a US-China, Pakistan-China collaboration when this collaboration has been going on for 60 years. Now, let me also address two other points. There was a reference made to IMF that, why did you not stop? Why did you not stop?
आपने सवाल उठाया तो जवाब भी सुनना पड़ेगा. आपने उठाया ना, आपके उपनेता ने उठाया, आपने सुनो जवाब. अब जैसे सवाल करोगे वैसे जवाब सुनने पड़ेंगे.
Sir, the IMF loan which was given was approved in September 2024. It was an extended fund facility of $7 billion. Now, sir, the House should know, Pakistan is a serial borrower from the IMF. I think 16 or 17 times they have taken IMF package. Now, very interesting comparison, sir. In 2008, Pakistan got a standby arrangement of $9.70 billion. In 2013, it got another one of $5.9 billion. So the very people who are concerned today at a 7 billion package should remember a 15 billion package went through for Pakistan during that tenure. Now, reference was made, sir, to FATF. I want to say the longest period that Pakistan has been under FATF grey list has been under the tenure of the Modi government. During the Modi government, from 2018 to 2022, 1,576 days, Pakistan was in the grey list. Yes, they were in the grey list earlier also. I am not denying that. It was for a shorter period. But I again want the House to appreciate that the FATF meeting in May 2025 has kept Pakistan in the enhanced follow-up category, recognizing that the compliance of Pakistan is only partial. Now, sir, so much for Pakistan. Some members also raised issues pertaining to China. So I would like to spend a few minutes on that. So I would first like the House to appreciate, because today we are getting these lectures saying China is a great danger, China, Pakistan are together, we are warning you. So what does the Congress party really think about China? Don't go by what they say. Let us see what they did. In 2005, China was designated as a strategic partner during Prime Minister Wen Jiabao's visit to India. Strategic partner. And there is a concept, very famous concept called Chindia, sir, a belief that China and India have common interest. And the main proponent of Chindia is the party spokesman of the people opposite. Now, some mention was made about visits, including my visit. Yes, I went to China. I went to China to make our position very clear about de-escalation, about trade restrictions, and about terrorism. I did not go to China for the Olympics. I did not go to China for secret agreements. I did not go. So the House should know that people were watching Olympics when China was issuing stapled visas for people from Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu. This is the reality of China. Now, let me really tell you, sir, how is the relationship with China. Some years ago,
विदेश मंत्री जी को संरक्षण देना चाहिए. उनके स्पीकर जब बोल रहे थे, हम पूरे धैर्य से सुने. मैं बताऊंगा कितनी असत्य बातें बोली गई कल, परंतु फिर भी असत्य को भी हम हलाहल समझकर पी गए. अब ये सत्य भी नहीं सुन पाते हैं. माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मुझे लगता है आपको प्रोटेक्शन देना चाहिए. बैठे बैठे टोका टोकी करना सबको आता है, ऐसा नहीं हमें नहीं आता, मगर इतने गंभीर विषय पर चर्चा जब हो रही है तो सरकार के प्रमुख विभाग के मंत्री को बोलते हुए बैठे बैठे टोकना ये विपक्ष को शोभा देता है क्या? मान्यवर, आपने बिल्कुल उनको आग्रह से कहना चाहिए, वरना हम भी हमारे मेंबर को बाद में समझा नहीं पाएंगे.
We heard today a lot about what was supposed to be the thinking.
बैठे आपको इजाजत नहीं, बैठिए.
Sir, we heard about warnings about China, cautions about China. You know, China is planning this, China is planning that. But sir, I want to remind this House, Doklam crisis was on. The leader of opposition decided to get a briefing from whom? Not from the government, not from the Emir, from the Chinese ambassador. He took his briefing from the Chinese ambassador when our military was confronting the Chinese military in Doklam. So I want to say that I want to say, and this is the political thinking. Let me, sir, give you the economic thinking. In 2006, the UPA government...
Please, बैठे टिप्पणी मत कीजिए. आप बहुत कर रहे हो. नहीं, गलत है. बैठे टिप्पणी मत कीजिए.
Sir, in 2006, because I want to illustrate my points with facts. I spoke about political facts. I spoke about border facts. Let me give you an economic fact. What is the economic thinking of the Congress party about China? In 2006, the Congress party agreed to do a regional trading arrangement with China. It was finalized during the visit of President Hu Jintao a task force was appointed. The task force gave a positive recommendation. Through the efforts of various people, this did not happen. Let me give you the technology side. The very people today who are cautioning us on China are the people who allowed 3G and 4G to come from China. It is this government which made sure there was a made in India 5G. And finally, sir, we keep speaking about the border. The border, if today, whether it is the border with Pakistan, whether it is the border with China or any other border, if our military is today able to stand its ground, the kind of massive deployment that we saw on the China border after 2020, it is because our border infrastructure budget has gone up 4 times. Our tunneling, our road building, our bridging has doubled or tripled. And this is a far cry from the period when the thinking was, let's not develop the border because then the Chinese cannot come there. We had 60 years of neglect of the border. Today, in the last 10 years, that neglect has been reversed. There is still a lot of work to be done. So I think people need to understand. And it's not just in India, sir. We have just come back from Maldives. When I hear comments about foreign policy, yesterday, day before yesterday, the Prime Minister was the guest of honor at the Independence Day of Maldives. This is the country which during their time forced an Indian company to leave an airport. That country today has invited India to build 2 new airports. Look at Sri Lanka. If the Hambantota port was built between 2005 and 2008, and at that time it was actually justified as saying that it has no impact on India's interest. So I want, sir, the House to appreciate that the people who are today claiming to be custodians of national security thinking, who say that they are giving warnings, let us look at the record, let us see what they did when they were in office. But now allow me to come back to Operation Sindoor. So I want, sir, to conclude by saying this. The challenge of cross-border terrorism continues, but Operation Sindoor marks a new phase. There is now a new normal. The new normal has 5 points. 1, terrorists will not be treated as proxies. 2, cross-border terrorism will get an appropriate response. 3, terror and talks are not possible together. There will only be talks on terror. 4, not yielding to nuclear blackmail. And finally, terror and good neighborliness cannot coexist. Blood and water cannot flow together. This is our position. So let me conclude, sir, by recognizing the role which this body and the upper house has played during this period in explaining our national position and our national interest on Operation Sindoor. We had, sir, 7 parliamentary delegations which went to 33 countries. Some comments were made about those delegations. I have to tell the honorable member, Arvind Sawantji, I'm sorry, you are completely misinformed. Those delegations were received with great honor. In many cases, the Foreign Minister of the country met them. Please look at the tweets of people sitting next to you. That itself will tell you. And
इनके बगल वालों से जानकारी.
Sir, these 7 delegations, the delegation led by Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, by Shashi Tharoor ji, by Baijan Panda ji, by Sanjay Kumar Jha ji, by Kanimori ji, by Supriya Sule ji, and by Shrikant Eknath Shinde ji. Sir, these 7 delegations did the nation proud. They across the board, and every member, members of opposition, members of the government, public-spirited citizens, retired diplomats, they were able to explain to the whole world our posture of zero tolerance against terrorism. So I would like, sir, to end my remarks with the hope that on an issue as important as this struggle against terrorism, We can only succeed in ensuring zero tolerance against terrorism if we have a united voice in this country against terrorism. There must not be any division of opinion on this matter. The way the parliamentary delegations behaved abroad, I hope the same solidarity will permeate the proceedings of the House. I thank you.
Shri Mia Altaf Ahmad.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar just finished his speech in the Lok Sabha, and he said something that the Prime Minister has always believed in, always reiterated: blood and talks won't go together. In fact, terror and talks won't go together. There will only be talks on terror. This is what Dr. S. Jaishankar said, and he also talked about the kind of support that India has been getting from seemingly hostile countries. He talked about his recent visit to Maldives. He also said that the opposition is asking questions that are completely out of context and completely inappropriate. He also said that the people who are blaming China for Galwan and all other enmities with India are the ones who wanted 4G and 5G from India. Now, this was just one of the many speakers today, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Before that, the debate was initiated by Raksha Mantri, Dr. Rajnath Singh. Mr. Rajnath Singh did speak about a method in the madness of terrorism that Pakistan perpetuates. He said that he in fact quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, saying that our ancient scriptures have taught us not just courage but also patience. He said that it is important to understand that India started with peace talks. He talked about that famous Lahore bus yatra that Atal Bihari Vajpayee, our former Prime Minister, undertook, and he said that Pakistan does not understand that language, which is why Operation Sindoor had to be done, Uri had to be done, and of course Balakot had to be done. Now, these were speakers from the BJP side. There was also Jay Panda. There were also other speakers. But remember, there were also many important questions that were asked from the opposition side. In fact, Deepinder Hooda from the Congress Party and Gaurav Gogoi, the Deputy Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha of the Congress Party, asked some very pertinent questions seeking accountability. Deepinder Hooda, in fact, went to an extent of asking how the IMF fund was given to Pakistan and why the victim of terror, India, still has to go to the world to explain the kind of violence that Pakistan perpetuates on us. He in fact spoke about the dehyphenation that really has been destroyed now with what happened in Pulwama. Mr. Gaurav Gogoi also asked questions on responsibility. In fact, asked for some resignations, including that of the Home Minister. More importantly, let's also talk about the kind of questions and the answers that played out in the floor of the House today, with the opposition also changing its goalpost and saying that there is a need to also discuss the special intensive revision of roles that is happening in Bihar, making it clear that Operation Sindoor is not the end of the debate that they seek from the government. But we'll discuss all of that in just a bit. We will be joined by a panel of experts. With me is Satyaprakash Mishra, who is from the JDU. We also have Kapil Madan, who's a supporter of the Congress Party. Before we get in our guests, let's also take a look at the face-off that played out on Operation Sindoor in the floor of the House today.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मारे गिराए।
क्या ये जरूरी नहीं कि जेट गिरे, पर क्यों गिरे, क्या गलतियां हुई, वो महत्वपूर्ण है। संख्या महत्वपूर्ण नहीं। सर 35 ही राफेल है देश में, 35 ही राफेल है। अगर उनमें से कुछ गिरे भी तो देखिए सर, मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी क्षति हुई।
Okay, we're also joined by Jayanto Ghoshal, who's a consulting editor with NDTV. We are also joined by Ganesh Naik, who's an MP of the Congress party. We have A. Saravanan of the DMK. Thank you, all of you. And also Rakesh Sinha, who's an ex-MP, former MP from the BJP. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. Mr. Mishra, to you first. You belong to the JDU. It's the opposition's job to ask questions. Sometimes do we also indulge in this reduction of anti-India, pro-India debate? What's wrong in answering questions?
There is no wrong in answering question, but question must have a kind of head. These questions opposition raising has no head basically. You know what they are raising? Have you surrendered? They are well aware that the foreign secretary, foreign ministers and DGMO, everyone, in detail told the media some time back when the Operation Sindoor was in halt, but they never understood that. Okay, now the discussion is going in Parliament. Rajnath Singh ji has responded every kind of questions opposition had any kind of doubt regarding the surrender and anything like that. What Rajnath Singh ji importantly said, that the strategic position of India has changed during this Operation Sindoor, because now India believes if any attack carried out by any terrorist organization, India will take the attack on India. And the second most important point, what he told the House, opposition party must understand unity of India must be there. Today they are discussing, but the message should be gone to entire world, must be gone.
So that's an
India
important...
is taking tough stand against terrorism and it is not going to tolerate. Around 50 members of parliament went different countries to convey the same message. Why opposition parties are not agree with that? Why opposition party is just trying to divert? So opposition parties are saying that there were no joint conferences, press conferences in most of these countries. Kapil Madan, but Dr. S. Jaishankar has responded to this criticisms. In fact, he quoted from several portals and important foreign policy review magazines and also official statements from Vladimir Putin to the Prime Minister of Paraguay. He has said that everybody has condemned Pahalgam and in fact also supported India when it comes to Operation Sindoor. So is there a sense that the opposition is trying to create, these questions only to corner the government, something that the government seems to be completely prepared for?
No, Vasudha, if you look at, the entire debate that has happened, I think, it is very safe to say that the government is trying to use misinformation as a strategy, and I'll give you specific instance why I, make this observation. You may recall when this incident happened, there were reports, which has not been denied by the government, that there were security intelligence that something is likely to happen, and therefore the Prime Minister's visit to JNK was cancelled. Once you have a specific intelligence and input, and you are not able to prevent that kind of an incident, the first question is forget Pakistan. The first question is that, while you want to create all this hysteria about Pakistan, blaming Pakistan, supporting Pakistan, the first question is on the accountability. If 4 individuals with that kind of weapon came about 200 kilometers inside our country, and not to forget, they also, evaded after committing this gruesome act, and we have admittedly soldiers in several thousand and maybe in few lakhs in JNK guarding the area. So my first question is that why is the government not talking about what went wrong which led to this incident? And this is not the first time that has happened.
But Kapil, today
hold on. Just hold on.
They have actually killed 2 people, right?
Hold on. So let me tell you, in Pulwama also, we lost our soldiers, and today, can you tell whether a charge sheet has been filed in that case? Can you tell whether the accused has been arrested in that case?
So
can you tell? No, just a minute, Vasudha.
Vasudha.
We don't know. The fact is, we don't know. It's not there in the media. You don't know.
Okay.
The government doesn't know.
Okay, that's a fair question, Kapil. I'll just come back to you.
The point I'm trying to make here is, and what has been our government response. Now, what you're trying to do is, you're trying to confuse 2 different things, and you are trying to, give a completely, misinformed and a concocted version for consumption of our people.
Here. Rakesh Sinha, the Congress especially today has been saying that the government is not giving a complete picture. It is seeking details on investigation. It is also seeking details on what really went wrong when it comes to Pahalgam. Was there an intel failure? They also quoted from Lieutenant General Rahul Singh to LG of JNK Manoj Sinha. Is there something that the government needs to do more to reassure the opposition?
You know, the Congress party is trying to create a Pandora box. It lacks the vision about the Pakistan policy, and I can tell you that in the independent India, for the first time, there has been a very categorical, unambiguous Pakistan policy formulated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That is the reason that India, without getting isolated and taking the support, moral support of the world community on the question of terrorism, declared that this war is not a war against any country. This war is against terrorism. This war is not for a geography. This war is not for the seat of power. This war is not for economic gain. This war is to create peace and harmony in the world community, and the Operation Sindoor has a wider ramification. That is the reason when 7 committees, a multi-party committee, Narendra Modi ji formed a multi-party committee, all party members, even CPM members, Congress party members, all party members were the part of the committee. They visited 33 countries. The kind of welcome and kind of the gestures of these countries, they showed that India garnered a great support in its foreign policy. Second important thing that I am asking the Congress party, they don't have the moral. In 1970, during the 1971 war, when the parliament session was going on, the Kissinger, the advisor of the President Nixon, visited India, and the parliament was not informed. There was a question by Phul Chand Burma from Ujjain, member of parliament Ujjain. He asked, when parliament is in session, Kissinger is visiting this country, why didn't you inform the parliament? Why you have disguised the visit of Kissinger? Another question was asked. That is very important here for the moral of the Congress party is taking high moral. I am asking the Congress party, when Kissinger was here, the member asked, why didn't you ask to visit the refugees camp? Those who came
these are the important questions that probably the Congress party will have to answer, but now it's the government that is asked to answer a few questions. Mr. Sinha, I'll come back to you. Lieutenant General Satish Dua is also with us. Mr. Dua, how do you look at this debate that played out in the parliament today? Because these are national security matters. There was also an encounter today in which 2 people who are associated with the Pahalgam terror attack were also killed. How do you see all of this? And the fact that Rajnath Singh also said that Pakistan uses terrorism as a tool, as a political tool, weaponizes it. How do you see this?
That Pakistan uses terrorism as an instrument of state policy is well known, and India has been fighting against it militarily, diplomatically, politically, and in every forum. As to the debate, I'll try to steer clear of any politics. When Operation Sindoor was taking place, as a soldier, I felt it was very heartening for me to see that all opposition parties, everyone united behind the cause, and everyone supported the armed forces and all other instruments of power. Thereafter, when the delegations went out to 7 delegations went out to different countries, opposition, allies, government, all the parties comprised of it, and everyone delivered a very effective message to 33 countries. When today debate takes place, I know there should be a parliamentary debate. There should be debate in parliament. This is the first session after the Operation Sindoor. It was such a decisive operation that in less than 4 days, we imposed our will on Pakistan, and they asked us for ceasefire. Remember, in 71, it took us 14 days to get them to the ceasefire. So, debate should take place. But and the government should answer. But the point is to sort of question things. Some of these things are very low. To question whether this actually took place, that breaks the morale of the armed forces. To try and do a bean count, how many fighters had fallen. This operation is still ongoing. To my mind, bean count is not very important. Outcomes are, and that is something that we have very decisively shown the world and proven it to the country, and that's
a very good point that you made. In fact, Rajnath Singh said that in every examination, it is the outcome that matters, and you cannot ask a student who has scored full marks, why did your pencils nib a break? But to be fair to the opposition, Lieutenant General Dua, Today, I did notice that they didn't ask about how many jets were down. They said that it was important to discuss why did they go down. Jyotsna Tirunagari of the TDP also joins us now. Before that, let me go to Jayanto Ghoshal. And of course, Saravanan Annadurai is also with us. Jayanto Ghoshal, sir, as a journalist, as an analyst, how did you see the debate that played out today? You've seen many debates like this in the past. Did you expect it to be more fierce? And did you expect the opposition to be asking these questions? Was there a shift in the way they raised questions? Was there a shift in the way the government projected its confidence with respect to Operation Sindoor?
Yeah, Vasudha, first of all, we should not analyze Operation Sindoor in the political party prism. It is not BJP's Operation Sindoor, or it is not opposition party's Operation Sindoor. It is our country's foreign policy, and Narendra Modi is the Mukhia of that government, and I think this is a major success we have achieved. And opposition also supported Operation Sindoor when the several opposition members visited the abroad. But one thing, this intelligence failure is nothing new in our country, globally also. 26/11 intelligence failure, Parliament attack intelligence failure, 26/11. That Narendra Modi was not Prime Minister. Intelligence failure was there. So intelligence failure after Kargil, Subramaniam Committee formed. There are 4 task forces on that. And now on Operation Sindoor, after this major achievement, we are happy and we are respectful to the Indian foreign policy. Once Pranab Mukherjee as foreign minister told me that we are very happy, we have a heritage of consensus on foreign policy. Communists usually contradicted the anti-Americanism, but after globalization, that also neutralized. There is a major change. And now Jayashankar's foreign policy is Indian foreign policy, Modi's foreign policy. This is number one. And number two, Vasudha, this is just only one point, that on this Operation Sindoor, Modi ji has that courage to start it. And why he stopped, that opposition is saying, why they have withdrawn. There should be a Lakshman Rekha, there should be a do's and don'ts on the war diplomacy also. Because international pressure, always it is there. On Kargil also it was there. On all operations. But you know, you have to know when we should stop. On the economics and the other effects, we should understand. So I think opposition, it is better to wait.
That's a very important point, Mr. Ghoshal. Let me get in Mr. Naik here. Yeah,
there,
Mr. Naik.
There are several issues of the opposition.
Right, Mr. Naik, Jayanto Ghoshal. Jayanto Ghoshal made a very important point here that there needs to be a Lakshman Rekha, there needs to be a red line as to what one can expect, because global diplomacy is sometimes often out of reach, and this is something that every ruling party in the government would face. Do you think that the Congress party would have also needed to understand that there could be pressures, but the fact that the party did ask a lot of questions and the government is answering them, does that mean that finally there's a cordial sense of dialogue between the two sides?
No, it was always a cordial kind of a discussion that the Congress party wanted. In fact, our idea is to get the information from out of the government and place it before the people of this country. It is not that we want to put down the India's response to Pahalgam attack, or that our foreign policy success and failures. So we want to support the government fully. We did support the government fully. We did support the armed forces fully during the operations. It is now time to understand what went right and what went wrong. This kind of a questioning, I think the government should have the gumption to receive and answer it properly. It's very good that this kind of a discussion is taking place today in the Parliament. You could see the lead speaker from the Congress raise very, very pertinent points. He did talk about the information warfare outside, information warfare inside. In fact, the important disinformation was that to project opposition and the Congress party as not having sufficient nationalism or not being sufficiently nationalistic in our approach. That's the most unfortunate thing. So this is being dismantled today. It is for everybody to see that the opposition is with the government and with the armed forces as far as the rebuttal of the
we also have
TDP
MP Lavu Krishna Devarailu, who's also the TDP's parliamentary floor leader in the Lok Sabha, joining us. Yes. Lavu Krishna Devarailu of the TDP joins us. He's an MP who also spoke today. He's also the TDP's parliamentary floor leader. Thank you, Krishna, for joining us on a day like this. It was a big day for both sides. And in fact, I was listening to your speech where you really focused on Pahalgam killings, which was the reason why Operation Sindoor took place. In fact, you said that it was not just killings or murder, it was a slaughter of human beings. And the fact that you had gone to Kashmir just few days before Pahalgam, you saw what was before that and what really happened after that. Explain to us, what are the big points that you made and what are your expectations from this debate?
Vasudha, the important thing about this debate is that citizens of this country need to know what has happened in Operation Sindoor and also what led to Operation Sindoor. We have gone outside India as a part of delegation. We explained to every world leader across almost 32 countries, explained why we have done Operation Sindoor, what led to Operation Sindoor. Again, there are some questions that has been raised by the opposition party regarding Operation Sindoor and Pahalgam. And obviously, as a coalition in power, we are there to answer them, and we did answer them. The main issues that we have raised are most importantly with regards to how this has taken India in a different direction with regards to the Operation Sindoor. We are giving very strong message to the world and every country across the globe that this is going to be India's response in future also if there is any terror activity that has happened. But instead of asking the government questions around this, the opposition is actually going in every other direction rather than coming to any sort of reasonable questions. And the other thing that we have mentioned with regards to, in the parliament is with regards to the putting again Pakistan on FATF list. It has been done when during the Modi's time only from 2018 to 24. Again, because of COVID or some other reason, it has been taken out. But now we asked the government to work towards putting Pakistan on FATF list. And the second thing after FATF list was with regards to making sure that whatever with regards to the Pakistan that we are trying to do, make sure in the World Forum they are isolated as much as possible. And also with regards to the investment in our defense technology, also we are asking the government to actually invest as much as possible in the defense technology. Also, these are the 2-3 asks that we mentioned on the floor of the House.
Okay.
And most importantly,
Krishna, my last question to you: a lot of opposition leaders.
Most importantly, we asked about making sure that we have moved 30 years back in United Nations with regards to the definition of terrorism. And the government needs to work towards that, making sure that this definition of terrorism has actually evolved so that in the future, whichever country is going to foster terror, finance terror, can be cornered, like what we like countries like Pakistan can be cornered because they have been doing that for so many years. And these are the 2-3 points that we mentioned in there.
Absolutely. Krishna, before I let you go, last question before I go to Saravanan also. Krishna, a lot of opposition MPs also spoke about the multi-party delegations, and they said that, in fact, they alleged that this is a failure on part of India's foreign diplomacy, that many of these countries did not have a joint statement that came out when these multi-party delegations went to their countries. In fact, they also said that they were not even received properly. Can you clear the air? Because you were one of those who traveled to different countries. In fact, you went to Qatar, you went to Ethiopia, you went to South Africa and also Egypt. These are very important countries. What would you have to say about this allegation that the opposition has raised, that India does not have the kind of support from the global community as it should?
Absolutely baseless. This allegation is absolutely baseless because wherever we went, whichever country we went, everyone welcomed us, and they welcomed us with solidarity. They understood India's stand. why we are taking the action with regards to the Operation Sindoor. They understood where India stands with regards to we as a country, we are a thriving democracy. As a country, we have make sure that non-violence as an idea has been propagated across the world. We are a country which exported teachers, we exported technology, we exported trust. That is what we stood for, and they all know it. Whichever country we went, all the delegations went, they all know what Pakistan stands for. They harbor terrorists. They give asylum to Osama bin Laden. They run terrorist camps. They send terrorists across the border. Every terrorist activity that happens across the globe, there is a Pakistani fingerprint that can be seen. So whichever country we went, they welcomed us. They understand India's. They respect India because as a country, we have done so much for the global south, not only global south, but as a historically also we have done so much with these countries. So whatever the opposition is trying to put across, this is absolutely baseless. We got a good welcome, and if you see the most of the delegations which are led by the opposition parties, it's 3 or 4 of them are led by the opposition. If you see their response, if you see their comments, if you see their tweets, as Jaishankar ji has just mentioned, they also collaborate with whatever I say. So I don't know where these sort of observations are coming from.
Right. Thank you, Krishna Lavu Krishna Devarailu of the TDP joining us now. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Saravanan, thank you so much for waiting. Where does the DMK stand on the Operation Sindoor debate? Because I think that for all opposition parties, there is a certain sense of dilemma, because you cannot be seen as questioning the armed forces, which nobody is at this point of time, but also to ask the right questions without seeming anti-armed forces. Is that a tightrope to walk on?
See, not at all. There is no dilemma at all. There are difference between what the armed forces have done and what the government is doing. The biggest question still remains unanswered is, why did this happen? No answers. Who is responsible for this? No answers. And another gentleman who spoke earlier said intelligence failure happens all the time. When it happened in 26/11 in Mumbai, Mr. Narendra Modi was there giving press meets against the government. He did not speak against the army. Then there was no dilemma. Nobody said, oh, Mr. Narendra Modi is speaking against the army who are trying to flush out the terrorists there. And now suddenly when you question the BJP government for their failures and you are questioning the army, there is a clear difference between questioning the government and questioning the army. See, every information has to be there on the public domain. And there is an utter failure of foreign policy. Whoever is saying that, oh, we welcomed, we were given a warm welcome, let them not mix up hospitality with what the Indian government's foreign policy is. Hospitality is different from our objectives. What is our objective? Our objective is to ensure that the Pakistan does not get the support of the international community. Were we happy? Were we able to achieve that? We were not able to achieve that. IMF loaned so much of money. All the American government is still supporting Pakistan. And to rub salt into the wound, Mr. Donald Trump, 26 times he has said that he only mediated between India and Pakistan. And it is because of him there was a ceasefire. And he announced the ceasefire. There are no answers about that. If there is, we have seen all the departments. This is an incompetent government, and the biggest incompetence is in the foreign department. Foreign policy is utter failure. We don't have any friends who will support us through and through.
Okay, Dr. Josna, would you like to respond to that? Because not just Saravanan, a lot of opposition parties are asking this question. If Pakistan really pleaded for ceasefire, then why did we sort of agree to it? And the fact that were there any conditions that were laid down? Of course, Dr. S. Jaishankar talked about Donald Trump's comments, and he said that there was nobody involved. In fact, he also talked about J.D. Vance calling the Prime Minister and talking about this possible attack from Pakistan, which also happened. Dr. S. Jaishankar said that it was foiled by Indian armed forces. And this is when there were disruptions in the House, the opposition parties were also told by Amit Shah, the Home Minister, that it is important to believe what our own foreign minister is saying and not really what Donald Trump is saying. Jyotsna, this is about clash of narratives. The opposition has a right to ask questions. The government has to answer them. How do you see this?
Vasudha, absolutely. I'm not denying the point that the opposition has the right to ask, and we should be, as a government, we should be able to answer that. It's our responsibility. There is no doubt about it. But Vasudha, I think there is also a very thin line there. And for all of us, each one of the citizen of India, national security, I don't think, Vasudha, it isn't a reality show, I believe. Do you believe it, Vasudha? Isn't it? It isn't a reality show for somebody's entertainment. Here we are speaking of our armed security forces, our defense minister, our external affairs minister explain in the house saying that this is what has been done and we are going by this way, first and foremost. And yes, I think we have very clearly given an information as how precision strikes were done and how they have targeted the terrorist sites, neutralizing over 100 terrorists and all these details. Again, the technicalities were all given. But my point is, Operation Sindoor, the success or failure is given by the armed forces. Vasudha, it's not given by the opposition parties or anything like that.
Okay, let me take a quick response from Saravanan.
One second,
national security
Vasudha,
is not reality
Vasudha,
TV.
one second.
Yes.
Vasudha,
Yes.
one
Yes.
second.
Yeah.
Vasudha,
everybody
one second.
can
Let me complete. Let me complete.
Let Jyotsna finish. Saravanan, I'll come to you. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please go on.
Why did I say that, Vasudha? Because what is happening is, here the armed forces are explaining because they have given very clear indication, very clear numbers, very clear facts as to what has happened and what has been happening in Operation Sindoor. Again, the External Affairs Minister has given the information, Defence Minister has given the information. Till these people come out in the floor of the house, they say that, no, Donald Trump ne bola hai, we believe him. And somebody else ne bola hai, we believe him.
Okay, Saravanan,
They are just doing it for the
Saravanan, please respond to that.
Yeah. See, we don't want to believe Donald Trump. Why don't you have the courage to question him? Why don't you have the courage to say on the face of Donald Trump, no, we don't believe you, sir. Stop speaking lies. Who is preventing you? Because you have surrendered. You have surrendered the entire foreign policy to the winds of America. That is the problem here. And the business interest.
Okay, Jyotsna, would you like to respond? Yeah, please respond.
Yes.
That is your problem.
We'll have to give the last word to Jayanto Ghoshal. Jayanto Ghoshal.
Only two things. Vasudha, only 2 points. Vasudha, only 2 points.
Let Jayanto Ghoshal respond. I'll come to Jyotsna. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just 2 points. Very quickly.
Mr. Ghoshal, yes.
Mr.
Ghoshal.
To respectable DMK member, I have only one very vinamrata ke saath bol raha hu. After Perambadur incident, nobody discussed what was the intelligence failure. It was an internal issue, and internally government took action. Why it failed, why and how. But it was a very important, like Professor Jyotsna, I completely agree, it's not a reality show. So it's a very serious issue, and Operation Sindoor, who said that government is not at all inquiring the intelligence failure, the right time, everything like Kargil, there was a committee and all the committee reports are now, everybody can go through. And number two, this, like Sri Perambadur incident, I just want to say that, on Trump also, issue that before Operation Sindoor, Vice President came, and we know the communication, it is printed that how Modi ji and Jaishankar ji was there. The conversation was there, and they completely said that we have to go, and they tried to stop it before the operation. So who said that Trump stopped, we are surrendered to US? I think we should follow our external affairs briefing also before accepting the White House briefing.
Okay, Jyotsna, quickly. Yeah, Jyotsna, quickly. Yeah, Jyotsna.
Vasudha,
yes, Jyotsna,
very clearly, our ministers have been very categorically, strongly, assertively saying that there is no involvement of any other party. Isn't it the answer to the other person? Or you want, I don't know, what is... Sir, come on, sir. You want to believe Trump, you can always believe him.
We are not believing Trump. We are not believing Trump. But we are asking, why are you not courageous enough? We are asking, why are you not courageous enough to stand up to Trump? Is that because of Adani?
Sir, we have announced it in the floor of
the House. Okay, Mr. Saravanan, quickly.
Only now. You are saying it now. The narrative of Mr. Trump was unchallenged for almost a month. 26 times. Every possible opportunity, he said that.
Sir, I believe my armed forces.
This is not about armed forces. This is about the government. This is not about armed forces. This is not about armed forces. This is about the failure of the foreign policy. This is about failure of the foreign policy.
So this is clearly a clash of narratives. Thank you, Josna Tirunagari. Thank you, Saravanan, for speaking to us. Also, Jayanto Ghoshal and Mr. Ganesh Nayak for joining us on a day like this. Clearly a fierce contest there that played out in the Lok Sabha with lots of questions that were asked, seeking accountability and lots of answers from a government that said that its armed forces did everything that was possible to keep this country safe and also question the perpetrators of violence. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो?
सुनो मेरी
आप तो एक गायकवाड is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defence, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Welcome back. We come to you from right outside the Parliament. And we chose this location, this venue today, because this building right behind me witnessed a historic debate today with the ruling party MPs clashing with the opposition MPs, not in action, but in thought and in speeches on what they thought of Operation Sindoor. The government giving some very difficult answers there, but also comprehensive answers on the accusations that were raised by the opposition parties. In fact, the debate was started by Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, and he said that the whole intent behind Operation Sindoor was not to start a war or a conflict, but send out a message of new normal. And Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, also spoke, and he said that blood and water don't flow along. In fact, terror and talks will not happen together. Talks will happen only on terror. That's what he said. While Rajnath Singh gave an outline of military doctrine of Operation Sindoor, it was Dr. S. Jaishankar who highlighted the global diplomatic efforts that were initiated by India, apart from sending out multi-party delegations. He in fact spoke about the kind that India has received from various countries on Operation Sindoor, being a retaliation, being a move of seeking retribution, something that is important for self-defense. He said that the country acted in self-defense, and that was important to understand. He said that the success of India's global policy was also in the fact that many hostile countries have fallen in line. That's what he said. And while he was speaking, we also saw disruptions from the opposition side, and this was specifically with regard to the comments that He clarified on Donald Trump's claims that he facilitated the ceasefire. Mr. Jaishankar also said that that was not true. In fact, it was J.D. Vance who spoke to Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 9th and 10th of May, warned him against an attack by Pakistan. The attack did happen, but our armed forces foiled the attack, and the decision to have a ceasefire was completely bilateral because the DGMO of Pakistan pleaded for it. And of course, this was also talked about by Raksha Mantri. Opposition members raised questions on what conditions were agreed upon by Pakistan for the ceasefire. They also asked questions on why IMF funding is still being given to Pakistan. They also questioned the intelligence failure that happened in Pahalgam and also what was being done to ensure that the country is safe. Let's first look at the highlight of the show. Home Minister Amit Shah intervening when the opposition caused disruptions while Dr. S. Jaishankar was speaking. Mr. Amit Shah said that it was important to believe in one's own foreign minister rather than go by global narratives.
देश मंत्री यहाँ स्टेटमेंट कर रहा है, उस पर भरोसा नहीं है, उनको किसी और देश पर भरोसा। मैं समझ सकता हूँ उनकी पार्टी में विदेश का महत्व क्या है, मगर इसका मतलब ये तो नहीं है पार्टी की सारी चीजें यहाँ सदन में आकर थोपे। भारत के विदेश मंत्री पर भरोसा नहीं करोगे? ओथ लिया हुआ व्यक्ति यहाँ पर बोल रहा है, ही इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इसीलिए ये वहां बैठे हैं और 20 साल तक वहीं बैठने वाले। उनके स्पीकर जब बोल रहे थे, हम पूरे धैर्य से सुने। मैं बताऊंगा कितनी असत्य बातें बोली गई कल, परंतु फिर भी असत्य को भी हम हलाहल समझकर पी गए। अब ये सत्य भी नहीं सुन पाते हैं।
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Finesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability. markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defence, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक गायकवाड़ is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got
सच्चाई ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की आनी चाहिए।
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सरहद के इस पार भी मारेंगे और जरूरत पड़ी तो आतंकियों के घर में घुस कर भी।
देश ये जानना चाहता है कि वो 5 दहशतगर्द कैसे घुसे।
Which one of you imagined that Bawalpur and Muridke would be brought down the way? Which one of you thought? When did you even think of it during your tenure? Let me.
बैठे बैठे टोका टोकी करना सबको आता है, ऐसा नहीं हमें नहीं आता। यह सिंदूर की लाली शौर्य की कहानी है, भारत के मस्तक पर वीरता की निशानी।
In just a moment from now, viewer, here on India Matters, we're going to show you how very ugly politics has erupted over Operation Mahadev, the key details of which you'll only hear right here on NDTV. That's a guarantee. While others speculate, I'm going to be bringing you the definitive account of how the forces hunted down the terrorists, including one terrorist directly linked to the Pahalgam terror attack 97 days ago. The inside details of what the Indian Army has officially called Operation Mahadev. I'll tell you why it's called Operation Mahadev as well. These are some of the breaking details that we're bringing in at this time. The forces had been chasing these terrorists for many, many days. In fact, we are told, remember that that Pahalgam terror attack took place more than 3 months ago. They've been chasing them since then. The terrorists had been tracked. They'd been to a particular hilltop very close to Srinagar, where they were cornered and then finally eliminated in one of the most rugged areas of Jammu. In fact, Vishnu Shom, who's acquired these first details, which we are, remember, it's an operation that's still very much on, but Vishnu and I always take care to report only what we are allowed to report. Vishnu, details of what are coming out in what this operation has been about. Operation Mahadev took a few hours. Preceded it were months of tracking these terrorists.
Yes, it was done in a very diligent manner. It was extremely difficult. The terrain played a real factor over here. This was extremely rugged. 13,000 feet is where this particular camp of these terrorists was located. Very, very rugged, fully forested in those areas. Vertical climbs almost in certain areas. This was an op-based operation. There was a lot of technical intelligence which was used. Presumably that means the interception of communications between this group of terrorists and their handlers. Again, the details of that I will not spell out. It reveals a certain capability, but this is what I'm led to believe. The Indian Army had soldiers, and remember, they often operate on the basis of, joint groups. So there would be special soldiers, special jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir police, Rashtra Rifles, CRPF, etc. But soldiers had been deployed in the higher reaches of the Dachigam forest. The exchange of fire happened at approximately 9 a.m. this morning. This is important. This encounter site where the encounter took place is linked to a ridge. It sort of is linked to a ridge, and that goes down to Pahalgam itself. So they were in the vicinity of Pahalgam, and they've been there, it is believed, for the last couple of months. There have been skilled troop deployments in this, which is why sources indicate that it's unlikely that these very highly trained terrorists were able to settle down, as it were, in any part of that entire ridge line. Now, after they were taken out, and what we can confirm is that these were headshots. They were taken out. They were eliminated. Photos have been sent to the NIA, the National Investigating Agency. We expect more details tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Vishnu, for getting us those details. In fact, we've got even more details of the precise timeline of this entire operation, and I wanted to bring some of these details to you before we show you what happened in Parliament, and you need to wait for that. The terrorist group had been tracked. You heard Vishnu talk about how they'd been tracked for the last couple of months. 4 days ago, there was another intelligence input narrowing down the focus and giving the security agencies a very specific idea of where they might be. At about 2 a.m. this morning, and remember, I am masking some of the specific details in the interests of operational security. We've got clearance to use some of this information because it is not a sensitive nature. The group activated, the terror group, these guys apparently activated a T-82 Ultra set Chinese-made communication device. It's almost like a satellite phone, and that was the dead giveaway. The terror team's precise location was immediately picked up because Indian sensors were already tracking them. These were 3 Pakistani terrorists who were tracked in this manner. At about 8 this morning, a drone of some kind was launched to get a first visual detail of these terrorists and their location. At about 9:30 in the morning, a cordon was placed around the particular area of interest by a Rashtra Rifles unit. At about 10 this morning, a para-commando team of the Indian Army ascended the Mahadev Hill feature where these terrorists were said to be located. At about 10:30 a.m., a positive ID of the terrorists were conducted by the commandos on site. By 11, all 3 terrorists were hit in a first burst of fire. By about 11:45 a.m., 1 injured terrorist attempted to escape, but he was eliminated by the para-commandos. By 12:30, half past noon, cleansing operations took place in a 2-kilometer radius by the Special Forces as well as the Rashtra Rifles. By around 1:45 p.m. today, at about the time when Parliament was getting ready to begin the Operation Sindoor debate, the terrorists' bodies were ID'd and they were photographed. It was decided that the army would hold a briefing later, but that has been postponed to tomorrow. Let's just show you for a bit, because already politics has broken out in Parliament over Operation Sindoor. But let's first show you what happened as part of this debate.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, कभी कभी हमारे प्रतिपक्ष के लोग ये पूछते रहे हैं कि हमारे कितने विमान गिरे। मुझे लगता है उनका यह प्रश्न हमारी राष्ट्रीय जनभावनाओं का सही से प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने एक बार भी हमसे यह नहीं पूछा कि हमारी सेनाओं ने दुश्मन के कितने विमान मार गिराए।
क्या ये जरूरी नहीं कि जेट गिरे, पर क्यों गिरे, क्या गलतियां हुई, वो महत्वपूर्ण है। संख्या महत्वपूर्ण नहीं सर। 35 ही राफेल है देश में, 35 ही राफेल है। अगर उनमें से कुछ गिरे भी तो देखिए सर, मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी क्षति हुई। रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते ये नहीं कहा कि पहलगाम में दहशतगर्द कैसे आए। कहीं ना कहीं एक सरकार में एक अहंकार आ चुका है। इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी जो फ्रेमवर्क है, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है, जो लोग हैं जो निर्णय लेते हैं इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी की, आज उनमें एक अहंकार आ गया है कि चाहे जितनी भी बड़ी गलती हो उन पर कोई सवाल नहीं उठा सकता, लेकिन आज हम सवाल उठा रहे हैं। नैतिक जिम्मेवारी आपको लेनी पड़ेगी। आप लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के पीछे नहीं छुप सकते।
We highlighted the 9 sites had been targeted, and we said that our actions are focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. And we were living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. Today, when I hear many questions from across the aisle, I want to say, which one of you imagined that Bhavalpur and Muridke would be brought down the way it was? Which one of you thought? When did you even think of it during your tenure? Did it even cross your mind? In fact, on the contrary, you ruled it out after 26/11. Warnings about China, cautions about China, China is planning this, China is planning that. But sir, I want to remind this House, Doklam crisis was on. The leader of opposition decided to get a briefing from whom? Not from the government, not from the emir, from the Chinese ambassador. He took his briefing from the Chinese ambassador when our military was confronting the Chinese military in Doklam.
Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to speak tomorrow at 12, but he did get up to intervene aggressively on 2 occasions today. In case you missed it, here it is.
विदेश मंत्री यहाँ स्टेटमेंट कर रहा है, उस पर भरोसा नहीं है, उनको किसी और देश पर भरोसा है। मैं समझ सकता हूं उनकी पार्टी में विदेश का महत्व क्या है, मगर इसका मतलब ये तो नहीं है पार्टी की सारी चीजें यहाँ सदन में आकर थोपे। भारत के विदेश मंत्री पर भरोसा नहीं करोगे? ओथ लिया हुआ व्यक्ति यहाँ पर बोल रहा है, ही इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इसीलिए ये वहां बैठे हैं और 20 साल तक वहीं बैठने वाले हैं। उनके स्पीकर जब बोल रहे थे, हम पूरे धैर्य से सुने। मैं बताऊंगा कितनी असत्य बातें बोली गई कल, परंतु फिर भी असत्य को भी हम हलाहल समझकर पी गए। अब ये सत्य भी नहीं सुन पाते हैं।
Okay, and the politics has begun. The quest for proof and questioning the timing of the Operation Mahadev encounter has begun. You can always trust our politicians to begin questioning the timing of an encounter as if the Indian Army chooses when to actually kill terrorists. Well, Congress MP Imran Masood has just gone on the record to question the timing. He says, what were they doing for 3 months? Imagine a member of parliament casting aspersions on the Indian Army and saying, what were they doing for 3 months? The BJP has hit back at this Congress doubter MP. Take a look at this. The BJP MP says the Congress is politicizing Pahalgam. The Congress has hit back and says, isn't it too much of a coincidence that these terrorists were killed today while the Operation Sindoor debate begins? Take a look at this face-off.
अरे रक्षा मंत्री बोल रहे हैं, रक्षा मंत्री को पता नहीं कब मार गिराया। रक्षा मंत्री के बोलने के बाद गौरव गोगोई जी ने सवाल उठाया, तो आपने 1 मिनट के अंदर मार दिया आतंकवादी। कहाँ से ले आए आप? कौन था वो आतंकवादी? क्या उसका कनेक्शन है? उस कनेक्शन को कैसे साबित हुआ कि आपने फटाक से इधर बोला? गौरव जी ने आपने फटाक से बता दिया कि हमने 1 मार भी दिया। इतना तेज नेटवर्क है। अगर इतना ही तेज नेटवर्क था तो पीओ के ऊपर तिरंगा फहरता हुआ होता। पीओ
अभी तक ये सवाल उठा रहे थे कि पहलगाम के मास्टरमाइंड या जो टेररिस्ट थे कहाँ गए। अब अगर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज लगातार जो ट्रैक कर रही थी, तो आज अगर उनका इनकाउंटर हुआ तो एक तरह से जहां हमने पाकिस्तान में उनके सारे हेडक्वार्टर्स को निस्ताबूद किया, आज उनको भी अंजाम में पहुंचा दिया जो पहलगाम के मतलब टेररिस्ट है या उनके मास्टरमाइंड है। अब इस पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं। इससे साफ है कि वो केवल राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
And let me tell you about the big guns that are going to boom in Parliament tomorrow. Today you heard the Defence Minister, you had Gaurav Gogoi, you had the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, Dipinder Hooda. There has been a few scheduling tweaks as a result of which some of the speakers on both sides have been shifted to tomorrow. Let me just show you who they are. Day 2 is going to be full of the very, very big guns. Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, Congress MP, will be speaking. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Congress MP from Wayanad, will also be speaking. She was supposed to speak today. K.C. Venugopal, a General Secretary Organization and Congress MP, will also be speaking. Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament, will also be expected to speak tomorrow. There are also, from the government side, the big suspense, of course, is on whether the Prime Minister will be speaking. There is no confirmation just yet. There has been some chatter about that. We can, however, confirm that Amit Shah, the Home Minister, will be speaking sometime around midday. JP Nadda, the BJP President, Lok Sabha MP, will also be speaking tomorrow. The big question, of course, like I said, is on whether the Prime Minister will be making an intervention tomorrow. It could happen, if it does at all, sometime in the evening. Maria Shakil joins me on more. Maria, the big guns really are going to be booming all day tomorrow in Parliament, starting with the Home Minister at about midday. Both sides of the aisle are going to have their top speakers speaking. But everyone wants to know, what about the Prime Minister? Anything you're hearing, Maria?
Yes, for the moment, what the indication from the BJP strategists and, of course, the floor managers is that a call on that will be taken sometime towards the end of the day, because the discussion in Lok Sabha is still continuing. Shiv, look, when Dr. S. Jaishankar was speaking, Home Minister Amit Shah, responded to the Congress disruptions twice. So those are interesting interventions which we should be prepared for perhaps tomorrow, when Rahul Gandhi and particularly Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will make their speech in Parliament. But yes, the sense certainly from the government is that we do not rule out a possibility of Prime Minister's speech, Prime Minister's possible intervention towards the later part of the day. Of course, the confirmation is yet to come, but Home Minister Amit Shah himself has spoken about it. He said that he will be clarifying a lot of questions that have been raised by opposition, which he said is essentially some kind of myth or narrative building which has happened around Operation Sindoor, which could have been completely avoided by the Congress party.
Don't miss Maria's big debate coming up at 9 o'clock, decoding everything that's happened in Parliament. It's going to go on till late night today. She's got an excellent panel of guests and she's got unrivaled experience in Parliament. Don't miss that coming up at 9. Thanks very much, Maria, for that. Well, sticking with the eruptions within Parliament, I can tell you that apart from the frictions we've seen between the big speakers, whether it is Gaurav Gogoi against Jaishankar or Gaurav Gogoi against Rajnath Singh, there have been smaller flashpoints between members of Parliament that may have gone unnoticed, and it is my job to bring those to you. This one now is a face-off between high-profile MPs. LJP Ramvilas Paswan MP, Chirag Paswan's Member of Parliament, Shambhavi Chaudhary, was seen in Parliament ripping into Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She says, you cry for Palestine, but you have no time to cry for Pahalgam. She was referring to that famous viral image of Priyanka Gandhi flaunting a bag with Palestine written on it during her initial days in Parliament. She's questioned the Congress's selective outrage. This is Shambhavi Chaudhary of the LJP. Listen in, a little soundbite that you won't hear anywhere else.
ये पूरा देश वो चित्र कैसे भूल सकता है जब एक नवविवाहित महिला लाल चूड़ी पहनकर अपने पति के शव के बगल में बैठी थी। इसने पूरे देश को झंझोड़ करके रख दिया था। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि आज भी हमारे देश में ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको पहलगाम से ज्यादा दुख पैलेस्टीन के लिए होता है, क्योंकि ये उनकी राजनीति को फायदा नहीं देता। लेकिन
The big debate on Operation Sindoor is one of the most serious discussions and opportunities for genuine conversation and debate in India's August Parliamentary House. Now, is it going to be a constructive debate? Is it going to be a constructive discussion? Well, day one has had a bit of a mixed bag. It started with disruptions, but then it went on to be one of the most detailed exchanges between the government and the Treasury benches. But tonight on India Matters, I want to get a mix of expert views from military veterans, but also those who lost something in Pahalgam, viewer. Let us never lose sight of the fact that Pahalgam was a terror attack in which 26 people died. And two of the people who lost a loved one that day were Rajesh Narwal, father of Naval Officer Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, all of 26 years old. Also is Nazakat Ali, a man who, remember, saved 11 lives in Pahalgam, selflessly saved 11 lives in Pahalgam and lived to tell the tale. Incredible tales of tragedy and valor. We're also joined on this panel by Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan and Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. We'll be joined in a moment by Lieutenant General KJS Tiny Dhillon as well. Okay, that link with Rajesh Narwal has dropped, but I'll go to Nazakat Ali first. Nazakat भाई, धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. आज एक बहुत ही अहम दिन है ये. ऑपरेशन महादेव हुआ है जिसके डिटेल्स आपको डेफिनेटली पता ही होगा. आपका क्या रिएक्शन है? 3 टेररिस्ट मारे गए हैं. एक टेररिस्ट पे कॉन्फर्मेशन आ गया है कि वो ही पहलगाम में था. आप भी थे उस दिन. 11 लोगों को आपने रेस्क्यू किया था, सुरक्षित रखा. आपको क्या कहना है आज नजाकत भाई?
जी, सबसे पहले आपका शुक्रिया हमको ज्वाइन करने के लिए. तो दूसरी बात यह है कि सर, जिन्होंने मतलब जो किया था, गलत किया था, उनको तो सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए थी. मिल गई. इसमें इसका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. और ऊपर से मतलब जो ये पहलगाम अटैक हुआ था, ये मतलब बिल्कुल सरासर गलत हुआ था. ये इंसानियत का, मैंने पहले भी बताया आपको, ये इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ था. और उसके बाद हमको इंतज़ार था कि हमारे मतलब जो इंडियन आर्मी है उसको सलूट है, जिन्होंने आज मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया.
सोशल मीडिया से, इंटरनेट से, मीडिया से क्या क्या जानकारी आपको मिला है अभी तक नजाकत भाई? काफ़ी कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन सामने आया है, कुछ फोटोज़ भी सामने आए हैं. कुछ लोगों को कंफ्यूजन है कि हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन ये तो कंफर्मेशन आ ही गया है कि एक जो आतंकवादी है इस ग्रुप में वो तो पहलगाम में शामिल था. आपके पास क्या जानकारी है?
जी, अभी तक तो हमारे पास मतलब हम यहाँ चंदनवाड़ी में हैं, जो अमरनाथ यात्रा में लगे हुए हैं
जी.
तो आज ही आए हम वहाँ शेषनाग से वापस. तो अभी तक तो हमको मतलब यही पता चला है कि वहाँ पे इनकाउंटर हुआ है, 3 आतंकवादी मारे गए हैं. तो बाकी इंफॉर्मेशन अभी हमारे पास कुछ नहीं आया है.
जी जी
जी जी जी
जी. हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए नजाकत भाई. राजेश नरवाल, फादर ऑफ नेवल ऑफिसर, I beg your pardon, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal is also with me live. राजेश जी नमस्कार. हमसे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद. ऑपरेशन महादेव हुआ है राजेश जी, आपने सुना ही होगा, मीडिया में देखा ही होगा. डिटेल्स अभी भी पीसमील आ रहे हैं. कुछ कॉन्फर्मेशन सामने आ चुके हैं कि जो आतंकवादी मारे गए हैं उसमें से एक डेफिनेटली पहलगाम में शामिल था. आपका पहला ख्याल, आपका पहला रिएक्शन राजेश जी?
पहला ख्याल और रिएक्शन जो मेरा है सर, सर्वप्रथम मैं अपनी सेना के जवानों को, J&K पुलिस के जवानों को और CRPF के जवानों को, जिन्होंने अपना शौर्य दिखाया, अदम्य साहस को नमन करता हूं. और जिस वीरता का वहां पर उन्होंने वीरता के साथ उस डेंस फॉरेस्ट में, महादेव पीक जो है वहाँ नीचे डाची गांव है और वहाँ डेंस फॉरेस्ट है. डेंस फॉरेस्ट में इन उग्रवादियों को ढूंढना और उनको निशाना बनाना कोई आसान काम नहीं है. तो मैं सबसे पहले उनको सैल्यूट करता हूँ.
ये बहुत ही एक मुश्किल ऑपरेशन था, जैसे आपने बताया राजेश जी. 3-4 दिन के लिए इन आतंकवादियों को पीछा कर रहा था आर्मी ने. ये एक स्पेशल फोर्सेस ऑपरेशन था, काफ़ी मुश्किल था. ड्रोन का भी इस्तेमाल हुआ था और आज सवेरे वो फाइनल एनकाउंटर हो गया था.
और जो इसमें एक सुना है कि इसमें सुलेमान शाह, हाशिम जो मूसा है
जी,
वो पहलगाम टेरर अटैक जो किया था इन्होंने, तो उसमें वो मास्टरमाइंड थे. और ये पाकिस्तान आर्मी की में स्पेशल सिक्योरिटी ग्रुप है, उसमें ये पैरा कमांडो रहे हैं. तो ये पूर्णतः पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित भी रहा है और ये उसका मास्टरमाइंड रहे. और इसका मारा जाना एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है. और ये इसने काफ़ी वहाँ पर कई वारदात की हैं पहले भी, जैसा कि गांदरबल की सुना मैंने, बीच में एक दो जगह हमारी टुकड़ियों पर भी अटैक किया इसने। तो ये एक मास्टरमाइंड रहा है और फुली ट्रेंड है, जैसा मैं न्यूज़ में सुन रहा हूँ आज। तो इसका पकड़ा जाना और इसका मारा जाना एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है हमारे लिए।
Stay with me, I'm saying this to all of our guests. Anurag Thakur, BJP MP, abhi Parliament mein bol rahe. He's speaking in Parliament right now. Let's just cut across and listen in live.
Civilians. We strike the very heart of terror military nexus. We did not escalate. We have neutralized with precision, purpose and power. This is not a reaction. This is a doctrine and this is the new normal. मैं इतना ही कहूँगा, भारत की प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की ये जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी टुवर्ड्स टेररिज्म आज पूरी दुनिया भर के लिए कड़ा संदेश है। इस भारतीय सेना के हमलों में लश्कर-ए-तैयबा हो, जैश-ए-मोहम्मद हो, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन हो, इनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर पर कड़ा प्रहार किया गया। यहां तक कि पाकिस्तान की जो हवाई सुरक्षा है, लाहौर, पसरूर, चुनिया, अफरीवाला के HQM मिसाइल सर्विस रडार स्टेशन नष्ट कर दिए गए। वायुसेना अड्डे चकलाला में हो, सरगोदा, रहीम यार खान, कराची, भोलाई वायुसेना अड्डों को नुकसान किया गया। लड़ाकू और अवकाश विमान नष्ट कर दिए गए। C2 प्रणाली को नुकसान किया गया। वायु रक्षा समन्वय को पंगु बनाया गया। 9 आतंकी, जिसमें जैश-ए-मोहम्मद से लेकर लश्कर के ठिकानों को तबाह किया गया। हमने 26/11 के हमले में जो कांग्रेस इंतजार करती रही कि शायद दुनिया की कोई और ताकत आपको परमिशन देगी, वी विल नॉट वेट फॉर द परमिशन, वी विल स्ट्राइक विद प्रिसीजन। हमने किसी का इंतजार नहीं किया। हमने आतंकवादियों को उनके घर में घुसकर मारा है, चाहे वो एयर स्ट्राइक की बात हो, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात हो या ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बात हो। यही नहीं, इन अटैक्स में हमने पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स का लगभग 20% इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ध्वस्त कर दिया है। 11 एयरफोर्स को हमने मात्र 3 घंटे में नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया। पहली बार है कि दुनिया के किसी न्यूक्लियर कंट्री के एयरफोर्स के कैंप्स को नष्ट करने का काम किया तो भारतीय सेना ने वो भी करके दिखाया है। यही नहीं, 26/11 के हमले में जिस स्थान से उन आतंकवादियों को ट्रेनिंग दी जाती थी, उन आतंकवादी ठिकानों को भी हमने ध्वस्त किया। मोस्ट वांटेड टेररिस्ट को भी हमने मारा और उनके आकाओं को भी मौत के घाट उतारने का काम किया तो भारतीय सेना ने किया है। केवल आतंकियों को ही नहीं, पाक भोलारी एयरबेस में 50 से ज्यादा लोग मारे गए, जिसमें पाकिस्तान स्क्वाड्रन लीडर उस्मान यूसुफ को भी और 4 एयरमैन को भी मौत के घाट उतारने का काम भारतीय सेना ने किया। यही नहीं, आपने तो उदार दिल दिखाकर इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी कर ली थी, जो पाकिस्तान के 4 लाख एकड़ जमीन को सींचता है। भारत का 80% पानी वहां पर चला जाता है। 23 करोड़ पाकिस्तानियों को पानी के पीने की व्यवस्था वहां से मिलती है। लेकिन मोदी जी ने कहा कि वाटर एंड ब्लड कांट फ्लो टुगेदर, टेरर एंड टॉक कांट गो टुगेदर, और हमने इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को सस्पेंड कर दिया है। जो आप इतने सालों तक नहीं कर पाए, वो नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने करके दिखाया है। यही नहीं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में विश्व ने भारतीय सेना का शौर्य देखा और हथियारों की मारक क्षमता को भी देखा है। मेड इन इंडिया वेपन्स हैव वन battlefield validation and India has displayed its cutting edge defense technology to the world. हमारी मारक क्षमता और टेक्नोलॉजिकल सुपीरियरिटी ने पाकिस्तान और चीन सहित अन्य देशों को, आप में से कुछ विपक्ष के सांसदों ने कहा कि दूसरी तरफ चीन भी था, टर्की भी था, पाकिस्तान भी था। अरे ये स्पष्ट उदाहरण है आप सबके लिए, चाहे चीन था, टर्की था, पाकिस्तान था, अकेला भारत और भारतीय सेना तीनों पर भारी पड़ी है। यह दिखता है भारतीय मेक इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट्स भी कैसे भारी पड़े हैं। और यही नहीं, मैं आज कहूंगा कि इंडिया's ऑपरेशन ड्यूरिंग ऑपरेशन सिंदूर reflects 21st century evolution of aerial decoys and psychological dominance. This is just not warcraft, it is Minecraft. India has displayed a textbook case of aerial combat. इस कार्रवाई को सैन्य इतिहास में टेक्स्ट बुक प्रिसिशन वॉरफेयर कह रही है। थाईलैंड एयरफोर्स यूनिवर्सिटी इसे सैन्य रणनीति की टेक्स्ट बुक में शामिल करने की बात कह रही है। दुनिया इसे टेक्स्ट बुक काउंटर टेररिज्म डॉक्ट्रिन के रूप में देख रही है। और एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से आज दुनिया भर में पता चल गया कि भारत की ताकत क्या है और जो आज के वॉरफेयर में भारत की नई टेक्नोलॉजी ने कैसे काम किया है। आप पूछ रहे थे पिछले 10 सालों में क्या हुआ। दीपेंद्र हुड्डा जी कह रहे थे कि भारतीय सेना के बजट को क्या हुआ डिफेंस के। माननीय निर्मला सीतारमण जी यहां पर है, रक्षा मंत्री जी हैं, पूर्व रक्षा मंत्री भी हैं, आज वित्त मंत्री हैं, राजनाथ जी हैं, रक्षा मंत्री हैं। मोदी सरकार में 2.5 लाख करोड़ आपके समय 2013-14 में डिफेंस बजट था। 2.5 लाख करोड़ से बढ़कर 6,22,000 करोड़ रुपया बजट कर दिया है। अरे आप 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपया बजट कर दिया है, दुगने से ज्यादा कर दिया, 3 गुना कर दिया है। और आप अपने गिरेबान में झांक कर देखिए, 10 साल आपने सेना को बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट तक नहीं दी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में मात्र 3 सालों में 2 लाख बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मेक इन इंडिया बनाकर हमने दी है। आपने 10 सालों में नहीं, 30 सालों में आपने 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन नहीं दिया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने 1 रैंक पेंशन की मांग को भी पूरा किया है। और यही नहीं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, अटल जी की सरकार में देखिए, आपके समय 48 में, 62 में, 65 में, 71 की लड़ाइयां हुई, लेकिन सेना के जवानों का पार्थिव शरीर उनके घरों तक नहीं जाता था। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार बनी, तब जाकर पार्थिव शरीरों को उनके घर तक पहुंचाने का काम किया। तो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार ने, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया। और धर्मेंद्र जी, मैं इतना जरूर कह दूं, अरे मैं तो हिमाचल प्रदेश से आता हूं। हिमाचल प्रदेश राज्य छोटा है, लेकिन सेना में बड़ा योगदान है। अगर देश को पहला परमवीर चक्र विजेता किसी ने दिया तो मेजर सोमनाथ शर्मा हिमाचल प्रदेश ने दिया है। कारगिल युद्ध में अगर 52 शहादत सबसे ज्यादा हुई तो हिमाचल प्रदेश की हुई। 4 परमवीर चक्र विजेता हुए थे, उसमें से 2 कैप्टन विक्रम बत्रा, राइफलमैन संजय कुमार हिमाचल प्रदेश से हुए हैं। सर माननीय सभापति जी, मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं, आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में हमने अपना एक्सपोर्ट 34 गुना बढ़ा दिया है। 686 करोड़ से बढ़कर लगभग 24,000 करोड़ हो गया। हमारी डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन 1 लाख करोड़ एक साल की पार कर गई। और 193 हमने नए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट 2,09,050 करोड़ के एक साल में करके दिखाए और 100 देशों को डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट भारत देने का काम करने जा रहे हैं।
All right, now I want to go to our military guests, and I apologize to them for keeping them waiting. We were in the middle of a breaking news situation, so we had to keep dipping into Parliament. So my apologies, General Narasimhan and General Shukla, to coming to you a little bit late. General Narasimhan, I'll kick it off with you. 2 things have happened today. One, the Operation Mahadev is what the 15 Corps is calling it, in which we can confirm that at least one of those terrorists among the 3 is directly linked to what happened in Pahalgam. The other, of course, is the debate in Parliament as we're seeing it play out right now. Let me get both your words on the operation itself, because that's what everybody is looking at. It's become a huge emotive issue. Nearly 100 days after Pahalgam, a terror encounter in which those responsible are seen to have been brought to justice. General Narasimhan, a complicated operation. The fact that it's taken 97 days only underscoring how difficult these operations can be, sir.
Thank you very much, Varun, to have got me on this show, and nice to see my colleague Raj Shukla here on the panel with me. 2 things I want to say. One is, when Operation Sindoor was I would say concluded, the offensive activities were concluded on the May 10th. It was mentioned that Operation Sindoor is continuing. And that implied that the perpetrators of the Pahalgam incident are going to be tracked, come what may, till the time that we eliminate them totally. Yeah. So that is something that we need to keep in mind, that Operation Sindoor was continuing and it's still continuing and will continue further. That is one. Second, about the operation itself. the terrain there is mountainous as well as jungle terrain. And jungle terrains can be extremely difficult to operate. Even if a terrorist is hiding 10 meters away and you're passing through, you can give him a skip. You won't know where he is at the moment. The problem is to locate him first and then come to neutralize him. It takes time. And second thing is, as you mentioned earlier in your program, the tracking started with their usage of Huawei communication device.
Yes.
And then that was tracked, and then further activities took place to eliminate these three terrorists. So this is a normal practice wherein you monitor the communications of the terrorists and then take necessary action to eliminate them. I think these two have been done very well. And as far as 97 days is concerned, let it be 970 days. They will be brought to justice. That is the point I think we need to understand.
Very well said. You know, we are an emotional country, sir. So, you know, as the days go by, you know, we civilians are counting the number of days and we're wondering when justice is going to happen. The military has a very different clinical approach to these things, which is why it is so refreshing to hear from people like you. General Shukla, a complicated operation. The fact that it happened in 97 days is itself, in one sense, a miracle. If we have to turn this whole thing on its head, the number of hiding places, the incredible, you know, complexity of the terrain, the fact that there can be local logistical help to some of these groups as well, all of that means that, you know, finding a needle in this vast haystack of the Kashmir Valley and beyond is in itself a very, very big achievement, sir.
Yes, so thank you, Shiv, for getting me on your show. It is really one of the more insightful shows in the television world today in India.
Thank you, sir.
So you must keep up the good work. And of course, a great pleasure to be here with my former boss, General Narasimhan, and Tiny Dhillon, who's been a GOC of 15 Corps.
Yes.
So just let me say this, you know, apart from being a political sweetener, it is a closure of sorts. Because Tiny is here, nothing would have been hurting the professional pride of GOC 15 Corps and his men that for 90 days they had not got hold of these people. So in that sense, you know, it will be a great closure. And as General Narasimhan said, what really needs to be appreciated, it's a long, hard grind. You know, hours of patrolling, nights of lying in wait in ambush, some close shaves, missed opportunities, you know, so many things will happen. So while one wants these things to finish, one knows what the difficulties are in terrain and all. Mahadev region, all Tiny will explain to you. I want to make two large points in connection with Mahadev. See how it has complemented the maneuver of Sindoor with this attrition. And both have to go hand in glove. And while I'm one of the biggest advocates of technology, my experience tells me that one area where technology does not replace troops, where troop densities matter, it is Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah.
In that sense, we have been the wisest army in the world, wiser even than the IDF. That is the reason, because we had troop density, we don't go for brute force. And in the larger scheme of things, it's very wise because you get the violence levels down for the political bomb to be applied. In this connection, you know, these frequent calls, Rashtriya Rifles ko downsize kar do, 6 se 4 company kar do, never do it.
Yeah.
These voids create, you know, problems in Kashmir, which create larger national security challenges. And even, you know, this recent stream of events can be linked back to the disruptions caused by the rebalancing towards the north. So we have to be really careful, you know, in linking the J&K grid. And therefore, once again, you know, in this whole business of theaterization, once again, I'm a big advocate of theaterization, but in that whole restructuring, you know, redoing the geometry, kindly spare J&K till it stabilizes. And one point, I'm not sure of the details, but for a large period of time, we were unable to breach these Chinese communication sets.
Yeah.
So if that has been a breakthrough, I don't know, Tiny will know the details. I'm not too current on the details. If that has happened, it is an even bigger, you know, advantage. So I mean, that much on Mahadev. I have a few points on larger Sindoor in the future.
I'll come to that.
Yeah, once you get me.
I'll come to Operation Sindoor for sure, General Shukla. Appreciate that. General Dhillon, let's dive straight into it. You know, General Shukla has laid the groundwork for asking someone who's led the 15 Corps what it must have taken to actually crack this. Also, from a technological point of view, you were faced with Chinese mobile phones and satellite phones. This TRF, this so-called TRF, I hate giving them their own identity because they are, after all, just the Lashkar-e-Taiba. But cracking this terror group, which had come up during your tenure, must have been extremely difficult. What would it have been like for the 15 Corps, sir?
Good evening, Shiv, and good evening to General Narasimhan and General Raj Shukla. What a pleasure to be on such an elite panel. And good evening to your viewers also. Yes, see, a lot of people compare Pulwama and our ability to get the terrorists within 100 hours with what happened in Pahalgam.
Yeah.
And my answer to this particular comparison would give in a lot of answers to the queries which you raised. See, Pulwama happened on the valley floor. There are roads and tracks, there are villages and there are small little hamlets. There are people roaming around and the line of sight for the weapons and line of sight for the communication equipment, as also for other technical equipment of interception and other thing is there. Now, in valley floor, you are seeing when you're moving and you are heard when you are talking. Now, that is not the case in Pahalgam.
Yeah.
Pahalgam, as General Narasimhan and General Raj Shukla would also know, Pahalgam is in the complete Mahadev Ridge, the pine forest surrounding the Baisaran Valley, as also the Dachigam forest and the Dachigam, reserve forest, is complete pine forest. It's not only primary forest, it's a secondary forest and tertiary forest. At places, the undergrowth during the monsoon is as high as 10 feet. That means if you're walking in a line head formation or one chap behind the other, if you miss him by 2 meters, you miss him by the line of sight. You have to shout for him. That is the density of the woods. Secondly, the communication equipments don't work very well here. There are hardly any mobile towers there, and the line of sight, disrupts the communication. The technical equipment doesn't work here. The satellite things don't work here very well because of the tree canopy.
Yes.
So this is the area which is high altitude and the inclines are too steep. And most importantly, in these areas, starting from Baisaran, coming right up to Dachigam, or along the Mahadev Ridge. Tralbaul, the last village, is a Lam village. There afterwards, it's all jungle. There are no foot tracks, oblique trails to follow and move fast. Since there are no villages here, and there are no hamlets here, only some Gujars who come up during summers with their livestock will be there, and only they are the people who can give you some information. So, as I said earlier, the human becomes very difficult here. Technical becomes very difficult here. Line of sight is difficult. And this operation today, and it did not start today. Let me be very clear about it. As General Raj Shukla was saying, and you're saying 97 days, I'm very sure the security forces started putting in their act on 22nd April itself.
Correct.
And they were getting the information in bits and pieces, some technical, some human end, some visualized end, and they were just tracking these people.
Yeah.
The type of dry ration packets which are found on them, it only shows that they were typically on a jungle survival mode.
Yeah.
And the type of weapon systems which are seen in the photographs released to media so far also indicates that it's a very important group. And the type of communication system, the Chinese satellite phone and other things which people are talking about, yes, General Raj Shukla says, I'm aware of most of things, but I would not like to discuss on capabilities on television.
No, absolutely.
So I will leave it at that.
Fact,
but yes,
and in fact,
those things would be of great help to the security forces in locating, then tracking, and finally eliminating.
The Indian Army is going to be holding a very detailed briefing tomorrow, and I hope we'll get some more details because this is an important operation. And on NDTV, as you all know, we never discuss classified, sensitive operational details. We, even when we want to report something that sounds even a slightly bit sensitive, we will pass it through the army and say, "Sir, is this okay?" To report to General Narasimhan knows about that as well. But General Narasimhan, zooming out a little bit now from the Mahadev range to Parliament, where there is this high-level debate that has gone on. Day one today, the big guns of the government and the opposition will be booming tomorrow in Parliament. From what you've seen of the debate, as a military man, as a former commander, person who's led troops on the ground in terror and otherwise, what did you make of it? Are you satisfied with the political conversation around Operation Sindoor?
I generally don't comment on political things, but on this, let me just make a couple of points. One is, while the opposition is trying to find fault with the government has given the facts to the House. So this is something which is going to go on tomorrow, day after, and I'm sure it will go to its own logical conclusion at the end of the debate. This was expected anyway. I mean, whatever facts are put in the Parliament, I'm sure the opposition is going to question them which way or the other. This point I want to mention is that the sensitivities of the operation that has been carried out has to be maintained. And the sanctity of these operations have to be maintained. And that is one issue. Second thing is, on Sindoor, there are a lot of questions which are raised in the Parliament, whether the aircraft was lost or otherwise. To the extent that it is possible to reveal the information, the government as well as the CDS has conveyed it in many forums as to what happened actually there. I think it is for us to respect that particular thing, and since the Operation Sindoor is still continuing, I think that is something that we need to keep in mind and leave it at that. The third point is, the kind of questions that come up need to be related to the operations that have been conducted and the results thereof. It appears the questions are coming up on the operations and not the results. So this is something that I think we need to balance out and then see where it goes. I am sure the Parliament debate is going on as on the expected lines, and I am sure at the end of the debate, we'll come to some kind of a closure on this.
Okay, I have a little less time than I was hoping, so I will have to give the last word, unfortunately, to General Shukla himself. General Shukla, yes, you wanted to make a couple of quick points on the Sindoor debate?
No, very quick points. I just want to say this, that, the opposition has a right to raise questions, and why not in a democracy? Just as they demonstrated solidarity. And when the multi-party delegations went abroad, I observed that the most eloquent faces were from the opposition. Shashi Tharoor, Priyanka Chatterjee. So that's good bipartisan stuff. But I just hope that the national security debates would deepen. And just let me make 2-3 points. See, Operation Sindoor has been a great success militarily. Pakistan was virtually decimated on the 10th of May. There, the collusivity between Pakistan and China lay shattered when those J-10s, J-17s and HQ-9s, J-10s, J-17s were scurrying for cover. But the point is this, that, and this is a larger point with Pakistan, China and all that, that Op Sindoor is just the beginning. India will have to plot its rise amidst multiple crisis, conflicts and confrontations. And there we had to step up our game. And if you just allow me 30 seconds, look what can happen. The question is not Rafale's going down. The question is, because BVR combat has stalemated, how do you break out? AD topology, unmanned systems, offensive ISR. If Israel knew from 2006 where Nasrallah was hiding, where those 30 generals were. See, next time, how do you escalate? Do you escalate in a similar manner? Or do you have the navigation space capacities to take out Masood Azhar?
Very, very important questions.
Sophisticated upgradation of our capacities. That is important. Our issue of defense budgets. I mean, $450 billion is the year-on-year differential with China. And one last point I want to make on transparency. Just 15 seconds, Shiv. See, a tradition in the military is, if I'm commanding 19 Div, when an operation is on, I don't even ask my neighboring GOC unless there are matters of cooperation. This is how you keep these things. Now, this is military tradition. It has to be understood.
This
transparency has to be caveated.
I fear we are a long way from thinking on the the excellent prescription that you've just given. But hopefully we can make a start after such a momentous operation as Operation Sindoor. Day 1 has happened. Day 2 will happen tomorrow. Maybe it'll go over that as well. But we'll have to see how it goes. I value the words of generals like you very deeply. And I thank you for being with me. General Dhillon, I know you raised your hand, but I'm so sorry I'm completely out of time. I will have the three of you back here on my show tomorrow. With my deepest apologies and gratitude. Thank you very much to the three generals for being with me tonight. And very scant details still trickling in on Operation Mahadev. We have a categorical confirmation that 3 terrorists have been killed, at least one of them directly linked to the Pahalgam terror attack 97 days ago. Joining me live now from the United States is John Spencer. Chair of Urban Warfare Studies at the Modern War Institute, and one of the foremost voices when it comes to warfare, urban warfare, and army and military operations. John, welcome. Thanks for being with me back here on NDTV. It's a big day. Indian Parliament, as you know, is debating and discussing Operation Sindoor, which is, the subject matter of one of your studies at this time. But the operation that took place, even while that debate is happening, has made the big headlines, John. You've just tweeted on an NDTV story where you've said Indian forces, multiple elements of special forces and commandos, conducted a high-risk night operation in severely restricted mountainous terrain to kill 3 of the terrorists who conducted the Pahalgam attack, to include the mastermind of the carnage. Elaborate on that, your understanding of what has happened. I should say right at the start that very little information has come in the broad contours of that operation as you've just put out.
Yeah, thanks, Shiv. It's great to see you again. As somebody who taught these type of operations in my own military in a place called the Ranger School, I know how hard and almost unimaginable to get into this type of terrain, not be compromised, to be able to do this level of precision. I've learned what I know so far from NDTV, so I'm anxious to hear more details, but it sounds like just an amazing special operations mini units to isolate these terrorists that were still there. And although it's been 97 days, it's actually quite miraculous to do it at this speed. If you remember, for the United States, 9/11, it took us 18 months to get the mastermind, took us 10 years to get Osama bin Laden. So a lot of credit to the Indian military if what we know is true.
Absolutely true. Let me share a few more details that have come in, John, that we're reporting here on NDTV. It is our understanding that this particular group of terrorists, 3 have been killed, but there may have been more. We don't know yet. It's an evolving situation. But they were apparently being tracked for about 3 or 4 days, which, as you know, is not uncommon. That's how intelligence works. They were being tracked both by, eyewitnesses on the ground. There are nomadic communities that operate and live in these hills where some of these terror groups may have been hiding. Drones were used to establish a visual confirmation of their movements and their locations. And then early this morning, very interestingly, John, one of them apparently opened a communications device that has been shut for the last 97 days, a T-82 Ultra set, a communication device, Chinese origin apparently, and that was the big giveaway, and the forces were able to pinpoint their actual location. Those are some of the details that are coming out, John.
Amazing. And it really no surprise, but you still have to give credit to the amount of the operation, just like Operation Sindoor, where you combine old things like human intelligence with very advanced new technologies that India has been invested in. Like, I know satellite imagery, signals intelligence, what you're talking about, picking up somebody's cell phone immediately as they turn it on, the ability to identify and blanket an area for collection. All of these things combine, the old, the new, in what becomes military dominance, this is another example of this. Hopefully some justice for the victims of the terrible attack.
Talk to us a little bit about the challenges as you understand them, John. You've seen what this terrain looks like. It is medium to high altitude. It is very, very uneven mountainous terrain, very thick forests, visibility low, possibility of cloud cover, very thick jungles, like I said. Some of the pictures coming in from the encounter site seem to confirm that this was an excellent hiding place, as it were. What sorts of challenges would the commando team, and the other cordon and search teams have faced in the final hours of this mission?
Absolutely. And I was listening to your coverage with the former, I think, 15 Corps commander.
Yeah.
A triple canopy. I served in a place called Panama. I understand where not only is the enemy your threat, so you don't want the enemy, which is really hard to do, is to isolate somebody who is clearly at a high level of readiness, but just the terrain. To scale this, you need soldiers, men and women who can do hard things. Clearly, this is it. The ability to move in that terrain where there are very few trails, even though you wouldn't want to use the trails, but to do it quietly at night, especially where there's no ambient light, because night vision requires some type of light. And in many of these triple canopy or triple jungle situations, there is no light. So just the gravity of difficulty and how many ways this could have gone wrong, and it appears to have all work, even if you put drones in front of you, which are more of this old things that are really hard to do with new technologies, you put drones in front of you to try to help you. It's severely difficult, and I don't know if we can communicate how hard this would have been for the Indian forces that were involved.
It is really interesting because, a part of it happened during the night. The actual encounter happened in the morning hours, in daylight, which would have brought its own risks, obviously, because of visibility. And John, we've seen many encounters in Kashmir that have led to casualties, within the military. Not uncommon at all. Also because many of these terrorists are well trained. They're trained in special operations. One of the persons involved in the Pahalgam attack is known to be a former Pakistan Army special operator as well. So these are people who know how to survive out there and to fight back. So to be able to kill the three of them, again, I want to be cautious because this is still an evolving situation. It's not going to be easy to do something like that. These are not just ragtag terrorists. They're very well trained.
Absolutely. And they'll have triple layers of defense. So people imagine, somebody just quietly sitting in a room, oblivious, not a trained individual like this, or even like me. You'd have multiple layers of detection and alert outside of the area in order to get into those positions, and how meticulous, how quiet the forces had to be, how much they'd have to just stay in one place for a long period of time. To create this extreme difficulty, especially against, let alone an untrained individual, but to do it against a trained individual in this amount of severely restricted terrain. I mean, you could have injuries just falling off the side of the mountain, which is often normal for soldiers as well.
Something else that's become a talking point, John, of course, are the weapons. And, when you get photographs from the encounter site, they immediately become the subject matter of open source intelligence experts looking in great detail at every little aspect of the photographs, how the weapons are arranged, how the bodies are positioned, how the shoes are kept, etc., etc. And there's a wealth of information that you get from photographs, and you'd know what each of these photographs actually looks like from a forensic perspective. But one little talking point has become, the weapons. The AK-47s, of course, are normal, expected. The Kalashnikov rifles are very much standard weaponry when it comes to terror groups operating in Kashmir and the Kashmir Valley. There's one picture which shows an M4 carbine, an American weapon. And again, not for the first time, but it's once again become a reminder in some ways of how NATO weaponry from Afghanistan, from elsewhere probably has made its way, and the supply chain of these weapons continues.
Absolutely. And we saw the same thing in other areas like the Hamas attack in Israel. But because of the proximity to Afghanistan and how much the Taliban was selling the arms that were left for the Afghan army to everybody, clearly would make it into the hands of the many, not just one, many terrorist organizations in Pakistan with the sole intent to do these types of attacks in India. So absolutely, I also caution, and I'm learning a lot. Like you said, we'll hear the official briefing. What do we know for sure, and versus this open and source intelligence that can often, from the 5 mysterious planes that went down during Operation Sindoor to the other side where people are trying to leap to conclusions. I don't take a lot from seeing different types of weapons, even within the terrorists, although getting them into this area, I'm sure would be difficult and you might need external help.
Well, the Indian Army will be holding a special briefing tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to be tuning into that as well. Hopefully, many of these unanswered questions in an evolving situation, will get some clarity. 97 days since Pahalgam, and we do know that there is a clear link from at least one of these terrorists to the Pahalgam terror attack itself, in which 26 people were killed. John, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for speaking to me on NDTV tonight.
Thanks, Shiv.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.